Of Sean and RJ back together again on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean, Sharif, RJ, Choppy in our brand new 11th. No, what floor is this?
16.
16?
16.
11, 16. It doesn't work.
It's close.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
You're dying if you fall either way.
Yes. Dying if you fall either way. I trade spots with Bobby Belt as I was in Vegas over the weekend. And look at that. Is that your room or is that a conference room there where you're set up?
This is my room, and I'm sitting on the ground. This is actually me sitting on the ground with the couch behind me and then the drapes here because I needed to – basically, this table is very low. This isn't like Philly. At Philly, I had like a work desk when I was there. This one is like a little tiny coffee table, and I didn't want to be looking down at everything all morning. That's
a beautiful hotel room, much better than what I was staying in. Where is that?
I don't know if I can say.
Yeah, maybe not.
But I mean, it is a very nice hotel room. I know it's a nice hotel room because they charge $250 for absolute on the in-room dining.
And how was it?
I didn't order anything. It just got to be 4:00 in the morning here.
That's right. You got the time difference. So what time did you?
Like I'm on the Oxnard courts. Like I am worried because this setup is right by a wall and right by a vent, and I know whoever's in the next room is probably going to hear me this morning.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
All the Bravo celebrities were staying at the Four Seasons.
Well,
and I was like, how much is that a night? And you could tell the setup was just that much better. Are you on the Strip or further away?
No. In fact, I'm going to text you guys now, and I know Choppy's Mr. Vegas Hotel man, but I just sent y'all the name of where we're staying. And so if y'all know where that is, then that's where we're at.
Well, good. Absolutely fantastic connection so far. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got a full preview like nobody else. I heard Brian Schottenheimer driving in with you guys on Friday. He was excellent. How are the Cowboys going to look different coming out of the bye week? That's coming up at 6:40. Bobby's Raiders preview at 7:20. The 5 things RJ wants to see and the official picks at 8 o'clock. Lincoln Kennedy, who I was just watching on their local television yesterday. He will join us at 8:40 and Below the Belt, and Nick Eatman from Vegas as well from DallasCowboys.com. Let's start off with last night in the NFC East. That was a pretty brutal game with not a lot of scoring, but the Philadelphia Eagles defense is the storyline, shutting down Detroit.
Yeah, did they ever? They were getting pressure on Goff. I mean, Goff was not able to do anything, and that's the one thing with him. Like, if you give him time, he's one of the best passers in the league, and if you don't, he's one of the worst.
I should have bet the live underdog under as soon as I saw one thing in the pregame, and I knew the Lions' offense was cooked. Jared Goff was wearing 2 gloves.
Well, he does that on road games anyway.
All road?
Basically, yeah, because he's got very small hands.
I know he's got the hands.
It's the hand size.
I don't recall seeing the glove on all the road games. I could be wrong, but when you go that out of your way, or you got the guys who are wearing like the George Pickens turtlenecks in the cold, you're like, okay, they're in trouble.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it was windy for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know. The cold. I don't know what the cold temperatures were, but he is a constant 2-glove guy, especially outdoors.
Bobby, is this Eagles defense something way better than we thought?
So they've obviously got the pieces there because they were a really, really good defense last year. And the problem this year has just been they've looked really inconsistent, and they've had a lot of different problems with, in the secondary at times in terms of they've had their own blown coverages and different things like that. And so I think that they've got the pieces. It's just a matter of, like, how much were they going to be able to actually click into place. And so far this year they hadn't. But, I mean, they've had a couple games this year where they've looked really good defensively. They shut down Kansas City for the most part earlier this year. They had a really good game last night. I mean, they were That's some of the best third and fourth down defense we've seen in the NFL this year. They were shutting down every single big crunch time opportunity from the Lions.
And, at the end of the game, they had that pass interference call. That
on Rock Ya-Sin.
Awful call. I don't think it would have mattered. Does anybody think Detroit was going to march on the field the way their offense was yesterday? Yes, it was a bad call. You want to give at least the other team a chance.
The thing that changes, though, in those end-of-the-game situations is these defenses go soft.
They do, yeah.
So all of a sudden it's like, why didn't you just run that offense the entire game? You're going right down the field. Well, because the other team doesn't want to get cooked in a one-on-one.
Peyton talked about this last year, and we've referenced it a couple times, but he talked about it in the Falcons and Eagles
Sean
game.
Payton?
No, Peyton Manning, not Peyton Russell or Sean Payton.
I was about to say, I remember that conversation.
You're referencing a year-old Peyton Russell football point. This can't be good.
No. This is the good Manning that we're referencing here, not the one that was playing on Saturday. But Peyton had said that watching Kirk Cousins work down the field against the Eagles after he hadn't been able to do that all game, he was like, 2-minute situation is where quarterbacks and offenses usually feel comfortable because it's essentially just muscle memory like, hey, we're running these 3 plays that everybody's run their whole lives. Just get into hurry-up mode and execute. And he said it's where guys are usually most comfortable. And so, yeah, it would have been, a minute 50 left?
Yeah.
And I think they had 1 timeout. That's time to move the ball.
Some of these numbers are atrocious. Jared Goff completed 38% of his throws. That's the lowest by any quarterback this year. What? Jared Goff being pressured 20 times. He got hit 7 times. He was 0 for 12 while under duress. The second most incompletions in a game in his career. The last quarterback with 12 attempts and 0 completions under duress was Blake Bortles in 2017. The Lions went 0 for 5 on 4th down with Dan Campbell again calling the plays and having a lot of people go, you just kick, and go ahead and take the points. It's now the Eagles' first time holding back-to-back opponents under 10 points since weeks 2 of 3 of 2022 after what happened against the Packers.
Yeah, they kept showing the kick in the pregame. The Eagles kicker kicking the ball with, obviously this is in warm-ups, and the ball's going straight at the goalpost, straight to the middle, and all of a sudden the wind just takes it to the right. Like that one famous video of the Bears doing it in Chicago from like 20 years ago where the ball just flies over into the sideline. I don't think kicking a field goal in a lot of these situations was reasonable last night.
Which we gotta look, if we're doing extra points from 33 yards away, then officials definitely need to start chilling with the unsportsmanlike conduct 15-yard penalties to make it a 48-yard extra point like they did on Jamison Williams. I understand they're trying to do the whole sportsmanship thing. Honestly, I kind of want to tell KNC to ask, Steven about that today, about just like competition committee. Like, if you're kicking 33-yard field goals, do you guys need to be that's when it's most likely going to happen is when guys are celebrating, and you're setting up 50-yard extra points that were shanked way to the right. Didn't matter. They lost 16-9, but still, a point in a game like that, you're feeling pretty frustrated.
So even though you have another shutdown defensive performance, Cowboy fans on my timeline, the optimism with a brand new second half of the season and a brand new defense are saying all we got to do is score 20. All we got to do is score 23. They're not going to shut down our offense like that. So some Cowboy optimism, not necessarily to catch the Eagles in the NFC East, but get a win, which obviously Dallas is going to desperately need. But got some of that Cowboy hopium.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a matchup, I think, for Detroit that's tough because of the way Philadelphia has some really good interior defensive linemen, and that's where Goff is at his worst when he's getting pressure up the middle. I don't know how much that matters when it's the Cowboys, because also the Cowboys are so used to playing Philadelphia. When you're used to playing a team, there are no tricks. There's no secrets.
Bob?
If you look at that 3-game stretch, yesterday made you feel really good about that brutal 3-game stretch they have coming up, where it's Philly, Kansas City, and Detroit, where those are 3 teams where you look at and go like, none of those 3 really scare you at the moment. I mean, they're better than you. There's no doubt about it. You're going to be the underdog, and you should be, and you're going to have a tough time winning those games. But those 3 games don't look nearly as intimidating as they did maybe 3-4 weeks ago.
Were they trying to force feed A.J. Brown with that whole saga? Jeffrey Lurie going to practice, Big Dom initiating a sideline meeting, telling A.J. come on over here and talk. Jeffrey Lurie said calm it down on social media. A.J. Brown said I will, but I still want to be involved. He was targeted 11 times. The longest catch was for 12 yards, 7 for 49.
He's like my kid. All my kid does is an out route. And that's all that A.J. Brown, it's like a cross. That's it. It seems like it's all he does now. It's just like, hey, let's 12 yards is his longest target. You'd be kidding me. That's not what you're paying for.
It's tough when you get away from Kellen Moore, you know?
I don't blame A.J. I'm blaming Jalen Hurts. I'm blaming the coordinator, and I'm blaming Jalen Hurts. Everyone and their mom is doing film study review, and you're seeing A.J. just running wide open, Bob. I don't know if it's as bad as your film study, but yeah, same.
No, I mean, my mom, I think, would have seen that on film study, right? But I think that, look, I can't remember a game. Goff had 37 attempts, Hurts had 28, 65 attempts. When was the last time we saw, like, two top-tier contenders like basically cumulatively complete 43% of their passes when they threw it 65 times? That's Shedeur Sanders, like it's so bad. But when you look at, I think, the way that offense is functioning, Philly's in trouble. Philly's not in trouble in terms of winning the division. Philly's in trouble in terms of being a contender.
Yeah.
Now, if their defense can play like that every night, that's incredible. I think Fran Duffy from Philadelphia had the note last night that yesterday was the worst EPA per play or EPA per drive game for the Eagles on offense in the last 3 years, but it was the second best game for them on defense in the last 3 years.
Hurts was 14-28 for 135. And I think it was Collinsworth. He's like, yeah, run him more. He only ran it for 31 yards on 10 attempts with a rushing touchdown. So nothing to be too, I don't think, frightened about the Eagles, except that defense. If they're locking up the Packers like that, Packers have been overrated. I've been telling you all that. And then you do that to Detroit. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, that's automatic 24 points for Dallas. Not with this offensive line.
No, boy, these two quarterbacks, they combined for 40. Their QBR combined was 43.
Not good. The one game I was the most focused on, the one result I wanted the absolute most yesterday, ended up not happening.
It is third down, New York, 6 yards to go. In the shotgun, Winston looks it over. Here's the snap. Winston sets, throws, left side of the end zone. Intercepted! Yes! Intercepted by the kid! Oh, Evan Williams delivers in the left corner of the end zone. And the Packers deliver the dagger.
I'm sitting here watching this game in the airport. I see Jordan Love hurt. I'm like, uh-oh. People are like, they're better with Malik Willis. Then I see Josh Jacobs banged up. I see the New York Giants with that Jameis Winston energy with the early lead. And I'm like, we're getting that draft. That's what I'm focused on the most right now. Not even the Cowboys' own draft pick. I'm focused on that Green Bay draft pick. Last week, 1 week ago, the Cowboys would have selected at 12 and 21. And I see Love hurt, Jacobs hurt. You're going to lose to the Giants, and that pick is going to get even better, baby. Green Bay ends up winning it 27-20. So this is the game I was most disappointed in throughout the day because I was hoping that Jameis was going to pull off the magic.
Now it's 12 and 24.
Yeah.
12 and 24. Kind of a bummer there. In Green Bay, because of the tie, they're ahead of Detroit, so they're second in the division. And that keeps them, in that spot ahead of the Lions because of that tie. But look, we would have bet the over on Jameis touchdowns plus interceptions. What we say it was, Bobby, 5.5 or 4.5?
Hagee was asking about 5.5, and then we looked at it and we thought it was probably closer to 4.5 for his career.
Yeah, but against that Packers defense, he ends up with one total.
One interception.
I know, which is nuts. You would think he would be Mr. Prolific, but. So they scored this go-ahead touchdown, Green Bay does, with like 4 minutes left. I was just now trying to figure it out. How many games is that now this year where the Giants have led in the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter and lost? It's got to be 5 or something. Yeah, it's a lot.
So the Giants end up losing. I also want the Giants and this next team to start getting a few wins because I want to be picking ahead of them.
Right.
So the Giants are sitting there at 2-9, and then the freaking you-know-whos end up with another one.
Snap is back. Hold is good. Sweeps the right leg. Cairo Santos is up. It's good! Good! Good from 48! Cairo Santos mobbed on the Viking logo. Bears win it 19-17. Another comeback drive by Caleb Williams. The Iceman cometh, and the Bears take it from the Vikings.
Oh, man, he had two lines. Because he did the sweep the leg, which is Karate Kid line. And then he goes with the Iceman cometh.
Dude. The Bears are
My Chicago Bears.
Bears are the Broncos. Broncos are the Bears. Same type of winning taking place. And Chicago beats Minnesota 19. I got to see yesterday the total yards thrown for in yesterday's NFL and rank that against the other Sundays this season, because Caleb threw for less than 200. J.J. McCarthy was at 150, but here's Chicaline's Bears getting another one.
They're in first place.
Cometh.
They are in first place in the NFC North. Wow. By themselves. By themselves, they are in first place in the NFC North. The Chicago Bears, who none of us would have thought would have been there, now in first place.
And I would have thought it was at least because of the offense.
Right.
That's the
true.
thing.
Yeah, that's true. But that was, Minnesota had a nice little comeback to tie this thing up, and then you get the field goal at the end to win it. I'm with you on them, comparing them to Denver. They're not a threat. They get in the playoffs. They'll host a playoff game. That could be interesting because of the home field advantage and the weather, but nobody really thinks they're a threat.
They're actually scoring 26 a game. That's 8th best in the league. I'm surprised by that, Bobby.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right, especially when it seems like they win games like this that are right at the end and stuff like that. We had three. We had three quarterbacks go over 300 yards yesterday, and I think that there wasn't a whole lot in between. It looks like there were like 2 or 3 others that went over 200, but this was a ton of 100. Both Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy were 16 for 32 in this game, and then we saw like a couple other games yesterday where guys were just I don't know that we've seen a more inaccurate like league-wide day in terms of completion percentage in the NFL in a long time. This was something where I would bet this was hovering close to, it looks like 1975, where it's like, 52% completion percentage is one of the better numbers of the week.
4 interceptions for Nashawn Wright.
On the season?
Yeah.
How? How is that happening? He also honored his
6'4".
He also honored his coach who was shot and killed, but Nashawn Wright with more highlights in a half a season than he ever had here in his entire Cowboy run. That is the NFC East. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. Can we all finally let it go? Shedeur Sanders played the rest of the NFL, then how the Cowboys are going to be different after the break, next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, promo code TOLO, boys and girls. We are making plays tonight. Make these plays. You go to the app, you download it, Underdog app, promo code TOLO, and let's make plays. Do you think this player is going to go higher or lower on like receiving yards, touchdowns, passing yards, etc.? So maybe Dak higher or lower than 259.5. Ashton Jeanty higher or lower than 63.5 rush yards. George Pickens, is he going to score higher or lower than a half a rush plus receiving touchdown with Underdog?
Download the app today. Sign up with promo code TOLO to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O, at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
If you're a first-time home buyer, you need to call TexasSunny.com. We have some great deals. You don't realize just how low the down payments may be, and we have down payment assistance programs at TexasSunny.com. We help people all over Texas, so call us today for your pre-approval letter, and it's a free call. Call TexasSunny.com if you're that first-time home buyer or if you're buying your second or third home. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at roughgreens.com. Roughgreens.com, RUFF. Promo code Choppy gets you a free Jumpstart trial bag. But listen, this is about your dog's health. I've got, he's almost 3 years old, our 3-year-old pup. And he doesn't have any issues with energy. He doesn't have any issues with joint health. But if you have an old dog, this is great. Rough Greens. We still put a scoop of Rough Greens on his food. Why? Well, long-term health. That's the key. Long-term health. If you've got a dog that's low on energy or getting older and you really want to make sure that they are sustained with their long-term health, roughgreens.com. It's packed with vitamins, minerals, probiotics, digestive enzymes, omega oils. They put this together because that dog food that we give our dogs, it's dead food. It's not real live food. Traditional dog food is made to sit on a shelf. You want to get something that's got a little bit of a punch for your dog, a little bit of life in it, and that's what Rough Greens does. Give this to your dog, especially if it's an aging dog. Their joint health will be so much better within 30 days. Their coat looks better within 60 days. Their joints are better within 90 days. It's a completely new dog. Roughgreens.com. RUFF greens.com. Promo code Choppy.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
Gross.
And to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Another sunny day with a high 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Rhino Shield.
More and more North Texas homeowners are saving money by not having to constantly repaint, and they're lowering their utility bills by applying Rhino Shield, the superior ceramic paint coating that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Visit rhinoshieldtx.com to schedule a free estimate.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap, hold, and boot on the way. It's fading right. It's bleeding right. It's no good. And the Rams are in first place in the NFC West.
Good
Good morning, Metroplex entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. I've just traded places with Bobby Belt. I'm back from Vegas. He is there this morning, providing the best Cowboys insider coverage on a morning show, and maybe even in DFW. Pepe and Aiden firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll start talking about the Cowboys with a brand new defense at 6:40 this morning. We also have Jack Johnson tickets to give away at 7 and 9 all week long. We want you to win it for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. My game of the day in the NFC West. And Sam Darnold was getting taunted on social media with all the ghosts after he had 4 turnovers, and the LA Rams with Matt Sapp. By the way, tell me you like those uniforms. I did. Did you like the black?
I like the black. My issue is I don't like black on black. Like, I don't like if the pants are the same color and everything. That's what I. It has to be like super neon-y for me to like that.
Shut up, Bobby.
I didn't even say anything.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I was listening to RJ.
You don't have to. The Seattle Seahawks, my Seattle Seahawks, end up losing by 2, and this was not a good game offensively. Their first loss on the road this season, Bob.
No, yeah, the biggest issue here is obviously 4 turnovers, and then it's red zone situations. So the Rams were 3 for 4 in the red zone. The Seahawks were 1 for 4. So if you're not going to score touchdowns when you get to the red zone and then you're turning it over on all the possessions, that's going to ultimately lead to the kind of outcome you see yesterday, even though I felt like most of watching this game that this was Seattle that was more in control to me, other than the turnovers and the lack of execution in there, because they were able to convert third down. They were able to move the ball more consistently. It didn't work out. Matthew Stafford, who had a decent game yesterday, he was not like in terms of when we look at like, all right, he didn't turn the ball over, different things like that. But I mean, he ended up, it was 130 passing yards, and he had accuracy issues yesterday. It was not a particularly impressive performance from the Rams. The Seahawks defense is really good, but you got to feel like if you're the Seahawks, like if we're just a little better in the red zone or a little better with turnovers, we win.
Seattle misses the field goal from 61, but you talk about special teams importance. There was the punt of the season probably by the Rams, pinning Seattle right there on the 1-yard line. Davante Adams with his dominance. When they're down there with a yard to go, they just put him one-on-one and either throw him the fade or some other type of slant pass. Someone tweeted, CD spends $1.3 million on his body each year. He's got 1 touchdown. Davante moved a Taco Bell into his house, and he's got 9.
Good one. It's a good one. I thought this would be more higher scoring, though. The over-under was 48.5. It didn't come close. Did not come close.
Look at these games yesterday that I'm talking about with this crappy quarterback play. You had 16-13 in Madrid. You had 16-13 Texans-Titans, 19-17 Bears-Vikings. The Chargers scored 6 points. The Bengals scored 12 points. This game was 21-19, 23-16 Ravens-Browns, 22-19 with the next game we're going to talk about. Then last night, 16-9.
Yeah, look, obviously, we're getting into the winter months in part of this part of the country, not here.
Yeah.
80 degrees here. How was it in Vegas?
About the same.
It was 60 degrees. It was 60 degrees walking off the plane yesterday.
Yeah,
it was really nice yesterday.
Obviously that's weather that's conducive to scoring, but Buffalo was dreary. It looked like it was 6 p.m. at 1 o'clock.
I think wind right now is more of a factor,
right.
Not the cold and not the snow and not the rain.
Sure, but yeah, you're getting some wind and that could wreak havoc on passing.
So the Rams, go ahead.
Sorry, Davante Adams, you mentioned how he's where he's at. 7 touchdowns in the last 5 weeks is what he's got, but he's averaging 40 reception yards per game. That's it. It's 40 yards per game with his 7 touchdowns. He's just become a massive red zone threat for them.
All right, the similar kind of game of the day in the AFC took place with the Chicago Broncos.
Snap placement, kick on the way, and it is good! They don't block this one like last year in Kansas City. And on the final play of the game, the Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs by a final score of 22-19.
8 straight for Denver. Bo Nix with the big 32-yard throw to set things up. Statement win? Or Kansas City is mid?
I mean, it's probably a little bit of both, but yeah, I think this is more. I don't trust Denver. I don't think Denver is worth it. You know what?
With all the Mike McCarthy talk last week, I don't know how much you guys hit on it with the Giants' possibilities. Mm-hmm. Did you hit on it, Bob?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Okay. With all the Mike McCarthy talk, I'm putting RJ Choppy on the spot right now here at 6:29 in the morning. Is this making you change your mind about the McCarthy-Sean Payton comparisons that you've always had?
No.
Sean Payton.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, God, no.
No. Is Sean Payton, did he suddenly become Dick Geron? Wade Phillips?
Oh, as a defensive mind?
I mean, see, this is what I'm talking about, right? This is the PR. We selectively give coaches credit when they're not doing anything. So we selectively give Sean Payton credit for the defense. Right?
Yeah.
But we gave Dan Quinn credit for the Cowboy defense when it was hopping.
Sure, if Bo Nix is as bad as you say he is, though, which I generally agree, why are the Broncos top 10 in points and yards on offense?
That's a lie. Because they played more games. Because they played more games than anybody else. They haven't had a bye yet.
This is an average. No. The rankings are based on average per game.
Yeah. See, that's more an indictment on the rest of the NFL.
I'm stunned over that stat, just like I was the Chicago Bears, the Broncos of the NFC scoring that amount of points. Yeah, so my Bo Nix follow-up was going to be, all right, should Sean Payton be catching heat because Nix is not better, or Nix is mid and they're still winning these games?
Nix is like, he's okay.
He's okay.
Yeah, like that. Bo Nix is not some elite quarterback. I mean, he might get a second contract. You know, if I'm Denver, I'm not going to walk away from him right now. I don't know. I'm not going to sign up for $60 million a year.
I don't know, though. This was, there was a report last week, or I think Awful Announcing had a story written up on it, that Colin Cowherd's got a pretty good relationship with Sean Payton, and Cowherd has been on this bump lately of like, oh, the Broncos are going to move on from Bo Nix. The Broncos don't trust Bo Nix. And it's funny because Sean Payton during the offseason was like, oh, I think Bo Nix is going to be a top 5 quarterback after this season, which, I mean, it's just Payton being Payton. But here's the thing, that you don't believe in the Broncos offense job, but defensively all year they've been really,
They're tremendous.
good. This is
Defense
I think
is
this
very
is
good.
I was like, they have allowed fewer than 100 net passing yards more than they've allowed 300.
Say that again?
They've allowed fewer than 100 net passing yards in a game more often than they've allowed 300.
Wow. All right.
And that's sacks plus yards?
Yep.
It finally happened. The media has their big steak dinner today and throughout the entire week after Dylan Gabriel was concussed.
Mark Andrews under center. Takes the snap. Wheels out.
He's gone.
He rolls on his own. He's to the 30. Andrews to the 20. 10, 5. Touchdown, Ravens. Oh, what a creative call. And Mark Andrews goes from the push to the big man sprint. And the Ravens have the lead.
Jerry Sandusky with the call on Ravens Radio. They continue. You just knew in this game that the loser Browns were going to figure out a way to drop this one. And Baltimore's now 5-5, but Shedeur Sanders gets in and goes 4 for 16. 4 for 16, 47 yards, no touchdown, and an interception. But before we trash Shedeur, and Bobby, I need confirmation on this. I tried to make sure this guy was verified, legit, and this was real. There is a beat reporter who said Kevin Stefanski confirmed after the game that the second half was Shedeur's first snaps with the starting offense since he was drafted by them. His first time with the starting offense. That will be the new storyline. How Kevin Stefanski screwed Shedeur.
Yeah, well, we talked about, like, in the preseason, like, are they setting him up to fail, right? Are they because they're not giving him any reps, and then they were going to throw him out there in these preseason games, right? Is that setting him up to fail? And then add this into the mix, like, if he was going to be the number 2 quarterback for this game on the depth chart, right? If he was going to be the number 2, then during the week he's got to get some snaps, at least 2 per practice session or whatever.
2.
Yeah, give him something.
Bob, does that stand out to you as weird?
Yeah, I mean, if he's the number 2, you would think he might get a little, but I mean, I would guess, so we don't get to see all the practice. I think Dak probably gets 100% of the snaps. I mean, Peyton Manning used to. That was the old Tom Moore line about we're effed if he goes down. He got 100% of the snaps. And so Dylan Gabriel's not Peyton Manning, so I wouldn't think that's nearly as much of a commitment, but it is. This is going to be the end for Stefanski, I feel like. And then Stefanski will go rehab somewhere. He'll be an offensive coordinator somewhere, probably have a good run, I'm sure, because he'll come in, infuse new ideas. He's always been a good running game designer, but, man, I feel so bad now for Myles Garrett. And then you see why he wants that.
No, hell no. I said the same thing with Devontae going into the Raiders. People got on me for, the childhood team, he besties with Derek Carr. They get cried together watching Hallmark movies. You deserve it. You went to a loser. Myles Garrett signed up for this. And then I heard, I think it was LeVar Arrington, which I don't know why I listen to any LeVar Arrington at all. But LeVar's like, he'll get over it. He'll get over it. He got paid all that money. They paid him. He would have gotten paid anywhere. He would have gotten paid anywhere. And you talk about the Rangers pitching or the Cowboys offense wasting a season with the other side of the ball. Look what they did to Lamar. Lamar had 2 picks, no touchdowns throwing, 193 in the air. They shut down his legs as well, 10 yards. And this Cleveland Browns defense is they're number 1 on the depression board in terms of the other side not getting it done. But no, I don't feel sorry, especially when Myles Garrett is breaking all those speeding laws.
He's breaking a lot of speeding laws, and you just can't speed anywhere else. You know, Ohio is like the best place to speed. Apparently. So,
Georgia maybe.
Yeah, and I tell you this: if I was Myles, maybe he signed up because he knew he was going to get paid either way. But maybe the Browns had like more money that they had a ton of money. They were going to reset the market, and then he can ask for a trade in the offseason.
To be clear, I'm not saying I feel bad for him. Like, he really needs to get somewhere else. I just mean like the performances he's putting on the field. I feel bad that they're not ultimately resulting in any sort of part. He has 10 sacks in the last 3 weeks. That's ridiculous.
Is that good?
I think he said he passed Lawrence Taylor for most consecutive seasons with 12-plus sacks in NFL history. Wow. And there's Baltimore, though, now at 5-5. How are your Dallas Cowboys going to look different after the bye week with the possible changes and all the new additions tonight? Bobby will take us inside the Star, as Roberto has the report from Vegas next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue. The holiday pre-orders are now open. Let Hurtado, the official barbecue of the morning show and the Texas Rangers, help make your holiday meal special. Pre-order their signature favorites like turkey breast that feeds 4 to 5, the spiral ham, the whole brisket, the beef rib rack. Add the family sides that feed 10 to 12. So you got plenty of leftovers as well for that late night or next morning sandwich to round out your table with ease. Thanksgiving pickup is going down Wednesday at any of the locations, whether it's Arlington, Mansfield, Dallas, or Fort Worth. Quantities are limited, so reserve your today. How do you do it? HurtadoBBQ.com. That is HurtadoBBQ.com. And, of course, don't forget about the desserts. Tell them Sean for the Fans sent you to Hurtado.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a 2-hour Monday show, Monday Night Football, with the pregame kicking off at 4 o'clock with Chief and Brian. Will go on 2 to 4 here on The Fan.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Are you looking for dockable lakefront properties less than 90 minutes from Dallas? This Saturday, November 22nd, dockable lakefront properties start at just $79.9, featuring mature hardwood trees with great build sites on your lakefront property. Ask about our barndominium package starting at just $129.9. That's a barndo with land for just $129.9. This is an unbeatable value with limited appointments available. Premium dockable lakefront properties starting at an incredible $79.9, plus an exclusive barndo package for only $129.9. These prime properties feature a pristine lake, fishing pier, paved roads, and power. Call 469-489-3916. Reserve your private showing for these exclusive exclusive lakefronts available one day only. This Saturday, November 22nd. Call now for your appointment. 469-489-3916. Call 469-489-3916. 469-489-3916.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Guys, energy slipping away, losing your edge? It could be low testosterone. Take action. Synergenics and Low T Center offer a quick, free T-test. Get pharmaceutical-grade testosterone personalized for you. Most insurance covers it. The best is waiting at trtmvp.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here with my good friends over at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. And boy, they've been busy this year. Adding new brands, making it easier to build your dream home gym. Joining me now is Craig Lewin, Executive Vice President of Johnson Fitness. Craig, what's new?
Well, the big news is Peloton. Customers can come in and test the brand new Cross-Training Bike Plus, the Tread, and the Tread Plus, all with the guidance of our certified fitness experts.
That's a huge addition, and y'all have expanded beyond Peloton too, right?
Yes, we've added the Tonal 2 for strength training, which is unbelievable, plus new massage chairs from Osaki and Panasonic. Johnson Fitness and Wellness now has the largest selection of massage chairs in the state.
15 stores in Texas, 7 right here in DFW. It's easy to find one nearby.
Absolutely, and our expert staff helps you find the right equipment for your goals, your space, and your budget.
See for yourself. Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Find a store near you. Online, johnsonfitness.com. 7 right here in DFW. That's johnsonfitness.com.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys, Raiders, pregame. Bobby Belt is in Vegas. We have the presentation like no other right here on your home of America's team. This is Sean and RJ. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. We have a brand new ticket giveaway, 720 Expressway with Jack Johnson tickets, and I'm very excited for tonight.
Yeah?
Yeah. We're getting, in my mind. Now, my expectation, my excitement is through the roof. My expectations are not through the roof.
Okay.
We're getting a brand new defense in my mind. You're resetting that side of the ball with Overshown and I think Vaughn was the nickname. I like that from Schottenheimer. He doesn't want to say Siobhan or Savone, Revel or Ravel, but whatever amount of snaps he plays. Of course, the big man with Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson at linebacker. I'm very, very excited for a new look Dallas Cowboys D against the Raiders.
Should be.
I played the Cowboys D in fantasy this week. That's how crazy I am.
Wow.
That's how excited I am.
Well,
that's how hyped I am.
Well, if you think the defense is going to be good,
well, I didn't say that.
Then you might want to take.
I said I was excited, but the expectations are not through the roof.
You might want to take the under then, because it's over 50.
I ain't taking the under with this offense against that defense.
Well, I mean, like that means that you think that this team on the road is putting up 40. If that defense is that good, because the Raiders are trash.
Right.
They're trash, man. They're trash.
Yeah.
So, take the under. 50.5.
Bobby, am I pop the balloon a little bit?
I mean, we'll see if it works, but it's going to be a completely different defense in terms of personnel. They've not had Malik Hooker most of the year. Malik Hooker's on his way back. Donovan Wilson, he's questionable for tonight, so we'll see. But he's on his way back. Donovan Wilson is back. They've been playing without starting safeties for several weeks now. So you're going to get your safeties back. You're getting Logan Wilson and DeMarvion Overshown back. You're getting Quinnen Williams. You're talking about essentially over the bye, they added like 5 starters, all of it directly up the middle of the defense and on all 3 levels. That's something where it's going to at least be different.
Who do you think's going to actually start? And maybe more importantly, give me the rep total from high to low. Like Quinnen's going to lead the way tonight defensively with the new pieces.
So all across the defense or just on the defensive line?
All across.
So I think your primary defense is going to look like it'll be Ezeraku and Clowney on the edges primarily. Then on the interior, it's going to be Quinnen Williams and probably Osa a little more than Kenny Clark, I would guess. Then you're going to have Overshown and Logan Wilson as the primary linebackers. You're going to see some Shamar James worked in there if there's any rust that needs to be knocked off. I would imagine Shamar James and Kenneth Murray, like those guys are going to rotate in as needed, I would guess. And then in the secondary, if you're getting Malik Hooker back, then that's going to be Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson full time. And so I think that's when you're going to start finding some stability. The corner thing is, that's God knows what they're going to end up doing because they're starting to get Ravel back. We'll see how available he is, but they've also just gotten Carson back recently, and so it's not totally clear yet how they're going to work in the corner situation.
Can you play Overshown and Logan Wilson together that much out the gate?
You have to. You have to. Because instincts-wise, if you're just talking about football instincts, like seeing it, knowing I've seen this before, I give a damn if I know this or that or whatever, because the biggest problem is Kenneth Murray's instincts are really, really bad. He does not anticipate. He doesn't see things quickly enough. He's a top-tier locker room culture guy, all that. That's great, wonderful. He doesn't see things effectively enough, and it kills them. So I think that, you have to, even for Overshown, Overshown's going to be big getting everybody lined up like we've talked about. Overshown sees things so quickly that because he sees and processes quickly, that may knock off some of the rust. And then Logan Wilson, I think just instinctually, he's going to be, to me, I think he is right now their most instinctive player on defense. Logan Wilson is.
Look, I think you're fair to have higher expectations tonight.
Excitement. You keep messing up my wording.
Okay.
You're making me sound like I think they're going to give up 10.
Well, they probably are. The Raiders are not very good. And we're going to
Cowboys suck defensively.
That's true. Do I worry that we're going to have a Jets-like, kind of overhyping after tonight? Yeah, I kind of do. I think the defense is going to play pretty well because I think it's got a lot to do with the Raiders. That doesn't mean that you can't get excited about it because
the Raiders have scored fewer than 10 points more than they've scored over 20.
So if this game is 33-10, it's not going to surprise me.
Right.
Not going to surprise me.
Official picks at 8 o'clock. The 5 things RJ wants to see as well. Bobby will break down the film on the Raiders at 7:20. But let's talk about possible changes coming out of the break.
Which side of the ball would you like to talk about? Because I think there's going to be changes on both.
Well,
Oh, well then let's just stick with the defense. But first, let's hear Jerry Jones with KNC on Friday, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness and Window Nation on getting the injured guys back.
Well, I'm excited about when I really look at the impact of as 6 really players that can interject themselves into the 25, 26, 27 players that are active in a game because they're going in, they're at meaningful places in our defense, especially. They're at meaningful places in where we really have had some issues. So, there's no question we're going to be improved.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be a better football team coming out of the bye just naturally because of personnel changes. I do think that they clearly worked on some things and investigated some things during the bye week. Brian Schottenheimer talked about that the entire time. The last 2 weeks, essentially leading up to the bye, was like, hey, we're going to start making some tweaks, but it'll really be during the bye week that you see us make a lot of changes. Obviously, it's super complicated by the fact that they had to deal with the Marshawn Nealon stuff as well, like in the middle of that. So I still think they got their work done that they needed to, but I mean, obviously with heavy hearts and different things like that. So how does it change, potentially the amount of time on task that they got? But on the defensive side of the ball, so first off, you are working in, like we just said, you're working in an entirely new middle of the defense. It's completely new. It's Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson, DeMarvion Overshown, and then considering how long you've been without safeties, Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson, you've completely changed all 3 levels of the middle of the defense. And that right there, I think, is a big shift right there where to some extent, I think you're going to have to just start throwing a lot out of the window in terms of tendencies that they had in the first half of the season because it's different personnel completely. They're going to start adjusting a little bit and changing some things around. First off, I do think they're going to start disguising a little bit more than they have been. Their coverages are going to be a little bit more disguised. One of the things we've already heard a lot about that they're talking about is, you said, well, who's going to start, Osa or Kenny Clark? They're going to be increasing amounts of snaps where Kenny Clark, Osa Odigizua, and Quinnen Williams are all on the field at the same time. They're going to do 5 defensive linemen pretty frequently. And so I don't think it's going to be majority of the time, but you will see some Clowney, Ezeraku, Quinnen, Osa, Kenny Clark combinations out there with 2 linebackers and then the secondary.
You can't have $20 million sitting on the bench either.
You mean you can't have 60 million for your defensive tackles right now?
Well, Jason Kidd went off on reporters saying we have $100 million on our bench.
That's right. Yes, they do.
Yeah, in Packers clothes. And so when you watch this defense, I think you're going to notice they're going to blitz more. That is going to start happening. I don't know that you're going to see more man coverage, but I think you are going to see different ways to try and blitz and generate pressure. The Cowboys, I think, know they're compromised in the secondary in terms of their personnel. I don't think it's just a matter of like, oh, okay, well, eventually it's going to start working out for us. I think they know they're limited. So because of that, I think they recognize, all right, let's stop the run. And in addition to stopping the run, let's make sure that we are really trying to get after the passer because that's going to compensate and help us out a little bit. So I think those are going to be the primary changes on defense. On the offensive side of the ball, we referenced this a very little bit. There was no audio of it. I had asked Nick Harris when he came and hung out with us in Plano for the Firehouse Tour on Friday where it was said, because Calvin had reported it. Apparently Schottenheimer said it walking off the podium, but flat-out open competition at right tackle right now. That Nathan Thomas and Terrence Steele are that job's up for grabs. Now, does that play out in terms of up for grabs in the practice week only, and they make a decision going into game day and commit to somebody, or do they start rotating series? Do you see them make a change if somebody's struggling? Terrence Steele struggled in the last game against Arizona, and then Nathan Thomas came in and he was worse. And so I think that Schottenheimer, I think, generally likes to stay committed to an offensive line group. I don't think he likes making changes in the middle of a game. So I would imagine whatever decision they make will have been made from practices this week. But Nathan Thomas could be somebody that we start seeing more of at right tackle.
Didn't Nick say to you guys Friday, or I saw a recap of it somewhere, maybe on G-Bag, that Nate Thomas should not be playing over Steele?
Right, yeah, and I agree. Nate Thomas was significantly worse than Steele last week. And then there was the Jets game where you remember we all thought like, he kind of held his own, but then we heard about him apologizing to Dak after, and when we did post-out clarity, it was like, yeah, this was not very good for Nathan Thomas at right or at left tackle. So Both times he's had some leaks. The other aspect here that I think this is a very small tweak on offense. I think one of the things that they probably evaluated over these 2 weeks was they're trying to figure out how do we jumpstart CeeDee Lamb. Because CeeDee, if you look at production, it doesn't look bad numbers-wise since he returned. But we haven't felt the CeeDee impact other than the big touchdown that he had, the big catch and run. And I think they recognize we got to get him going a little bit more. And if we can do that, that's going to make things that much more volatile for the offense attacking teams. And so I would bet early on tonight we see them trying to get CeeDee going.
Bobby Bell, Cowboys insider in Vegas with the preview. He breaks down the Raider film at 7:20, RJ's 5 things, and the official picks of the game at 8 o'clock this morning on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean and RJ. The Texas A&M comeback back to reality for all you Longhorn fans. The college football Texas Kegger is next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Steve at Gilchrist Own Store. Gilchrist Automotive. They're going to hook you up with that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more. If you're looking for an incredible truck, maybe you want the 2025 Ford F-150 with great savings. Go see Adam Vinci. He's a Tolo. He's the GM. Tell him I sent you over there, and you get 0% APR for 60 months and no payments for 90 days on that 2025 Ford F-150. Maybe you're looking for a lease, right? If that's your thing, he's got it. The Ford Mach-E, 48-month lease, $480 a month. The Broncos Sport, $399 a month on a 48-month lease. How about these leases here? An F-150 and Explorer, you can get 48 months for $499 a month on both of those. The Ranger 48-month lease for $399 a month. Great offers right now. PlatinumFord.com. Customize that ride, then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Denver's Bo Nix outdueled Patrick Mahomes to virtually sew up the AFC West. Other division leaders who were among Sunday's winners: Chicago, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Philadelphia. Josh Allen donned his cape once again to throw for 3 touchdowns and run for 3 more. What a performance. While Bryce Young had his best day as a pro. And Jacksonville hammered the Chargers, taking a little pressure off of Trevor Lawrence. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Digging, loading, transporting, or cleaning, Case G Series wheel loaders are built to run hard, not hot, day in and day out. With its impressive combination of features including SCR engine technology, superior breakout force, unmatched fuel efficiency, best-in-class visibility, and state-of-the-art cab, the Case G Series is resetting the standard for overall productivity for the lowest total cost of operation. Visit ASCOEQ.com or stop by your local ASCO today.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Zerez. Let's get it going, boys and girls. We got a special flash sale this week. And, of course, it's the holiday season. You're going to have friends and family over for Thanksgiving. You're going to have folks over as we get towards the first of the year. Head on over to Zerez RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109. That's $75 off your air duct cleaning. This week, only 20% off tile and granite. Help prepare for those family celebrations. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZerezDallas.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by TrainInfo.com.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent Train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Stockton out of the shotgun, snap it back to Gunner, fakes the pitch, stands in the pocket, throws. Wide open, Humphreys, caught at the 8, into the end zone. Touchdown, London Humphreys. And he just spiked the crap out of the ball. I hope they don't flag him for that.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Well, that was disappointing. If you were a Texas fan.
Can I just stop this right now?
Sure, go ahead.
And I went off on Bobby Friday when I found out y'all had Craig Way on. Bobby Payton's.
We did not have him on.
Okay.
We were trying to have him on.
Okay, well, good. No offense to Craig. We cannot start off with the I know it's the choppy college football kicker. Let's stop bowing down to this team leading the way with coverage.
Thank you.
They're not. So, what do you thank you? You chose to do it.
Peyton said, hey, let's go with the Texas one first.
No.
Whoa, did I word it like that?
I teased A&M. Texas does not deserve all this talk and attention. They do not deserve to start it off. We got other legitimate in-state schools, 4 other ones we could start with over the Texas Longhorns. I'm tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. They don't deserve it.
I'm going to let you know who you sound like right now, Sean. You sound like the person on the fan text who goes, we're tired of the Cowboys. Stop talking about them. They're not any good. The Rangers won a World Series. We need to talk about that.
We don't have 4 other NFL teams in the state. We don't have 3 or 4 others to cover in the Metroplex.
True, but it is still the Longhorns are the Cowboys. They are the poll. People are still interested in them, even when they're bad.
Get the Aggie cut. Reset the college football. Get the Kegger intro, and start off with the Aggie cut. I'm not doing this anymore. No.
Run to the right side, run into the end zone. Touchdown, Aggies. We are tied.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Well, That was interesting.
There you go.
So that's how it goes. They were a heavy favorite against South Carolina, a team going absolutely nowhere, a team who literally can sing the song, "I'll be home for Christmas," because they're not going to a bowl game. That's South Carolina.
A team with their head coach talking smack to the crowd while going in at halftime.
30-3, talking more smack than a state trooper walking right between a couple of South Carolina players.
No. Former state trooper.
Yes,
as he has been fired.
He has been relieved of his duties, rightfully so.
Was he relieved of the duties, or he just got sent home for that game?
No, Texas Department of Public Safety fired him.
Yeah, so it was announced he was relieved of his duties like that day, and then I think, like Bobby's saying, they announced in the subsequent hours that after an investigation that he is gone. But when you're down 30-3 at home to a team that is, what were they, 3-6, like a team going absolutely nowhere, whether you're undefeated or not, that is eye-opening to the committee. And had they lost by a similar score, they would have still been in the playoff, obviously, and they still would have been probably a top 6. But I don't know how the committee would have slotted them. But this has been one of the best teams of college football the entire year. 28 unanswered in the second half. My son in attendance.
Whoa, you let him
on the field.
You let him go? How'd you get him on the field?
He got on the field. Go ahead, Bobby.
No, you finish your point, and then I'll reset for Sean.
So it was he was, so one of his best friend's dad is like the one of the main recruiters for the baseball team. So they went down there to see him, and that's how they got on the field. They basically did everything that the recruits did that weekend.
What?
Oh yeah. So they got on the field. They got great seats.
So is he being recruited by A&M?
No. He was just he was just there. He can't be recruited. He's too young.
Because what does that mean?
That's right. I know, right?
Ask Megyn Kelly.
Yeah. No, but his best friend is the son of one of the coaches.
But
so he was
RJ last week, and then I'll toss it to you, Bobby, in Vegas, texted us and said, would you let your son, your 15-year-old, go to College Station with his friends with the road trip? And Bobby is the first one to immediately write back, no.
And Choppy talked about it on Thursday and got lit up by the fan text.
Oh,
they were like, you can't let him go. You can't let him go. They said, A, it's a bad decision. B, it's illegal. You can't have two 16-year-olds drive a 15-year-old to College Station. It's just not legal, apparently.
So when you're 16, what do you mean it's not legal?
There has to be an adult present in the car when you're that age as a driver.
Yeah, a 16-year-old legally can't have more than one other.
Can't have. Yeah.
What age do you get your license here?
16.
Then
I know.
That's it.
I know.
Then that should be it.
I know.
I mean, you would
that's
assume
the law.
so, but
the law.
It is the law. But here's the thing.
What's the point of getting your license at 16?
Choppy ended up kind of reversing course, and he felt the peer pressure. But Choppy was trying to nominate himself for worst take on Friday.
Jana was fine with this. The mom.
Yeah, she was. She was okay with it. But she was feeling a certain way. She was very going back and forth.
RJ Choppy had a compromise. He drove Luca himself and dropped him off at A&M for the 3-hour drive down to College Station on Friday.
You drove to College Station?
Which I thought was an all-time dad move.
Yeah, wow. As soon as the show was over, I picked him up from school a little bit early, and then I drove down, got down there about 6 o'clock, and then came right back.
How did they get back?
Jana, my ex-wife, went down yesterday and picked him up.
Wow.
That's an all-time compromise to me. That's a good, to me, my dad would have just shut it down and said, no, you're just not going.
Great move.
So I thought it was strong.
But, so I texted him at halftime, you ain't getting invited back here, man. You're down 30-3. You're not going to get invited. You're the bad luck. You're the Shinks.
Yeah.
You're the Shinks. But they win. A&M, fantastic comeback. They keep their undefeated season alive. And now it's like, okay, now you got the Texas game. That's really it that you got left. If you're A&M, that's your main roadblock moving forward.
This is the largest comeback in Aggies history. And it was the graphic that popped up on ABC at halftime was that this is the largest deficit in 20 years of a ranked team against an unranked team going into halftime.
Wow. That's look, it was a great comeback for them.
Does it make you feel differently about them? Or you're like, it's 1 week and they still got it done?
I think everyone's entitled to a do-over in modern college football. This was eye-opening, though. This was eye-opening.
If you struggle, if this was a one-possession game the entire time, and they win 31-30, I'm more concerned than I am what they did. They were sleepwalking in the first half. They came out in the second half, and they beat the hell out of them. And A&M didn't just beat the hell out of them. A&M, like, anytime you come back from 33, I give anybody a pass. I don't style point at all. I just, like, I marvel at you shut it down, and you came back when a lot of teams hang their head. So I actually think this is a bigger check in A&M's favor.
Another big win by a local team, Bobby. Oklahoma.
Quick throw across the middle. Intercepted. Eli Bowen's got it 20. On the return 30. Only one man to beat. He's in midfield. It's a race. There goes Bowen. 30. Cuts near side. Still on his feet. 20. At the 10. They're not going to get him. Pick 6. They did it to him again. Pick 6. This time Eli Bowen. Touchdown Sooners.
OU radio with the call. You know, after John Mateer got hurt, they lost to Texas, they lost to Ole Miss.
Cost me a lot of money.
Man, they were looking at about a 10% chance to make the playoffs. They had road games at Alabama. They had a road game at Tennessee. They were dogs in both of them, and they win both. And nobody really saw them going into it winning either game. You go look at the predictions for the quote experts. I don't think a single one of them that I saw took OU in either game, and they win them both. And, you know, barring a pretty serious upset, knock on Corian, in their final 2 games, they'll be in the playoff. And now the only question is, do they host a game or not? Shout out to OU, by the way, playing Sweet Home Alabama in the locker room after the game as they go into Tuscaloosa and beat the Tide, roll over Tide.
Yeah, okay, so Alabama, not super impressive in this way. Oklahoma, like, defensively was pretty strong. There wasn't anything about it that I watched, and I was like, oh, wow, like, John Mateer's a miracle worker here. But this is the thing that I need you to weigh in on, Sean, because you were not here when we had this debate. Are the Oklahoma Sooners a local team?
Oh, man.
Say it.
Give me the...
This caused on the fan text a 50-50 type of rabid political split as to whether they were local or not.
Well, the fact that RJ is going number 2 with them on the kegger says that they're local.
Yeah, I look at it from
RJ just decides if a team's local because of how he stacks it. He tried to put Texas first.
I've been in this business longer in local town than anybody else. That's right.
How far is Norman from here?
180 miles.
The same distance as Austin.
Same distance as Austin.
Well, then they should be considered local.
Hey, listen, in 1,000 years...
I knew you two were open borders, guys.
In 1,000 years, the way the Red River moves, we're either going to be in Oklahoma or they're going to be in Texas.
Where's John Cornyn to yell at me right now?
Yeah. There you go. Sean Cornyn over here.
I think Sean Cornyn. I think Texas Tech, Texas A&M, but then you do the math with the distance.
The distance is there.
They just don't have Texas in their name.
I look at it like the alumni. How many alumni are here? And OU alumni is right up there with it's not as many as Texas, but it's right up there with the same amount of alumni as Texas Tech and A&M and all that. So that's how I look at it.
He backed himself into such a corner, though, that because he said that about Oklahoma, he then was coming back and saying, well, Arkansas is also a local team.
Well, they give in-state tuition.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are local.
Yeah, they give in-state tuition to Texas residents.
They need all the students they can get.
That's true.
That's what it is. To me, there's a difference between being a DFW team, that kind of local. If you're just talking about Texas local, though, it's just, what are you in the state? If you're in the state, you're local. If you're not, you're not.
All right, well, you're wrong. That's okay. Alabama, this is going to be interesting.
Jersey, back to you.
This is going to be interesting because they were a lock to make the playoffs on Friday. And now, I think they're still in, but the committee's got a problem. They've got Notre Dame over Miami the whole time. Do they still have Bama over OU? I don't know how they could, even though Bama was up at number 4, and OU was out of the playoff. I don't think OU had a pretty good schedule themselves. They played Texas, they played Ole Miss, they played Tennessee, and they played Michigan. And Bama played Georgia and Vandy and Tennessee, and they both played Mizzou, and they both play Auburn. I think it's a tricky spot for the committee. These games have got to matter. Bama fans want DeBoer out.
Again?
They want him out again.
We're back to it?
They are back to wanting him out. All right.
Because they lost to Oklahoma?
They lost to Oklahoma. Okay. They lost.
Shop, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Real quick question. How is do we know how the MAC roads shift is affecting the CFP?
He was the Baylor guy, right? Back row, about?
Yeah, and so he was the chairman of the CFP. He's in trouble at Baylor. He had to take a leave of absence, and he's leaving the CFP committee now. So the CFP committee's losing its chairman 2 weeks into the playoff rankings.
Right, and now the new one is, I think, the Arkansas AD, Hunter Yurachek.
Local guy.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know how it's going to affect it. I don't know if the chairman does anything other than just speak. I don't know if his vote is worth 2 or not. So there you go. I don't know, but Alabama might be in trouble. We mentioned Texas. They got beat by Georgia. Do we want to have some feel good for the locals, though? The real locals? I mean the real locals, like in Denton.
Big day for Young. 6 catches, 128 yards. First and goal. They will throw it. Young with a 7th catch inside a block, and he dances in. Touchdown, North Texas.
All right, there we go. UNT continuing to roll. They are in the top 25, both the AP and the coaches poll. They took down Alex Mortensen and UAB 53-24. And with the USF loss to Navy, that changes everything for the Group of 5 representative for the playoff. So now it's like, all right, is it going to be Navy? Is it going to be USF? Is it going to be UNT? Is it going to be James Madison, Memphis? I don't know. The committee's got a lot to deal with, but they will be in the rankings tomorrow night, I bet. Somewhere they will be in the rankings.
There are, over at ESPN, the majority of their experts that were projecting the top 12 have North Texas in right now.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Look at that.
All right, give them their minute.
UNT? Oh, Texas.
Yeah, give them their
All right.
minute.
That was disappointing, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not going to kill Arch here either. I'm not going to kill Arch. He was not great. But the amount of drops those receivers had, you wonder how these are all 5-star guys. I think they put their gloves with the sticky stuff on the inside. That's what it was. For them, I'd be very concerned with the defense. You went up against a good Georgia team, but certainly not the best Georgia team that we've seen over the last 5 to 10 years. And they allowed 35. And it's not like Georgia had short fields. These are their distances. They had a 75-yard drive, a 73, a 66, a 53, and the final one was 33. But now they are in a world of pain to make the tournament. They need help. They got a 20% chance to make it. And even if they beat A&M, they still just have a 45% chance of making the playoff.
Bob, what'd you see?
First off, they don't have a bunch of 5-star receivers. That's one of the problems, is that they've got a bunch of slaps out there at receiver. Here's the problem. When Arch threw the ball on target, it was dropped. When he had guys wide open, he was missing them. Like whatever it was never in sync. It was never right. Even when they made it 14-10, I was like, it didn't feel like a game they were going to win. And it hasn't been the same Georgia team. This game felt like a game where Georgia got their swagger back. Like, this felt like, all right, we're getting Georgia ramped up and ready to go for playoff time. Like, that's a team I wouldn't want to see. Kirby Smart, after he did that D-bag onside kick up 21-10, which was pissed me off. I don't know that I've ever seen a special teams coach put on TV more than Texas in this game. They kept cutting over to him, just losing his mind. But Kirby Smart, after the game, this is what he said about the onside kick. He goes, it's heartbreaking when that happens. Defense just gives up a touchdown, and they're sitting over there drinking water, and then they have to go back out there. And then he said Georgia's offense is, quote, like a big, strong anaconda. So Kirby's starting to feel himself clearly and is flexing a little bit on people, and that's concerning for everybody who's got to play Georgia.
Pepe?
I'll say it. Georgia's our daddy.
Wow.
Georgia's our daddy. 0-3 in a full, I think, calendar year, basically. 3 times you played them this year in a year, and you haven't looked great against them.
College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan with Cowboys Raiders tonight. Bobby Belt is in Vegas. Best and worst of the weekend, along with Jack Johnson. Tickets in the commercial-free expressway. Is Vegas as terrible as we all think? Bobby has the film breakdown for the preview after this.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain. Knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be. QC Kinetics has got you covered. You want to head in there just like I did back in 2021. I had a right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain, and it was debilitating, man. It was really, really bad. I couldn't grip a water bottle. I couldn't go to the gym. I couldn't play golf. I couldn't throw the baseball with the kids. I couldn't do anything. Even getting dressed would hurt with the shoulder pain that I had. I went to QC Kinetics, and this is after I had gone through 2 years of steroid injections and a couple of years of surgery chatter, and I went to QC Kinetics, and within 2 sessions, I was 100%. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options, allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. Get it with QC Kinetics. It's simple. It's a free consultation, right? You don't have to worry about the paying for a consultation. It's free. Check them out, right? Give it a shot. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC. Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
There are two ways to get home equity loans. You can get a first lien home equity loan or a second lien home equity loan. The second lien home equity loan happens when you want to keep your first rate the same. That's your current COVID rate that you have, but you want to get cash out of your house. TexasHoney.com can help you with home equity loans on second liens on your primary residence, your second homes, or investment properties. Call us today, TexasHoney.com, because we got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them. And you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This holiday season, don't let your house feel like Cousin Eddie's RV.
Drafty windows? You serious, Clark?
If your windows are cracked, foggy, or draftier than Cousin Eddie's wardrobe, it's time to call Best Buy Windows and Siding. We'll come out the next day and give you a free quote to keep your house cozy for the holidays. 10 windows for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsandSiding.com today and make sure your home is warm, welcoming, and Cousin Eddie-proof this holiday season.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Giafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We're going to do our own show next week. It's just going to be me and Bob.
You know, human beings learn best and most from other human beings.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
That's right. Let's take a look at the Las Vegas Raiders, which is still weird for me to say. I still want to call them Oakland every time I see them. But we can take a look at the Raiders here. This is a team that, look, I said it earlier this week, and especially after watching the tape on them, or I said it earlier last week, they can't lose this game. They can't, not just from a standpoint of...
They're definitely worse than the Giants and the Panthers.
Well, they're definitely worse than the Panthers. It's similar to the Jets, who that's the most complete game you've played this year, and the game where you handled them the most. But there's some things that they do that are, a little bit challenging, particularly defensively. Offensively, there's not a whole lot that I'm totally worried about. We'll start on the defensive side of the ball. So they are not a bad defensive team. They've had their issues in coverage a little bit, but I mean, when you look at them against the run, they do a pretty good job of it. So the first two levels of the defense, they play pretty assignment sound, and they fill run gaps pretty well. Jamal Adams has found a nice niche as a smaller box defender, like everyone clamored for the last few years. He's still awful in coverage. When he ends up in coverage, he's really bad. But playing up in the box, playing smaller linebacker type of role, which is what he's been. He's essentially been a will linebacker for them. He's been good against the run, and he's played well within the defense, and he's not being asked to cover receivers consistently anymore. So I actually think that Jamal Adams has done a nice job here. There's a couple of weaknesses with the front seven of the Raiders. Devin White has not played well at all this year. He's struggled a pretty significant amount. So Devin White's somebody who, if you can get him in coverage or against the run or whatever else, that's something that is to the Cowboys' liking. That'll be something that they can benefit from. And then for the most part, I like what they've got on the defensive line, and the way that they're able to sustain against, run blocking and different things like that. But Jonah how do I say this? Laulu, I think is his name. Sure. He's the defensive tackle. He's been good for them as a pass rusher. He's been able to generate a little bit of pressure for them, one of the few guys who has. But against the run, he gets moved pretty consistently and takes some bad run fits. So you can take advantage of those two right there in the run game. But overall, this is a vulnerable team against the pass.
Who is Crosby going to be lining up against the most?
He'll switch. He goes back and forth. But I would imagine he'll be across from right tackle most frequently, which this has not been. I mean, Max is still by far their best player. Like you can see, or at least on defense. Offensively, they've got a really nice tackle that we'll talk about here in a sec. But on the defensive side of the ball, Max Crosby's the difference maker. And he's the one guy who can consistently generate pressure for them. And that's been the problem for the Raiders this year. They don't get enough pressure. They're bad in the secondary. Every moment where they're about to, they're bending, they break. So, a lot of defenses, Dallas is one of them, wants to run with an idea or a philosophy of bend but don't break. When the Raiders try that, they ultimately snap. They've got a lot of problems on third down defense. They give up a pretty high rate of third down conversions. They've been decent in the red zone. They tighten up a little bit when the field gets shorter. But this is a team that, because they don't generate enough pressure and because they have really undisciplined corners and guys who are not the top tier in terms of coverage ability. Eric Stokes has been okay for them at corner, but other than that, I think this is a game where you can block this up, and when you block it up, you're going to be able to have success against them and be able to throw the ball. So it's not an impenetrable defense. The run's been decent. The run defense has been decent over there, but it's not one that you can't run against. They are still the team that they are. They're as bad as they are for a reason, but the run game is definitely not as vulnerable as they are against the pass. You can really take advantage of some of the things I think they do on defense in pass coverage. That's something where Dallas, I think, should have some success. And like I said earlier, this is going to be a game where I think they want to get CeeDee Lamb going pretty early, and that they want to try and work him the ball and get him established and try to get him, back into his rhythm. Because we talked about it, it's felt like he's been a little off since he got back, or that not even necessarily that he's been off, his just impact has not been the same. They're not in the same rhythm that they would normally be, and that's been a problem for them.
Well,
but
this is also going to happen when you have someone playing like George Pickens, right? And now we all investigate, is something off? Is he fully healthy? Or is the ball just going somewhere else because you have a stud on the other side?
So that's a big part of it. But, I mean, he's been getting his targets. Lamb's been getting his targets, and it's not worked out for him to this point. He had the big catch, and when we look at his numbers in a vacuum, they don't look awful since he returned, but it's just he's not quite he hasn't quite been up to the standard that we would all expect of him. And, yeah, part of that is George Pickens, like we talked about. This is also a Raiders team that'll play a decent amount, not a ton, but they'll play a decent amount of cover 4, which is something that the Cardinals had success with against you 2 weeks ago. And so generally cover 4, again, it's basically just 4 deep zones, and you're trying to make sure that nothing gets behind you. And so they will try to play a little bit of prevent at times in the pass game because I think they know that they're susceptible there. But overall, an average defense, I think, for the most part. This is not the worst defense the Cowboys have played this year by far. But they do have some vulnerabilities, I think, within what they do against the pass. Okay, on the offensive side of the ball, this is a team that they can't stretch the field at all. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean anything. Ask Bo Nix, who couldn't throw it down the field all season, and then did. Ask Russell Wilson, who was retired 1 week after playing the Dallas Cowboys and putting up ridiculous numbers and walking into Fox production meetings the week after and going, y'all like that throwback a little bit? And it's like, no, that's literally thrown against air.
The Geno Smith drop-off, it's hard not to say, and I didn't realize he was 35. But it's hard not to say Geno is done and finished. The QBR has fallen off the cliff. He's been awful. In the past 4 years, the QBR was a 52, a 63, a 60, and a 50. This year, it is a 38. He's been horrific. What happened?
So he's turned the ball over a lot. That's been part of it. He has been under duress. He's been under pressure. That's been a problem for him. I will say, I don't think he's been as bad as it's looked. He's not been good. I don't want to mistake anything. I don't think this is just some impossible fall off, though, to where it's like he can't turn back the clock or he can't have success, or that in some of these instances he's not responsible for some of the turnovers. So I do think that there's still it looks more competent than I expected. I expected, looking at some of the raw statistics and looking at his QBR, it was not going to look good at all. He for the most part still has times where he looks like Geno Smith, which is a solid quarterback when he's playing his game. But yeah, he's clearly not played at the level that he did in Seattle. And a lot of it's come, I think, with some frazzled decision making. But he still is technically, mechanically, one of the cleanest quarterbacks you'll ever see.
So much was made of Chip Kelly and his offense when he took over in Philadelphia. And that's just something that has never escaped my mind with Chip.
Yeah.
Maybe he is just a college guy. So what are they doing?
Won the Natty last year with him.
Offensively and scheme-wise with him.
So in terms of with Geno, what are they asking him to do? It's a lot of quick throw stuff to tight ends, receivers.
But you're not looking at their offense and be like, oh, that's Chip Kelly gimmicky. That's gone.
Nope. Yeah, I don't look at that at all and say that. No, what I see watching them on tape is I see a very safe, or trying to be safe. They're still turning over the ball, but a very safe passing offense for the most part. Their strength is their tight ends. They've got Brock Bowers there. They've got Michael Mayer. It's 2 highly drafted guys at tight end.
Bowers is stupid.
Yeah, he is.
He's so good. And Bowers is the guy who can, same thing as they were worrying about with Trey McBride, and Babe talked about this on Friday, just like we were worrying about Trey McBride with the Cardinals, you have to worry about Bowers. Bowers is somebody who can absolutely hurt the middle of your defense, which, like we've talked about today, you've changed all 3 levels of. And so hopefully you're going to be able to have better success there than you would have maybe 3-4 weeks ago. But Brock Bowers is fantastic. Michael Mayer has been solid for them as the second tight end. They'll come out, they'll run some 2 tight end packages. They've added Tyler Lockett, obviously, who he's definitely lost a step, but he's still somebody who is, an old school savvy route runner and can get open and convert some third downs for you. He had I think he had 2 third down conversions against Denver in some big moments, and so they obviously didn't win that game though. The best player on offense for them is their left tackle Colton Miller, which Colton Miller is the guy that we all invoked when talking about Tyler Smith when he got drafted. So Tyler Smith, it's like the footwork's bad. He grabs too much. What the hell are they thinking? Why in the world would they think that he could put this together? And the guy that you would lean on and go, all right, if you need an example of who's been like that and clicked at the NFL level, it's Colton Miller. Colton Miller was universally by draft analysts talked about as that's a 3rd or 4th round pick when he was coming out. And the Raiders took him in the 1st round. He dealt a lot with issues with footwork and just bad hand placement, and his hands and feet never seemed to work together. And he's now become just a stupidly good offensive lineman, and I think as a pass blocker, he's one of the best that there is. But the problem is they've got a ton of vulnerability on the interior. Between the tackles, they are super susceptible to pressure. I think that's one of the things that's caused problems for Geno is just getting in his face, rushing his decisions, pressuring him quickly. They give up one of the quick quarterback pressure rates in the NFL, and they've not been able to block efficiently in the run game either. Like when it comes down to some of that power running game stuff, you get down in the trenches and you want to play physical football. The Raiders haven't been able to do that because the interior of the offensive line hasn't been very good. So Genty's trying. There's stuff about Ashton Genty that I think when you watch him right now, he looks like he could be playing better. He's kind of a victim of circumstance.
So standing upright with the Chip Kelly stance debate.
He's done it a couple times. He's done it a couple times. He's like, it's still a rotation. He's in his normal stance occasionally, but he'll do the stand up too. But a lot of times it's just a traditional look. But he had a touchdown against Denver where it was the typical Ashton Genty look, where it's guys breaking through the offensive line and hitting him almost immediately after he gets the ball, and it was like a 2-yard touchdown run. But Genty fights through 3 different tackles and rolls forward. He is such a physical bowling ball, and it is really tough to bring down. It's just the Raiders have been really bad about giving him anything to, giving him space and real estate to run with. But still a very physical runner, somebody who can punish you. Has not been very efficient to this point. I think he's had one real breakout game. He had 130 rushing yards against, I don't remember what it was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. But I watched some of that game, and he's looked in some of these instances like the Ashton Genty you see at Boise, but it's kind of like that Bijan Robinson development. Like when you saw him early on in Atlanta, it's like, okay, where is this guy?
Saw it yesterday.
But you see flashes of it, and you'll see flashes pop up and go, okay, there's Genty. It's just not been there consistently yet, and it probably won't be until they fix some of the interior of the offensive line.
Frankel and Frankel, injury attorneys fan text. They are not confident about tonight. Bobby, you're describing teams we struggle against, decent against the run with bad offense, and then have career games. Remember, the Cowboys make quarterbacks like Geno look like an all-pro. Let's see, he will probably cook tonight. Anytime you use the word awful against opposing teams' players, that means they're going to put up historic numbers. So,
I mean, none of that is wrong.
No, none of that's wrong.
When you talk about Geno turning it over, in the Cowboy world of reaction, you got to say, well, the Cowboys don't turn anyone over.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that as much if you're Geno Smith.
I texted my handicapper buddy. I was like, hey, are you heavy on cows tonight? And he says, no, I got the Raiders plus 3.5. And I said, oh no. So I went and did a quick search on the trends and the public money. 60% of the money is on Vegas tonight.
Wow.
60%. They're pro. The sharp money advantage, they have a 28% sharp money advantage. So 28% more pros are betting on Vegas than on the Cowboys.
Then the pros are really stupid today.
Oh, yeah. Look,
because the pros, the sharp money came in on Philly aggressively against Kansas City in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and it was one where it was like, all right, it doesn't really matter. I think last year it was coming in on Kansas City late over Philly, and this is one of these games where, and we'll do picks at 8. I know, 8 o'clock. I'm not concerned about this football game.
See, this is
the Jets. This is the Jets game.
Yeah, and look, and I was ready to. The reason I asked him that is because I was about ready to. I was ready to put it all.
Oh,
the whole degenerate bankroll on tonight. Because
do it.
I'm not going. I'm not. See, this is scary. I can't. I'm not going to go against the Vegas, the sharp guys.
No, you are on this one. You need to take my advice. I will. If there's one game you need to take my advice on, Cowboys are covering.
All right.
Let me go to my underdog. Let's see what I got up in here.
I went on BetMGM and their projections. Vegas 57% chance to win. I am scared now. Dadgummit.
Do you remember when we walked into Philly? When the Cowboys were in Philly and Schottenheimer came out and the offense looked ridiculous and just attacked Philly and moved down the field without a problem. You give Brian Schottenheimer 2 weeks to prepare against Pete Carroll and what the Raiders do defensively, I don't think the offense is going to have a problem tonight.
Bobby's film room breakdown of the Raiders in the commercial-free expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan. The pregame show taking over for the G-Bag Nation at 4 o'clock today. Is that everything, Bob?
Yep, that's it.
That's Bob in Vegas. We just traded places, and that brings us to best and worst of the weekend after we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
I'll tell you one thing, it's always better when we're together.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Sunday, August 30th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I like that song. I think there are a bunch of Jack Johnson songs.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
I like this vibe.
It's pretty good.
It's cool. It's chill.
It's very chill.
He's modern Jimmy Buffett.
Oh.
He's just chilling. He's relaxed.
Okay. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Let's get into everything that you got into. Well, not everything. Keep it R-rated at most. 877-881-1053 is the Franco Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. Back from Vegas. Flew out Thursday morning and came back yesterday. I told the wife when I surprised her with the JSX flight, no, it's not private. It's kind of poor man's private. You're still on the plane with other people. I told her, you're walking over, but you're limping back because we're flying back Southwest.
Oh, man, it kind of deflates the whole thing.
No, it doesn't deflate it on the way.
No, not on the way.
It deflates it kind of on the way back. Even though Southwest, it was not a miserable experience.
Sure.
It was kind of fine yesterday.
Yeah.
It was on time. As long as you're on time, I'm good to go. And I'm questioning my red zone plan. I'm questioning my favorite thing on television because I was worried about streaming all the games. How am I going to be prepared for work?
Oh, yeah. So what did you fly back like in the middle of the games? Like, how did you watch them?
I watched it with the free Southwest app on the NFL Network.
Oh, okay.
NFL Network has, Bobby would know this, being a former employee there before they chopped him. And it's not commercial free.
Right, but it's similar.
It's similar. It's longer commercial breaks, but when you come back, they're recapping all the big plays.
Yeah, they are.
And I'm like, and y'all text this in, how much different is this than Red Zone? And should I just be watching the NFL Network this way versus paying for the Red Zone? I'm still probably never going to leave the Red Zone, but I was more than happy with the South because I'm not going to be able to stream on this Southwest flight. Going out on JSX, Starlink, thanks Elon, that internet was phenomenal.
Is it good? I've heard it's good.
It was good, but you never know how it's going to be on these other airlines. So my Red Zone app was not going to work on the flight, but the free Southwest, I didn't even have to pay for internet. And I was able to watch it on the NFL Network. Bobby, are you familiar with this? And how different is it?
I've never popped in on NFL Network during games just because it's always been Red Zone or whatever game is on. In fact, I feel like back in the day they used to, during games, they would roll, it'd either be a news desk or they would roll like old school games. Like, here's the AFC Championship game from 3 years ago. So like, I just never even popped in on it. But I mean, that seems to make sense. Like, it would make sense to me why they would operate that way.
I was pleasantly surprised. But I think it was a dream trip for the wife.
Good.
All the brownie points. Husband of the year for BravoCon. This is Bravo TV network. Bunch of girly shows. A bunch of your housewives drama, and they got every single person on the network at this convention. Why are you smiling?
Because Sarah was following Amanda and your stories.
Yeah.
And she goes, I don't know any of these people. And I'm like, I do.
I do. Yeah. And the one guy that I connected with on social media was that guy from the Housewives show, Joe, who's like the hardcore partier.
Yes.
I think his name is Joe.
From
the little short one who's fighting with Teresa.
Yeah, so that was Joe
Giudice.
Giudice, yeah.
Yep. So I connected.
Giudice. They changed it. It's Giudice.
They did. Well, either way, it was at the convention center. Never done so much walking in my life. I may as well have been in New York City, but went all out for it, except for the flight back. I think it was above her expectations.
That's cool.
It cost a ton. I said it was going to be birthday and Christmas for both of us.
It cost to get into BravoCon?
I paid for like the VIP upgrade.
Oh, okay.
VIP upgrade, and you get like a back room, and you have your sightings and everything. And she was starstruck like I was at our first Super Bowl. I was so excited for her. Like, I really just wanted to watch all these women's reactions. It's a bunch of dudes. My biggest freak out was night one with Pedro Martinez.
Oh,
I'm walking out of dinner, and bam, there's Pedro, and I'm like, Pedro, and that made my weekend, getting Pedro Martinez. But just watching these women freak out and rushing people and following them around, it was, I would say, it was 9 out of 10. She's doing backflips.
I was interested to see, like, as Sarah was following this, how many she would know, like if she would. She had no idea.
Yeah.
I don't think it would resonate with her to go. Like, hers would be like, let's go to a bourbon trail. All right,
yeah.
that'd be fine.
There's no point in going if you don't watch the show.
You don't watch shows. You've got to see all the shows.
Yeah.
And and some of those have been on or off the air for several years.
Yeah. They bring back like the OGs and all that.
Yeah.
So best of the weekend. I felt like my money was worth it.
Good.
And the wife, 10 out of 10 thrilled.
Hell yeah.
My worst was kind of knowingly participating in a ticket scam. And I got scammed.
Craig Cartney?
Who? Oh, Cartney, Craig. I don't know what his illegal bets were, but they rip you off. First off, the worst was actually the drinks. $16 like a seltzer or a beer.
Oh, God.
$24 for a mixed drink. I'm scared. I don't even want to look at my credit card. I don't even want to, but they got you trapped.
I do the same thing. I never look at my.
Yeah. Yeah. But they have all these other side experiences, right? VIP this where you can hang out with people behind the scenes. And I was looking for a ticket for one of these other experiences. So I'm like, they're going to have to be scalpers for this event out here? And there's like 2 scalpers, but I was trying to participate and get it online, booked. And there was a sketchy Facebook site. I called the number. It wasn't the number. The guys hit me up on WhatsApp, but I decided to send. I was like, I'm not going to send you all the money for this experience. I'll give you a quarter of it. And then you send me the tickets and I'll pay you the rest.
Yeah.
And I'm DMing with this dude probably for like 2.5 hours in the morning. I wanted to surprise Amanda with this VIP experience, and I ended up losing $100. But I kind of knew. I just wanted to see. I was like, hey, I'm in Vegas. Let's gamble.
Let's gamble.
I'll go ahead and I'll gamble on this VIP. So I'm trying to shut down this site as we speak and report and threaten this individual.
Well, you know who to contact for that.
Bobby
will shut it down.
So that was my best and worst of the weekend. She won $1,000 on slots.
Oh, hell yes.
Didn't even understand how I can't
do it.
I can't look at it. It really is like John Nash, Beautiful Mind with me. I don't know how my mother-in-law does it. I can't figure out how you win or lose.
I don't know what you're looking at because it's crisscross now. It's not the 3 bars in a row. It's like you got 10 different squares to hit or whatever, and you've got to figure out the way the squiggly line works.
Yes.
I've never understood. I always thought like there are times where I've done slots where it's like as soon as it lands, I look at it and I go, there's no way that's not something.
Right.
And I won nothing. Like, why are those 3 fruits in a row nothing to you?
Yeah.
And then there are other times where as soon as it lands, I'm like, well, that was nothing. And I remember one time, the most I've ever won on slots was when I looked at it as soon as it landed. I went,
Yeah.
I was like, that's not anything. That doesn't even match.
Right, yeah. I think it's obviously all computerized now, so I don't even think it matters what shows up on the screen.
So that's my best and the worst of the weekend. I did submit my man card. I'm turning it in with this type of thing. Tell me the picture or experience you saw that we posted that you're like, I'm going to make fun of that. Or the one where you're like, this softy, this wuss.
There wasn't a single. I mean, the whole thing. There wasn't a single one. But you know, this is you can't turn your man card in when you're doing something for your lady.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Now I knew a lot of these people.
Of course,
I'm not going to pretend like I didn't, but I didn't care to get any pictures with them. My job was to hold her place in line. That's it. I would stand in one line. She would stand in the other, and then whoever got there first. So that was my job, to find the people, track them down, so she could get all the photos.
Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about it. You're doing something for your. People are saying your hand shrunk 2 sizes being out there, you're fine.
What'd you think, Bob? Come on, I know you had something.
That was the one. That was the one I looked at, and I was like, what's he doing?
Yeah. Oh, they're just holding up a sign, but the girliest photos, like, hopping in like a bed that they had on set. I'm not doing that stuff.
Yeah, I was waiting to see that picture pop up. Like when I saw Amanda, I was like, please make Sean be the next photo on this slide.
I'm not getting it. I'm like, you can do. I'll take the picture. My job was to take the pictures and hold the place in line. What about you, Pepe? Did Mackenzie know any of these people?
I think some. I think she was like RJ's wife, Sarah, who's trying to keep up with stuff going on. And whenever Amanda would post something, we're like, what are they posting now? She was happy with all the stories, because some people get annoyed with the 900 stories on for one 24-hour,
like an RJ vacation.
Yeah, but Mackenzie was all about it. I like to keep up with people's trips and stuff like that. No, but I liked it. And look, you were doing it for your wife, husband of the year. No man card violation in my opinion.
Was Frederick there?
No.
The kicks?
No, I wish he was. The real estate show.
Now, you met the McBees. That's what Kristen was freaking out about.
Yeah.
How were they?
KT McBee?
KT. You were next to KT. Were they
put
douchey at all?
They were put out. I mean, look, you're up there. These people that tell their life stories to all of them. I'm like, I feel bad for them. They're up there. They're sweating to death. And I didn't go up and try to talk to them and share any stories. I just walked up to the one dude. I was like, you look miserable. He's like, I am.
Which one? The one you were next to, KT?
Yeah, the K-Teeth. K-Teeth McBee, the guy who's got K-Teeth type of teeth and mouth setup. And he just looked put out being up there. But my wife, she had the McBees on their top 3 of going out. I think they got the farm in Oklahoma, and they're bringing a country type feel to the network. And I
don't know this family.
It's amazing. The dad's in jail for scamming and all that stuff.
What?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you spoiled it.
You have plenty of time. Actually, season 2 probably gave that. Yeah, you know what? Let's just move on.
That's a spoiler.
Okay. Best and worst of the weekend.
All right, so the best.
If you couldn't tell he was going to jail in season 1, then you're stupid.
The best is went up to Tarleton for this weekend for the did a little football game against North Alabama. I found out we were playing North Alabama when I saw the truck. I didn't know who we were.
Oh, for your whole play-by-play preview?
Yeah, I had no idea who they were playing. I was gonna, just kind of.
How do you not freak out over that?
Oh, because I was just there to crack jokes.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing, but the best is on the way.
But you and Bobby are not supposed to be on the call together?
Next weekend I have Friendsgiving, so conflict. So he's doing next week. But we stopped at this place called Jasper's Cafe.
Are you going to be at Chops Friendsgiving?
Oh, it's not mine.
What are you bringing?
It's not
I'm
mine.
going to be in Stephenville for Tarleton. I'm doing the game next week.
It's not mine. It's not mine.
Yeah, you would never host.
No, I would never. We just have to cook. I got to do that. But we stopped at this place called Jasper's, which is kind of like Glenrose. One of the best burgers I've ever had. The server said, this is like an hour plus south of Fort Worth. The server's like, are you RJ from the Fan? Oh, baby.
Wow.
And I was like, whoa. So shout out to Aaron over at Jasper's. That's fantastic. The worst. So I mentioned the drive that I took Luca down to College Station on Friday. And, I didn't want to put miles in the truck, so I took my mom's car. My mom's out of town. I took her car. I said, hey, I'm taking your car. Now, my mom is 70-something, so she has hit the era of life where whatever car she had when she retired is the one that she still has, and that's the same one she will have when she dies. This is a 2012 with like 40,000 miles on it, okay? But it's got no bells and whistles. So there's no charger for the phone. So I bring my own charger, but there's no place to put it because I have a USB-C. And my worst of the week is Apple, okay? You guys...
Oh, Bobby's going to be happy.
Tell.
So I got home and I charged the phone, but I didn't realize that it was on optimized, environmentally safe charging, which means it's going to charge at about 1% per hour. So for the last 2.5 hours of this trip, my phone was dead. And there is nothing more Wild West than driving in today's world. We used to do this. I mean, I drove to Tennessee without a cell phone.
Yeah.
But imagine driving now.
Well, for me, I'd be freaked out over the GPS because I'm so stupid, but you know where you're going.
Well, it was just 35, right? 35 is easy. I know where I'm going. But still, how do you miss traffic? How do you miss traffic without GPS on? So that was wild. I am so mad at Apple for this. I don't care about your damn environment.
Whoa. Wow. Best and worst
in Bluffdale, I think, is the restaurant.
Best and worst of the weekend. Pepe, over to you.
Yeah, so
Peyton's emails for this, by the way, y'all, are like I hope my aunt's not listening. It's like I'm getting emails from my aunt. Like the detail of the smallest things. It makes me chuckle every time.
So I did a lot without actually leaving the house over the weekend. Chilled environment over the house, but did a lot. So this was a strategy I tried last year, and it worked out. The Christmas shopping. Christmas is we're 6 weeks away from Christmas Day, and I was like, okay, let me try and knock out everything, all the shopping, before December here, because it takes me forever to wrap gifts. I suck at that. It's so bad. I'm gonna pay someone this year.
Bring them to me. I'll do it. I love wrapping.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna bring you so many boxes because I got deliveries all week long. But I got about 70% of the shopping done. Most of Mackenzie's, some family stuff, my brother's, stuff like that.
Is Aiden out there?
No, I don't think he is.
Okay,
he's off.
We need the photo that Peyton posted on Instagram. We need the photo. He's the first one. He's the first one to have done it.
Okay, so I reposted. It's Mackenzie's photo. I just, doing the nice thing.
It's your living room.
Yeah. But, we got lights and stuff. She put a couple of my presents already underneath the Christmas tree. We got the stockings over there by the fireplace. So we did a lot of the Christmas activity stuff.
The whole thing is put up. The tree, the stockings, he's Christmased out. Is it too early?
I put the lights, the jellyfish lights are on. I set the schedule yesterday. So they're going to go on, and then they go off January 10th. Is that too late?
And Sean, 2 weeks ago, we had the spooky spiders and everything because Mackenzie's a big Halloween person, like last year. She floods the house with Halloween decorations. So she got all that stuff down. But my best, I'm finally becoming a man. I have a fridge finally in the garage.
Oh, baby.
Finally have the garage fridge. Now, we've had it in there since we moved in, but we had to switch fridges out in the kitchen. We had one already in there from the previous owners, but I had to take that out, take apart the doors and everything. I had help from my dad, Mackenzie's dad, every guy in the neighborhood basically helped me out with that one. So we had this fridge in the garage, but without any doors on it, but we finally got it up and ready to go. So I'm going to throw some beers, some drinks in there. Just nice to have another fridge in case mine breaks down or whatever.
How did you have the fridge already in there? In the garage. The house didn't come with it.
No, so the house did come with one. We took the one from the rental and put it in the kitchen because their fridge, the ice maker didn't work, and I didn't want to go through and stuff. But
I honestly don't know how I would go back to one fridge. Now, I have all the Wild Fork. I have a fridge and another mini freezer in there.
Yeah, the deep freezer.
And I still feel like it's not enough. I feel like I could have 4 freezers, and I would just fill them. It just prevents me. I have to be more disciplined when I'm buying.
Absolutely.
Because I just want to throw everything in.
I got the garage fridge and the deep freezer, and they're sometimes, right now, they're a little low.
Yep.
Right? I've gone through my stash, so it's about time to restock.
We'll get to Bobby's best and worst of the weekend at 8:20. Thanks for being the toll. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. I'm itching here to load up on Underdog after Bobby here at 8 o'clock. How much can Bobby convince me to put on the Cowboys? The 5 things RJ wants to see and the official picks against the Raiders are next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Low T Center. Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the Tolos I know that go to Synergenics and Low T Center for TRT, they are thriving. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The test is pure. It's not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. So get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m., or you can go ahead and book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com. Guys, you'll wish you had started TRT sooner. Don't you just want to know your levels at least? You can get it done with Synergenics and the Low T Center. Tell them Sean from the Fans sent you. Walk in before 10 or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Now Just rolled out of bed. See for yourself and subscribe to the Fan's YouTube page. Just search 105.3 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. North Texas has waited 66 years before returning at long last to the Associated Press Top 25. The 9-1 Mean Green are ranked 22nd in this week's poll after beating UAB to continue their magical run. Another unexpected result came in women's basketball yesterday when the Division III Scranton Royals shocked the Division I Pitt Panthers 69-63. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hello, DFW. Are you looking for unrestricted acreage? You're invited to our one-day land sale event this Saturday, November 22nd. We have exclusive 10-acre properties starting at only $79.9, just 90 minutes from Dallas. That's less than $8,000 per acre. These properties feature mature hardwoods, paved roads, power, creeks, ponds, and a lake. And there is no HOA and no restrictions. Your ranch, your rules. This one-day land sale event is by appointment only. Premium, unrestricted 10-acre properties from just $79.9. That's right, 10 acres unrestricted for under $8,000 per acre. Ask us about our event day discounts for veterans and cash buyers. Call now to book your appointment this Saturday, November 22nd. Call now, 903-206-3985. Call for additional acreage options. Call 903-206-3985. You can finally own your own ranch just 90 minutes from Dallas. Call now, 903-206-3985.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I won't.
1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the entire crew back together again. I'm back from Vegas, and Bobby Belt is there. Shout out to the Tolos, who said what's up to me, by the way, yesterday while flying out. Guy was out there for a bachelor party, and the Cowboy Tolos were in full effect. Game time tonight, pregame, postgame, all of it on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton, and Carter running things.
It really is wild when you're out of town.
Yeah.
And people see you. It's just because obviously now with being on the fan cam over the last couple of years, it's even more.
Yeah, it would be even better if my wife was impressed or cared.
Yeah.
But no.
No, they don't care.
No, it's not like, oh my gosh, da-da-da. She's more excited when she gets to meet people from Bravo and knows that I'm responsible for that. It's time to pick the game. I'm going to make my underdog bet right here in this segment.
Oh, baby.
I need everyone to text me how much I should put on it because of Bobby Belt's basic guarantee at 7:20 in the preview. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I need to make up some of the money spent in Vegas. Frankel and Frankel text line first. RJ Choppy and the 5 things you want to see.
All right, let's do it right now. Number 1, this new defense to step up. All the new parts. 60 million worth of defensive tackles. Overshown. This is what was promised. Reserves are coming, right? That's what they kept saying. Reserves are coming. Genty better not get anything. Number 2.
Let me stop you right there. Stephen Jones on the big 3 up front with the... Was this with G-Bag?
Yes, G-Bag.
G-Bag Nation. Stephen Jones talking about the new additions.
I think you're going to see it quite a bit. As you saw in the last game, we thought we played better defensively and made improvements. And, we ran a lot of 5-man fronts. And certainly when you look at a 5-man front that's got those 3 guys in the middle there, you got a chance to do some exciting things. And, we've got some good young end coming along fast in 41, Easy or Dono. I don't ever try to say his name, but at the end of the day, he's coming along, and we got, a lot of other guys there that can help with the pressure. So I do think you're going to see all 3 of these guys on the field quite a bit.
Never seen.
Steven has such a difficulty with names.
I have never seen
Ezeraku is not that hard.
I've never seen an organization have absolutely no clue how to pronounce an inordinate amount of their players' names.
We'll call her Bida from now on.
Yeah. Donovan, I don't want to go there.
I don't know.
But it is Ezeraku. Ravel, I get it. Ravel,
5 years of Baidez.
Yeah. For Tyler?
Yes.
So there it is, brought to you by Window Nation, the Stephen Jones replay.
Number 2, student over teacher. I feel the student has the advantage. We asked Shadi about this. He kind of didn't think so, but I always felt the student has the advantage in a lot of these because they have tricks the teacher doesn't know about. Now, maybe I want to see some of the stuff that Pete wouldn't let him do when he was there as the OC.
So throw the ball.
Number 3, take advantage of the second and third quarters. The Raiders have allowed 24 regulation TDs this year. All right. 15 have come in the second and third quarters.
Wow.
So an inordinate amount, right? They've only scored 7 TDs in those quarters themselves. So that's where you make your move, right? They're getting doubled up in touchdowns. Number 4, marginally disrupt Brock Bowers. I'm not asking for the world here. All right, tough to actually stop him, but if you can marginally disrupt him, that'd be nice. And
who's going to cover Bowers, Bobby?
So I don't know how much they're going to have. It remains to be seen if Hooker's going to be out there. He would maybe take some reps. It just kind of depends on how much a linebacker or a safety gets put on him, depending on what packages they're in.
And then, like I said, this kind of tracks at number 3, but do not take the football to start if you win the coin toss. The Raiders, you want as many possessions in the second and third quarter as possible. So get that extra possession in the third by not taking the football. So that kind of tracks with number 3. Because I just want to, I want Vegas to be wrong because all these sharps are throwing money hand over fist on the Raiders +3. And it's scaring the hell out of me because I don't generally like to go against them. I don't like to bet with the public because I've said this many times. People is stupid, okay? You never want to bet with the people.
Bobby, make us feel better.
If the Sharps are wrong on this, I don't ever want to hear them invoked again. Because the last 2 times we've had a big split on the Sharps, and what we're seeing, the Sharps have been wrong. So they do get it wrong, and if they get this one wrong, because they will get this wrong, Dallas is going to win this game. And Dallas is going to win this game probably, I would guess this will be, if it's close to the Jets game, maybe more, in terms of just like handily taking care of a football team. So this would be the worst loss of the season. By
Bobby, Justin Fields is not Geno.
No, that's true, but Justin Fields has aspects that are actually tougher to defend at times. Like, I mean, there's a trade-off there. And they don't have Breece Hall. Like, that's not the same running game that the Jets had. And yet you still... Here's the thing. You mentioned the second and third quarter. Against Indy, Tennessee, worst offense in football, Indy, Tennessee, Kansas City, Denver. That's 4 of their last 5 games. After the first quarter, they've been outscored 84-13.
Wow.
84-13. They've got 3 games this season where the Raiders have not scored a touchdown in the game. They are a brutal offense. It is a okay defense that does have a tendency to break as the game wears on. And so I think you're going to continue to see a little bit more of that. But I mean, this has been, if you want to just talk about Tennessee, again, worst offense in football by far, yards and points. They're dead last. If you take the Tennessee game out of the mix, then over the last 6 games, the Raiders are averaging giving up 30 points per game. And this is a Dallas offense that we know can attack and when they're clicking can put up a lot of points. The last 2 weeks against Denver and Arizona, it obviously didn't work. Oakland. The Raiders are not Denver. They're not even Arizona, to be honest.
My worry is the offensive line. Offensively, my worry is my worry is on the defense. But from ESPN research, Dak has been hit while running or throwing 29 times over the last 2 games. That's actually tied for the most plays he's been contacted in a 2-game span across his entire career. And that's Bobby saying competition now open at right tackle. Give us your score, Bob.
I got the Cowboys winning this one 31-13. I don't think this is particularly close. I think Dallas dominates this game. And like I said, I don't ever want to hear about the Sharps again if I'm right.
Dadgummit. All right, I'll go with you.
Yes, that's right. Trust me.
What did you originally have?
Oh, I did the Cowboys. I have the Cowboys winning the cover. I had like 27-10. But I don't feel like...
You had 27-10?
27-10. But I'm not sitting here like... it would not surprise me if they lost. They're like, the way this Cowboys team is, I don't think you can make any...
This is the one game of the year I would be stunned if they lose.
All right. I'm going to do it.
All right. What are you going to do? Well,
I'm going to let it ride.
Save it. Let what ride?
It.
Oh.
It.
The account?
The account.
Are you up like that you've won on the year?
Yes.
Are you up like nicely?
No, I'm not. It's not. It's college just screwed me this year.
Who?
College football. I've really had a struggle in college football this year.
All right, let me ask you, is it over $350?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Letting it ride with 3.5?
3.
Or are you going to go straight up?
3. No, I'll do the 3.
Where are you getting 3? Underdog doesn't have 3.
I know. I had a 3 on my account. I think it's Bovada has 3. But you got to lay juice. You got to lay like 125. It's minus 125.
Pay.
So real quick from the Tolos, because they've spoken, and it's not real confident with the Cowboys' victory here. 903, 31-17 Cowboys. 214 Raiders win by 3, 27-24. 469 says Cowboys sneak one out by 3, 30-27. 817 says Sean, bet $1,500 on the Cowboys to cover the spread.
$1,500? Give me an amount, Bobby.
Well, I don't know what your credit card statements look like after Vegas, so I don't want to front too much. Like if I just had, let's say I just fell into a $10,000 windfall.
I was thinking that,
and I've just got the money there on covering the spread. I would put $5,000 down on Dallas. Not legit.
What?
I don't want you to put $5,000 down if you're struggling to make rent. I'm literally talking about a dream scenario. Not you, just anybody.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a dream scenario where here's $10,000. What do you want to do with this? I would say I'm taking half of it and I'm betting on Dallas to cover the spread.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. My original score for this was 27-13.
I'm thrown. I can't believe what Bobby just said there. 5,000.
And 940 needs to shut the hell up. They said Bob said all these same things versus Carolina too. Nope, I literally said said they could lose to Carolina. I picked them to beat Carolina.
Yeah.
But I said they cannot lose this game. If they lose this game, this is a disaster.
My father-in-law is coming in. I don't know whether he's telling me to bet the family money, but 42-12 Cowboys. I was thinking like 500.
Okay.
Are you going over that?
Yeah.
Whoa, Chopster!
Yep.
You guys are going to move the line. You're betting so much money, the line's going to move.
Listen, we move lines whether we bet $5 or $5.50.
That's right. So there it is. But you said it was more split than you thought in terms of the predictions?
Yeah, I think it leans more Cowboys. You're getting a lot of Raiders texts in now. My prediction is low-scoring 23-20 Cowboys. I think it'll be close.
23-20, I would lose that.
Yeah, that's a loss.
I would lose that. Well, you said you're getting it at 3.
Well, it'll be a push, yeah, but for you, it'd be a loss.
What if you just did the money line bet? Just play it safe.
You know, the money line bet is not actually as much of a favorite as I expected. But I guess I can't expect much. It's only 3.5, but it's only like minus 165.
Hey, I feel like Quinnen Williams has been a pretty impressive quote so far. Am I wrong on that? Quinnen said it only took him a day or two to pick up the playbook. Quote, conditioning-wise, everything. I hit like I was still playing a game last week. Sunday, I kind of did a mock game, so I could have that same kind of win. Coming back to practice this week was easy, and it's a blessing to be healthy. I also saw him talk about team camaraderie with the Marshawn Nealon passing and how he kind of locks in too much on game prep and maybe doesn't have all those relationships in the locker room. Am I summarizing that, Bobby?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what he had talked about. He had, like you mentioned, he said he had knocked out the playbook, but he said the Nealon thing, obviously, when he got here, he arrived here on Wednesday. It was Wednesday night when everything happened, so I don't even know if he had a chance to meet Marshawn Nealon. But, yeah, he talked about how it caused him to reflect a little bit and be like, you know what, sometimes you maybe get lost in your work a little bit and lost in your prep a little bit, and it is important to actually connect with these people.
And I'm really excited for new defensive personnel. I'm tempering my expectations because of what has happened this year defensively. And also, I've never seen a disruptive defensive tackle here. And all the time covering this team. So I can't envision what a disruptive force inside is going to look like and actually do. In our 15 years working together, I can't remember a time to where I was like, those boys in the middle, oh my God, this guy rushing the passer. I've never seen it, so it's totally foreign to me while watching this team.
Bobby, what was the last time? Was it Ratliff?
Leroy Glover.
Ratliff wasn't even, like, honestly, if you want to talk about disruptive, Ratliff wasn't disruptive like that. Ratliff was a good, sound player. The last disruptive player like that was Hatcher, the 2013 season with Marinelli.
We have updates on Anthony Davis and Nico Anthony making the Metroplex even more upset with what he did on the bench yesterday. And don't ever call Draymond Green a woman. You got to hear all of this next on Sean and RJ. Lincoln Kennedy, the former Raider, at 8:40 as well. We continue right here on The Fan.
But football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog. Right now in Texas this season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. You just pick whether your favorite team will win or favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Promo code TOLO and score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry, player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog. Predict trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching,
to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Got it back to Williams. He ran past Lively. Lake clock. Driving on sharp is Christie. He twirls. He passes. They got it over the way. Oh, my! That's huge.
The Mavs stop the 3-game losing streak by beating the Blazers in a shootout last night. 138-133, and Cooper Flagg ends up scoring 20 points. You still do not have Anthony Street Clothes Davis, who Shams updated yesterday was going to be out for another 7 to 10 days. Another 7 to 10. But as for last night, you got Flagg, and I'm still thrown off like you, Choppy, with these box scores, the way they've redone them. Yeah. 21 for Cooper, 21 for PJ, 20 for Gafford. Everyone in the starting lineup had double figures. Clay with 19 off the bench, hitting 5 threes, and D'Angelo Russell with 12 as well. Mavs improved to 4-10. Anthony Davis out another 7 to 10 days while wearing the Jordan Love Green Bay Packer jersey.
Yeah, the most disappointing part of this game is that, they got the win, but it wasn't a cup game. Those cup games are so huge, and you really want to get these games for the cup. That's what you're really kind of the goal is at this point, because we're not going to hang any other banner. Maybe we can hang a cup banner, but yes. I don't care about the jersey.
You never have. Yeah,
it's just they.
What if they were playing Dallas? What if they were playing? What if they were playing the Cowboys yesterday?
That might be a little bit of twist of the knife at your fan base.
Yeah.
But do we all think that these guys are all fans of the local team? Like, they all come from somewhere,
right?
I can't, especially when it's like
only Bryce Harper is enough of a simp to just go change the team when he went to Philadelphia, even though he supported the Cowboys.
Now, when Dirk or Luka. They didn't grow up here. They didn't grow up in the States. They may not have had a U.S. team in any sport. They might not have. So, then it's a little bit weird. Then usually you see those guys, hey, just buy into wherever you are. Well, if Anthony Davis was a Packer fan as a kid, I don't care.
He was a Packer fan as a kid, but he also grew up in Chicago, which means he has no loyalty because he grew up in Bears country and rooted for the Packers. So no respect there for that. But, yeah, he's talked about this before. This was one of the things I think we played really early on. Right after the Luka trade, we were talking about how bad the PR was, and I think he said it in an Instagram video like, oh, yeah, I'm a Packers fan, screw the Cowboys, Dez didn't catch it or something. And it was like, okay, you're dumb, too. Okay, that's stupid. Why would you do that coming right out of the gate? But that's not a surprise, but I am surprised he wore it now, and I can't help but think that might be a little – let's dig at them a little bit, because I don't think he enjoys being here in Dallas.
Well, why would he?
I mean, the whole fan base basically puts him – He's collateral damage to Nico.
Yes.
It's not fair to him. Anthony Davis did nothing wrong. Anthony Davis has been exactly here when Anthony Davis has been everywhere else, on the bench, in street clothes.
And now there's a new report, Bob, over the medical staff allowed by each of the stars.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Luka Doncic was never allowed to have his own medical staff, you remember. It was always something that was actually a sticking point for Nico Harrison and them. Not so is the case for Anthony Davis when he got here. Nico Harrison, according to Tim McMahon in his report, which we talked to Tim McMahon last week, he had said that they ended up Tim McMahon said that Nico Harrison actually allowed Anthony Davis's medical staff to be in the facility and work with Anthony Davis, and that they actually just opened their doors. It became a regular TB12 over there. Nico Harrison was just welcoming all the Alex Guerreros in to come in and do whatever with Anthony Davis. Not so for Luka. This just shows that with Luka, it was personal. He had a personal issue with Luka Doncic, and Anthony Davis was a friend, and he was willing to let him do whatever he wanted.
I just realized I didn't hit send on my email to you guys, so you probably thought I didn't do any prep yesterday. Because I'm going to my Mavs section, and the cursor's blinking, and I was like, uh-oh. Oh, that's a live draft. So I just went ahead and sent you the email. Well, I don't even know why. It doesn't matter anyway. We're going to open it. McMahon went on. Did he talk to you guys about Cuban on Friday at all? He went on with Dan Patrick.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
He eviscerated Cuban.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, that's why I love having McMahon. McMahon has, I know he can be irritable and put people in choke slams and all that, but he has balls, and he will just say it. And he basically said that Mark Cuban went around telling first off, he was like, Mark Cuban doesn't tell the truth a lot of the time. So he said, don't ever have Cuban hooked up to a lie detector. But Cuban ticked off the new ownership by basically selling and going around saying, I'm still in control of basketball operations. And that was never true. It was never the case. And then maybe he was trying to speak it into existence, but that was Tim McMahon telling DP Mark Cuban was lobbying for Nico's firing for a long time.
We ain't done yet.
He also told, well, maybe he isn't done yet. Did you guys get into these rumors about his involvement coming back? And what is the truth behind that? That Mark Cuban is being talked to by Patrick Dumont, and maybe they're going to bring him back, Bobby, to weigh in?
That's one of the things that's been out there. We saw I know Mark Cuban shot it down himself. He's like, don't know who that report was from. I haven't said anything like that. And so there's been some buzz about that. Clearly, the Mavericks are in a period of adjustment. Nico Harrison's gone. We didn't even mention this last week. We saw this news. Gina Miller, who for years was over at CBS 11 and WFAA, she's been a local reporter here, sports reporter. She then worked with FC Dallas. Whenever FC Dallas has come in studio, Gina's usually with them. The Mavericks just hired her to help with PR and communications. And so they're clearly recognizing they've done some things wrong. And so if some of that evaluation is about Cuban, that would not surprise me. But I think for them, top priority and something that McMahon has talked about, I've heard recently, top priority is like, we got to repair this relationship with Dirk.
That's big, especially now that Dirk has a voice on these post-game shows, these pre-game shows. I mean, he's out there. He could eviscerate you at any point.
Yeah.
And he would be right to. Dirk is the made guy in town. Whatever he says, Mav fans are going to side with.
Yep.
Make no mistake about it. Like, the ownership group or Nico or whoever could say one thing. If Dirk disagrees, all of us are going to side with Dirk.
So Cuban, by the way, also told Roe Parrish that fan anger and team performance played some role in Nico's firing, but the main reason was Nico's handling of the salary cap, which limited the team's roster flexibility last season and this season. Is anyone buying that?
No, this is.
Why would Cuban say that?
Yeah, I don't know. This is ticket sales. It's fan anger. It's performance on the floor. There's a lot of things I think that could. Now maybe that was the final straw, right? Maybe that was the final straw. But if that was the case, why didn't you do this in the offseason?
And that is what Dirk said on Amazon. He went viral again on Prime, saying this should have happened before the season.
Well, I think there's just too many distractions, too much going on to keep going this way. This move should have probably happened this summer, honestly. I didn't want this negative energy and this black cloud over the Cooper Flag era, but here we are now. I just knew, I figured this fan base is a passionate and loyal fan base. I was lucky enough to experience it for 21 years. And I knew they weren't just get over it, as people say, or forget about it. They're extremely passionate, and this trade just made no sense. It made no sense to them, and really there was no explanation for it either.
Thank God for Dirk after Draymond Green, Gilbert Arenas, Charles Barkley all acted like they don't pay attention or never played in the NBA and tried to defend Nico a little bit. You didn't give him a chance. You didn't give him a chance to go ahead and have his team out there. Right. You didn't. Bobby, you were tweeting and blasting them on social.
Yeah, this was something where, it was Charles Barkley one worst take on Friday for his Nico Harris take. And that was tough because Maggie and Perloff had a really strong contribution that I thought was going to win, but ultimately Chuck pulled it out. The thing that was funny about that was Charles, you see the friends of Nico doing the mental gymnastics right now to try and work around it. So Charles leads off with, look, he did all these moves to get them into position, yada, yada, yada. And then he goes on there and says, no trade is done without the owner. So it's like, okay, so which is it, Charles? Is the owner responsible for the trades, and thus those are not Nico's trades that got them to the NBA Finals? Those are the owners. Or are you telling me that the GM is never responsible for any trade ever? Or he's clearly going to bat for a friend, but you want to take the trick that says
they all are. They all got free shoes. They all want a Nike deal. They all got free shoes, and that's where it's coming from.
And look, I mean, there are players players, and a lot of there's former Cowboys who will always be indebted to Jerry. They said, "Look, I'm never going to, I may think about this. I'm never publicly going to say something bad because he made me rich.
Yeah,
he paid me. I get it, right? If Nico at Nike gave you a mega deal, you're going to give him as much grace as you possibly can."
An update from Chris Haynes saying Nico is in good spirits and plans to spend time with his wife and daughters after being fired. Quote, he's in good spirits. He's going to take some time to be with himself and his family, just get away from everything. It's been a tough situation. And now Dirk is saying it's time to move forward.
And it feels like the fans feel like they got robbed of actually seeing the end, seeing this through, seeing Luka develop, into hopefully a champion one day. And it feels like they never got to see the end to this. So this was very heartbreaking. And but now it's I think it's time to move on. It's time to move on now. Focus on this team, on this franchise. This definitely set the franchise back, but. Now it's about building it back up, and obviously this team is struggling a bit. It needs the support all they can get. So hopefully we can have a good year here from now on, and cheer the team up.
Time to move on, Bobby.
Nope, it's not time to move on. There is I would have agreed a little bit ago that it was time to move on in terms of Luka's gone. I'm telling you, and you were out, Sean, last week when we played that cut of Luka responding to the news that Nico was gone. I bumped it up from a 0% chance to a 2% chance that Luka plays for the Mavericks again at some point in his career. He gets a LeBron homecoming or something like that. Because you can hear him.
I put it way higher than that.
Yeah.
Way higher.
I'll take that. I'll take way higher than that too. That's why I'll move on for now. But there's still clearly a romantic feeling from Luka about this city. This was his. This was his American home. This is where he grew up.
It is hard to move on when you still see your ex at work every day. Luka being in the league makes it hard to move on. Seeing him in a Laker uniform makes it hard to move on. I don't know. There's going to be Mav fans who can't move on until he's retired, until he comes back here to play, until he goes to. If he were to go back to Real Madrid tomorrow, I think we'd have a much better chance of being able to move on because we wouldn't see him anymore. But every time we see him in that Laker uniform, we're reminded of what happened.
And by the way, the Anthony Davis injury news is good.
Yeah.
Miss as much time as possible.
Until the trade deadline. Then come back, and then we can trade you.
Yeah. He does probably need to get on the floor to get as much value. Go ahead and miss all the games. Force them into selling and get one more player in this draft that apparently would have Cooper Flagg going 6. So it's your last first-round pick until you blow it up, which hopefully they do. Trade Gafford. How old is Gafford? Is he 28 or high?
I was going to say 28.
Yeah. Go ahead and blow it up. Get knocked out of the race as early as possible.
27.
So it's not a bad thing that Anthony Davis is going to remain in street clothes. And I agree with you, Bobby. He may not have thought that exact thing in the closet while picking out the Jordan Love jersey, but I bet it may came and crept across the mind a little bit like, screw these people.
Dual benefit. You end up saying yeah, this is my team, and also I don't particularly like this fan base right now because I don't think he does. I don't think he's enjoyed it here, which he can feel that way if he likes. He's been put in a bad position and has gotten a lot of hate that he probably doesn't deserve. So I don't blame him for feeling like this hasn't been a warm homecoming. I don't like this.
All right, let's get you set. Continue with the preview for Cowboys Raiders. He's the Raiders color analyst, former NFL great Lincoln Kennedy previews tonight in Below the Belt, next on 105.3 The Fan. But
fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, you know, Prescott. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your picture. But that's New York. I'm not saying this is your hair.
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's continue our Cowboys Raiders preview on the official home of America's team with the only guy that, well, this was our first attempt, but usually when people are with this time difference, as Bobby is experiencing in Vegas right now as our Cowboys insider, you can't find anyone. No. And Lincoln Kennedy comes through, the NFL All-Pro, the Raiders legend, and Raiders analyst joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Lincoln. Thank you. How are you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Saw you on local TV yesterday before my flight out of Vegas, previewing the game. Lincoln, are the Raiders this bad, and how surprised are you? We were thinking about and talking about Pete Carroll here, Brian Schottenheimer, with everything he learned from Pete. Geno Smith turned around the career in Seattle. Are you surprised they're this bad?
Yeah, I really am. I mean, coming into the season, there was always high expectations, and because there has been such a large amount of turnover for this team over the past couple of years, it's really hard to expect anything less. I mean, you really couldn't think that you could go worse than that they had last year when they only won 4 games. But, for the Raiders, they're still trying to figure it out, and they're trying to find, the biggest question for me, guys, is who ultimately is making the decisions? Is it Pete Carroll? Is our coaches on the hot seat? And the reason why is because this is a performance-based business, and when you don't perform, changes have to happen. So does ownership feel compelled to go back out there and deal with more coaches? With all that being said, it's anyone's game. They just got to finish the season strong. Hopefully they can find a way to turn things around and maybe even start tonight against the Cowboys.
What is the Raiders' strength and what is their weakness?
Defense and offensive line is their weakness. The identity of this team is definitely defense. The offensive line has been a troublesome in the group for the entire season because they really lacked depth. After Colt Miller went down, it left a big hole in the offensive line. And then when JPJ went down, who's probably, in my opinion, the most tenacious of the offensive linemen the Raiders have, when he goes down, they really lost their identity. So they're still trying to figure things out. Besides that, they haven't created any offensive continuity throughout the season. So they've struggled on offense. There was only a few weeks ago when they played Kansas City and they only had 30 plays, offensive plays. So, Kansas City had more first downs than the Raiders had plays. So it's one of those things where you're still trying to figure it out. And unfortunately, going up against the league in the NFL where everybody is good or everybody has potential, sometimes it can be embarrassing.
Is it difficult to evaluate Ashton Genty then because of the offensive line woes?
It's difficult to evaluate anybody because of the inconsistencies. The only thing you can probably evaluate is the number of plays the defense has been out there on the field. That's why that's their true identity, the Raiders' true identity. But as far as evaluating any offensive playmakers, it's hard to create it when you don't have a big load of plays. If you look at the Raiders' game total plays in games throughout the season, I mean, it's considerably low from what I've been used to. I think the lowest that I saw obviously was the Kansas City game, but there was a couple games where they only had about 50 plays, which, guys, when I played the game, we averaged around 70 to 80 plays a game. That's how fast we went. And that's what I thought is normal. Everything's kind of been reduced with people taking their time, and obviously all the other offenses being able to control the ball a little bit better. But, when it's hard to have that many plays, you don't have that many plays out there, it's hard to create any kind of continuity.
Lincoln Kennedy joining us here on 105 through the Van, previewing Cowboys and Raiders. They'll play here in Las Vegas this evening. Lincoln, we were talking about this a little bit a couple segments ago, that after the first quarter specifically in the last 5 or 6 weeks, Raiders have had a ton of problems scoring consistently. Like they've been a first-quarter team for the most part. What is it that's causing them so many problems where they get off to some of these good starts and then they just completely slow down in the second and third quarter?
Most of the time, the good starts come from scripted plays, and you can't script an entire game for a situation. So, there's times where you just have to make adjustments and be able to go out there and perform. And that's what the Raiders have issues with when it comes to adjusting. Look, when they go out in the first series, sometimes they have success, and they have enough success for opposing defenses sort of take notice and want to slow them down and do things different. The Raiders haven't yet to really make those adjustments to really put them over top after those other teams make those adjustments. But for the most part, the fact that Geno Smith has been hit so many times, has thrown so many interceptions, this is a quarterback that sometimes doesn't have a chance to look downfield and really survey downfield because the offensive line is so poor, the protection is so poor. They don't have a lack of run game. So there's really nothing the opposing defenses need to fear after that first series that's usually scripted.
How can they tap into some of the success they're having with the scripted plays? Is there a way you think that they could be, presenting the offense and cleaning things up that allows them to tap into some of those things that they have success when they're playing within structure?
Well, in my estimation, it's possible to slow things down and to not necessarily dumb things down, but simplify things in a sense where you're only running a handful of plays. Every offense that I ever played for, ever been on, had a handful of plays that we can call against any defense and be able to go out there and perform. The Raiders have yet to establish that because they've had inconsistencies with injuries and ineffective play across the board. So I think that you try to simplify it and just call some plays. And look, for my standpoint, coaches coach, players play. So a coach goes to a player and says, look, I'm going to depend on you. I'm going to rely on you because, Lincoln, we want to run over your side. I need you to get things done. It's up to the player to go out there and perform. And then if it doesn't, then you have an impasse that then something has to be dealt with. Possibly that Raider, that player, or that coach has to go because somewhere there's a difference that's not getting the performance out that you need.
Raider great and color analyst Lincoln Kennedy previewing tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're going to hear all the pregame, play-by-play, and the postgame coverage right here. The Cowboys' new additions, Lincoln, what did you think of Quinnen Williams, and what should the expectation level be with a lot of new pieces? Logan Wilson at linebacker. They're getting their rookie in the secondary. Overshone coming back as well. How tough do you think that will be for the Cowboys to put all that together? Or do you think Cowboy fans should be super excited because it's just some new bodies on a horrific defense?
Well, that's right. The latter is the choice. The Cowboy fans should be excited. When you talk about the names that these guys have and some of the things that they can do, once they're able to put it all together, it's really going to be a force. It's no secret the Cowboys offense can move the football, but they do have problems slowing down people at times. And then you can get into a shootout with high-power offenses. But once this defense begins to gel, once they find a way to generate a little bit more pressure on opposing quarterbacks, I think they're going to be fine. Those defensive tackles you guys got are really frightening, especially with this offensive line coming tonight. So this could be disastrous for the Raiders when you talk about this young but influential defense.
Lincoln, where did you stand on moving Crosby or not?
No, you don't move. You don't move Crosby. Look, when you look at the Raiders and you look at the most recent history, especially since they've been to Vegas, they don't have a foundation other than Max Crosby. And it's unfortunate. And usually teams build that up with, their draft choices and stuff like that, players acquired. There's been so much turnover with the Raiders over the last couple of years. There's no consistency. When they let Josh Jacobs go to Green Bay, they kind of started over again. And yes, Ashton Jeanty may be a force in the future to be reckoned with, but right now he's still a rookie. You talk about Brock Bowers, who's going into the second year. There's no longevity on this team once you look past 4 or 5 years, and that's where Max Crosby comes in. No, you don't deal him away. You don't get rid of him.
Lincoln, outside of Max, where is the pass rush coming from right now for the Raiders? And how is Dallas has struggled? Dallas has created pass rush for teams where there hasn't been any at times, especially in the last few weeks. So outside of Max, what are the options? Where should Dallas have some of their concern? Should it just be double teaming Max Crosby and trying to chip him?
Well, that's going to happen, no matter what. But there hasn't been a consistency. I mean, you had guys like Malcolm Kuntz that we have high expectations for coming into the season, bouncing back from injury that he had last year. You got Tyree Wilson, a former number 1 draft choice, who really is coming into like a contract sort of year to see where his future might be, because the Raiders are going to have that option they're going to have to deal with in the near future, whether or not they want to keep him and move on with him. So Patrick Graham's defense, the defensive coordinator for the Raiders, has been really induced by pass rush. You've got to get a pass rush to the quarterback. Got to get to the quarterback soon, because there are holes in the secondary that have been exploited by other teams in the past. So if Dak Prescott has enough time to be able to survey the field, especially with this receiving core, I'm worried about the outcome of this game, because it can get really bad really quick with the Raiders not having the inability offensively to keep up with them. So to answer your question, the pass rush overall has been somewhat lackluster. If it's not for Max Crosby and his tackles for losses and being in the backfield and just creating havoc, there's a hard time to see anybody from a Raider uniform putting pressure on an opposing quarterback.
Given Pete's age, do you expect them to maybe try to get a quarterback in the draft in the offseason, or stick it out with Geno?
No, they're going to have to draft a quarterback. They're the two big needs that I see right now, and I haven't even gotten into my draft evaluation, guys. They need to draft a franchise tackle on offense, and they need to draft a franchise quarterback. It's long overdue. They missed it a couple years ago. when they were trying to get Penix and stuff like that. And during that draft, when they had 6 quarterbacks go in the first round, they missed their opportunity there. They didn't get the guy that they wanted. They said that they can be patient and wait. And they had a plan in mind, bringing in Geno Smith, a veteran that, Pete Carroll is familiar with and can definitely work with. So they had something in mind about it. And, of course, the expectations were high with Chip Kelly coming from college after what he did at Ohio State, seeing what he could do on the next level and get him another chance in the pro. It just hasn't worked out. But they'd have to get a franchise quarterback.
Lincoln Kennedy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Lincoln, you've referenced it a couple times now. You've used the phrase that things could get ugly quick for the Raiders. If the Raiders win this game tonight, what does that look like? What is it that they were able to do and execute with their game plan, you think, that caused the favor to flip for them?
Score more than 24 points.
Lincoln, has the Tom Brady storyline been overblown, or what has his impact been?
Oh, God, yes, it's been overblown. Look, I'm not sure what the general public, thinks about what's going on here with Tom Brady, but he's a minority owner. And he, just like Richard Seymour, just like other people, are minority owners, part of the Raidership. And I'm not sure how that board, that meeting room goes with all those personalities involved and stuff like that. But I will say this, the fact that Tom Brady is very charismatic and everyone knows him, it's going to garner attention no matter what he does. When he steps out of the Raider facility, somebody's going to be able to catch with the camera and say the word. So it's going to run like wildfire through the media and speculations. I have not seen Tom Brady have a direct hand on any immediate matters. Obviously, then when they talk about players and coaches, he was involved in the free agent search and, of course, for the coach and stuff like that. So, but going forward, it's going to be anyone's game. I just think a lot of it has been overblown as far as his involvement in everyday activities.
You are the man. Thank you so much for the early wake up, making the time for us. Have a great call tonight and enjoy the rest of the season. Thank you.
Guys, be well. Talk to you soon.
Raider, great color analyst. Nice job booking Peyton with Lincoln Kennedy here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. If you missed any football, pro or college, no one's going to recap it as quickly and thoroughly as us. We recap everything else when it comes to your pigskin that happened this weekend. Then Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Final hour, Sean and RJ next.
But first...
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Allen in the shotgun on 1st and 10 from the 25. Orbit motion from Shakir. Back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Looks for Cook on the wheel route. And he's into the end zone. The Cook is in the kitchen for a 25-yard touchdown reception. Oh, that changed quickly.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Carter Freeman is getting it out there. We got Peyton Russell, RJ Choppy, Sean Shreve back from Vegas, and Bobby Belt is there. Unfortunately laid out like George Costanza on the Fan Cam on his fancy Vegas hotel couch, Bob.
Yeah, it is. I figured I'm going to lounge around a little bit. Maybe I'll undo a top button here, or undo a button here on the shirt.
There you go.
Let the chest breathe a little bit.
Ew. Gosh, have you ever considered shaving like your body or your back or?
I mean, I shave parts of my body. You know what I mean? But not all of it. No. The chest hair, I think is. I think it works for me. There's plenty of it.
I think the more I'm looking at you laying like that, that is the.
Is he whiter than that couch?
That is the peak male performer. That's the peak male right there. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I can see what Christian sees.
With all that earwax.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't see everything Christian sees. You can. Here, hold on. I think I should get more comfortable. I've got boxer briefs. That's good. Hold on.
He's taking off his pants, y'all.
Oh.
He's taking off the pants.
There we go. That's better.
Oh,
wow.
My.
Is that a button there, I hope?
Look at all that.
Yeah.
Look
you
at
know what,
it.
Bobby? I'm going to go with you.
Oh. Let's do this. They have the no shirt 9 o'clock. We got the no pant 9 o'clock.
You guys are making Carter do this while sitting in here. Choppies are off too. Is there a way to pan down on this?
Lower your camera, Chop.
Carter's got it lowered. I gave enough crotch shots at the firehouse, apparently.
Why?
Oh, my gosh. He kept folding his laptop down to, hit his mic off, and it was just zooming down on his crotch.
Make sure y'all get this screenshot of Roberto laid out like this. That's how good he's feeling about this game, getting me and Choppy to bet about
how the girls do it?
4 figures. Look at that.
Did you feel better?
You got kind of a small butt.
Yeah, I got a small butt. Okay, it's a problem. Okay, I work on my butt a lot, and Sarah tells me all the time that you got a small butt. I'm like, I know.
Did you feel even better about my Cowboys pick when you heard Lincoln Kennedy basically lamenting the Raiders' existence?
I feel about an 8 out of 10. The shark thing is scaring me.
Yeah.
That's really scaring me. I feel about an 8 out of 10, but the bet has been submitted at Underdog. It is in, and it is substantial.
Let's go, baby.
I saw it.
At least for me. Did you put yours in?
Mine's in.
It's in.
Mine's in as well.
All right.
Yep, it is. Let's go. We're going to let it ride, baby. We're going to let it ride.
Nick Eatman
bet is bigger? Whose bet is bigger?
Oh, Sean's bet is bigger. I saw Sean's bet. Yeah, my cow was there. My cow was up there at the start of the year.
Yeah.
We've lost. We've had a tough go.
We're going to get it back tonight. Did you go 3.5?
I went money line.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's just straight up. They need to win.
I went 3.5 on Underdog. Emptied that out.
Oh, you made. You went. Oh, you did multiples.
And then I went money line on my Bovada. Emptied that one out. So we're either never betting again.
Wow.
Or we're making plays left and right, baby.
All on the conscience of Bobby Belt. All right, let's fly through football. All right, I like to do this. Just fly through all the games. Stop me down for the comments wherever you see fit. What a boring, miserable game in Madrid. And I wanted the Commanders to win this to move back in draft position. But the Miami Dolphins and Mike McDaniel, did he find a pub to go troll people at after this one? Miami wins 16-13.
Man, this one hurt because we need Washington to start winning some games. We want to keep them away from a high pick. I still think they're a quality team. When you get, Jaden Daniels is a good quarterback. I think he's a good player. The problem is going to be is, they're still in that cheat code. Now you're in that cheat code with a free quarterback, essentially, and now you get a top 5, top 10 pick. I mean, that's how you really build a dynasty.
Boy, they are falling apart in Washington, and I'm stunned. This may end up, who knows, saving Mike McDaniel. Because you would think Mike McDaniel can just go, look, you got rid of the GM. He was the real problem, and then I was free to do what I needed to do. And as soon as that happened, then look, we started winning games. And this is the kind of thing we always worry about at the end of seasons when we're looking for a coaching change. We're like, don't win too much.
Yep.
You don't need to win too much. I think that there are probably Dolphins fans there right now who are like, please, God, don't win too much.
Are the Panthers making that Cowboy embarrassment ease up a little bit? They beat the Atlanta Falcons 30-27. Bryce Young with 3. Tet McMillan, y'all.
Yeah.
The one that y'all wanted the Cowboys to draft goes 8 for 130 and 2 touchdowns. This was a wild one that ended up in overtime, and Kirk Cousins had 14 passing attempts as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, Carolina is not a bad team. Like, they're not, an elite team or anything, but I mean, this is such a watered-down NFL this year that's a team that can compete pretty much every week. But Rico Dowdle kind of came back down to earth a little bit. He had 19 carries. The longest run he had was 5 yards. So he got stifled a little bit, but he's been really dynamic for them. They're obviously coming off of that loss to the Saints. I mean, you come off of a loss to the Saints, you better beat the Falcons then to kind of balance things a little bit. But they have wins on the schedule of, like, they've beaten Green Bay. They win this game against Atlanta. But then they lose to the Saints by 10.
You mentioned the watered-down NFL. It is kind of a weird season, isn't it?
Yeah. Just listen to Power Rankings every Wednesday.
I know.
Wildest game of the day for me was Buffalo, Tampa. You heard the Josh Allen clip. If you were facing him in fantasy, your day's probably over. Oh, wait. I think I did face him, and I'm still beating Wolchuk.
Well.
Yeah. 6 touchdowns, 3 running, 3 passing for Josh. It was some early sloppiness from Buffalo. Josh was turning it over, and Tampa just ran out of bullets. The Bills are 7-3, and now Tampa Bay, one of the stories of the year, they've come back down to earth a little bit at 6-4. Bills win 44-32.
Josh Allen is the 3rd player to have 3 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns in a game. The other is Josh Allen. Last December.
Wow.
And then the other is 1954 Otto Graham doing it for the Browns. So it's he's a marvel. He's so unique as a quarterback that I mean that's why you can't consistently bet on them to lose games, because Josh Allen's just that type of player. But Tampa Bay's reeling now, and they've been banged up with injuries all season.
Man, Baker's fun though. I mean, he looks like he enjoys playing. Like, he's running down the feet. When Tucker was running down the sideline for a touchdown, here's Baker keeping up with him, just like going crazy, all excited.
What a game Tucker had as well. Hideous game with Davis Mills in for CJ. Texans beat the Titans 16-13. I have no additional commentary for that. The freaking Chicago Bears do it again. The Denver Broncos of the NFC, they luck out 19-17, and the numbers are
Chicago Bears.
The numbers are not good for J.J. McCarthy. 16-32 for 150. Minnesota is 4-6, as I'm hoping to end up being right on J.J. over the rest of you.
Yeah, he's got that weird moxie about him where he'll make some comebacks.
Oh yeah,
but it's like he doesn't know the game starts in the first quarter.
It's his rookie year essentially, and I mean he's still developing. I think you see enough flashes with McCarthy that it's concerning if you're in the NFC North for the future. It's not good right now, but I think with Kevin O'Connell, it's gonna save us, because like you said, we see it late in these games occasionally where he looks like, all right, I'm gutting this out and I'm making a play.
He's got a pretty good arm. He's making some questionable decisions. I agree with you, Bobby. I think it is early on him, but we have enough examples of guys like just coming out right away and playing well.
Jameis started for the Giants, but the Packers still won. I was like, oh my gosh, Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs are hurt. Cowboys draft pick, here we go. 27-20. Green Bay still not impressing me, and I don't think very many others. 6-3-1. The Giants, again, this would have been the perfect game. Green Bay loses, get to make fun of Micah. The draft pick gets better for the Cowboys, and the Giants move back in terms of draft. But no, they're 2-9.
Yeah, they weren't actually going to win this football game, just like they're not going to win any other football games where they're like, hey, we might do this. They're going to lose it, and that's what they did in this one. But Jordan Love, I saw some stat this morning. I got to look at this to make sure this was right, what I saw. And Chop, you may know this.
Ask Anthony Davis.
Jordan Love leads all NFL quarterbacks in EPA per play this season.
Really?
Seems impossible.
No.
That's what I saw on a graphic this morning.
There you go for EPA. Stat nerds can laugh at that and say, see, that's why I don't follow that. Spitting, maybe a broken left wrist in the Steelers-Bengals game, 34-12. Pittsburgh rolls, even though Aaron Rodgers misses the second half with what could be a major injury. Jalen Ramsey ejected for supposedly spitting at Jamar Chase. And I just noticed your underwear are still up. You're just wearing your underwear still.
Well, yeah. Isn't Bobby?
Your pants are not back on.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm still here.
Oh, God.
There we go, Bobby.
RJ, we got more people on this floor now. Anyone can walk by, and I mean that's an HR violation.
My policy is
it's not an HR violation. How about you shut up, Narc?
Yeah, it's not an HR violation. I didn't ask them to look in the studio door. Mind your own business.
Pittsburgh 6-4, and all the Joe Flacco should start over Burrow fans a little quieter this morning.
Little quieter. Definitely should be kicked out of the game because it's the precedent had been set. The precedent had been set with
Jalen Carter.
Again, I'm the only one who doesn't think spitting is a big deal. You can spit on me all you want. I don't care. Just give it to me. Not in the face. Not in the face.
Okay, well, all these spits are taking place in the face.
No, on the jersey, right? Yeah, not the face. But yeah, you want to spit on me? Spit on me. I don't care, man.
The embarrassing. You got something on this, Bobby?
I've got the Jalen Ramsey quote when he got asked, is spitting one of the most disrespectful things someone can do? And Jalen Ramsey said, it is. It's what P words do, quite honestly.
The most disgusting, embarrassing performance of the day belongs to the Los Angeles Chargers, who get destroyed by Jacksonville 35-6. Chargers 7-4, Jacksonville now 6-4. Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And the Chargers, this is what they do. This is what the Chargers, it doesn't matter who the coach is, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. This is what the Chargers do. They let you down. They did it with Rivers. They did it with Breeze. They did it with Dan Fouts, Stan Humphries, whoever the hell the guy was. This is what they do. They let you down.
There are 3 winning teams left on the Cowboys' schedule. And I don't think any of them particularly looked scary after yesterday. It's Philly, Detroit, and the Chargers. Those are the only winning teams left. And now you got Kansas City, who's 500, but that is not an impressive Kansas City team right now.
The Rams take over first place in the NFC West. Sam Darnold, 4 turnovers. LA wins 21-19. San Fran murdered Arizona. Brock Purdy back 3 touchdowns, 41-22. Jacoby Brissett sets the record for completions all time with 47. And the Panthers' dominance of the Cowboys doesn't seem as bad. Arizona's does.
Yeah, it really does. Right now, the Rams would play San Fran in the first round. It will be a home game for San Fran down in L.A.
Shador finally plays. Awful, terrible numbers. They made fun of his little watch celebration. Baltimore wins again. They're now 5-5, 23-16. It was a back-and-forth ugly one with Denver over Kansas City. They're rolling in Denver with their bye. 6-0 at home, 9-2 overall. And then last night, a defensive struggle. But the storyline is the Eagles' defense shutting down Detroit 16-9.
Yeah, I mean, look, that game last night was when you watch Philadelphia and see them kind of coalescing as a defense, that's the concerning aspect of it. Because last year, when they played really well at the end of the year, that was what kind of carried them in a lot of ways. Because there were times where the offense wasn't moving the ball very effectively. Saquon started to trail off a little bit at the end. And so if that defense is going to tighten up and become that again, then that's concerning for everybody. I do want to point out, by the way, you mentioned the Cleveland game. Myles Garrett this season now has more sacks than the Bengals and the 49ers.
Oh, wow.
And not the Cowboys?
No, the Cowboys have 5 more sacks than Myles Garrett does. He's got 15 on the year now, so he's got the same amount as the Ravens and Jaguars, and he's got 3 more than the Niners and 1 more than the Bengals.
Half the season to go.
877-881-1053 to weigh in with the fastest NFL recap in radio here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt live from Vegas. Both guys still in their underwear. Nick Eatman is in Vegas as well. Let's preview and pick this one. And am I getting way too excited about this new look Cowboys defense? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com joins us next.
paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Let's go ahead and check in with Dallas Cowboys insider Nick Eatman from the website in Vegas. And, of course, he's brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, any time at the tables or any fun catching a show while in Vegas?
No, none. No, it was kind of funny when I was actually laying down and what time it was. I was like, I kept telling myself, like, nah, don't worry about it. This is, you woke up this morning and you're on Dallas time. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter that it's 10 o'clock or whatever. It's fine. Midnight.
Nick, what is that, Bobby?
So I want to get Nick's perspective on what I just heard from the hotel. So I had to put pants back on during the break, guys, because I just ordered breakfast, and so it'll be here soon.
As if you've never answered the door with your underwear on.
Not in a hotel. I feel like that is I feel like that's a movie plot that would get me in trouble. No, when I called and told her I was ordering breakfast, they always ask. They're like, "And how many people will be eating?" And I said, "Just one." And she said, "Oh, I'm sorry."
What?
Why would she say that?
How many people? What percentage of people in that hotel are by themselves? A ton.
I don't know if it's because I said just one that she felt bad, like, just one. I don't know, but she's like, I'm sorry.
Because she's probably wondering what all you ordered.
I ordered a breakfast sandwich and milk. That was it.
Milk?
I've done that before at a barbecue restaurant where I've ordered a lot, and then they're like, "Do you guys need some extra silverware?" You guys. And I was like, ooh, wow. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, we're going to need a bunch, thanks. Because you probably ordered about 4 things.
Yeah, the fast food drive-through line, that's the part for me that's embarrassing when that dollar amount comes and you're like, oh, this is just for myself.
Yeah. I think she's just quirky, too, because when I put in my order, she goes, love that. Yep, great choice. She was just very, she had commentary on everything.
Yeah, she's probably a 12-year-old, too, who drinks milk like you, the only other a guy that old. All right,
milk.
Nick, Bobby, I was already excited about a new defense tonight, but I wasn't very optimistic. Like, my expectations are low, but my excitement is high. Bobby then has talked Choppy and I into massive bets for us that we have both made on the Cowboys winning this game by 3.5 points. So my excitement for the defensive personnel, do you think it's justified, warranted, or I better pump the brakes?
Well, you're talking to someone that's like, just excited to see a football game in general, offense, defense, especially. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's like it has been the longest time, obviously, and so much that has happened that this team needs to play a football game in the worst way. And I say that respectfully to everything that's happened, obviously. But, so just exciting to be out there, yes. But for the defense, and into your question, I think so. I think you can be excited about it because I've said this all along, that they – they just need, because of the third down defense has just been terrible, that they just need to get off the field. And I think in addition of Logan Wilson, in addition of Quinnen Williams, let's see Hooker if he can come back and play and all that. And just, and of course, Overshown. Those are the guys that'll help you make that tackle on 2nd and 9 and that keeps it 3rd and long. And now you get off the field. Those little things like that is what I think this team needs. Obviously, they have huge, plays in the secondary. They give up big plays, but I think just a tackle behind the line of scrimmage, or a 5-yard tackle here on 3rd and 12, whatever. Get off the field and go give the ball to your offense. And I think they've got enough personnel, enough changes that can help them do that.
Nick, I generally don't like the style point road wins, but with the Raiders being how they are, is this a game that, you will kind of judge, if they ultimately win it, how they win it?
No, no, I'm sorry. I won't. I don't know, how, I can't tell you how people are feeling and how they're actually going about this, how they're going about, losing a brother there in the, last week. So I don't know. I mean, we think, because we've seen enough sports to know, wow, they're going to just rise to the occasion, and maybe they will, but have they prepped enough? Have they got their mind in the right space enough? No, I don't. I did like what Babe Laufenberg said the other day. I heard him talking to you guys just about there's like two narratives here. There's two narratives, and which one is it going to be? And I agree with that. But not that we're going to sit there and say, well, this is why. We're not necessarily going to write that and all that. But if they lose, but I think they just need to go win a game. Just go win a game. I mean, they haven't won in a while since the Washington game. Haven't won on the road since the Jets game. They need to go win. They made the decision to move forward and to make trades to try to help the team now, not for the future. And so they need to go win a game. And it doesn't really matter. To me, it doesn't really matter. I think winning is going to be stylish enough.
Nick, we saw the last game against Arizona. There was a change at right tackle in the second half for Nate Thomas. I know Shoddy had said, walking off the podium, had said to Calvin Watkins this week that there is a competition at right tackle. Who is this team's right tackle right now, and how much do you expect to see a split in this game?
Until they make a big change, I still think it would be Steele. I mean, I'd like to see Steele. I mean, if I've never had a migraine, so I don't know if that's a big deal. But if it is, they put him on the injury report, and guess what? He didn't play well. So let's see. I'm not saying he was the best player in the world when he was healthy, but I don't know if Nate Thomas. I mean, he didn't come in and play well either. But then again, let's not forget. Shouldn't there be a toss on the left side? I mean, Tyler Guyton is not playing well at all either. So I think they've got three tackles for two spots. They need to figure out the best two that are playing it, because I'm not 100% sure. I understand the first-round pick at status and all that, but we just saw them, ship one to New York who didn't, contribute either. And I'm not saying Guyton's on that level. I'm just saying I think they have issues at both sides of tackle. And so, I still think Steele is one of your two best. I'm not 100% convinced that Thomas doesn't need to be playing on the left side.
Are you more worried about Geno or Genty?
Genty for sure, just because he's one of those big, he's not a big back, but he runs hard, runs tough. People kind of bounce off him a little bit. I think if he starts running downhill, then of course that will help Geno. I think Genty can help Geno more than Geno helps him. So, but we've seen it. I've said it on here before how many quarterbacks have had their best game against the Cowboys and offense and all that, and they've had a little bit of time too. They've had 11 days since this game. Cowboys had 14, but they've had a week and a half basically. So if they're going to get things ironed out, we'll see what happens. But you want to say, oh, this is a good matchup for the Cowboys, but they got destroyed by Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals, and so anything can happen. Yeah. But Jensen's the one I think you got to watch out.
Nick, you've already made reference to we'll see if Hooker comes back tonight. Looking at the three injury guys that were coming back, how much do you expect to see or will we see Hooker, and then amount of time we may see Overshown or Savon Ravel?
Yeah, I just would be surprised if we see a lot of Ravel on defense. I mean, maybe special teams would be the way to kind of ease him in. And, Overshown, same thing. I think Overshown will play more just because, this isn't his NFL debut or anything like that. And, I think he's built for this. I don't think you go out there and he has a ton of snaps, but I think you'll see him some on defense. But, they've kind of kept this one close to the vest a little bit. They and that's what they should do. I mean, coming off the bye week, you have a lot of new wrinkles. You're not gonna. I mean, there's got to be about 4 or 5 things that we haven't seen before. I think different plays, different wrinkles, different things on both sides of the ball. Maybe some trick plays. Who knows? I think you're going to see a lot. You're going to see that they haven't played a football game in a couple weeks.
Do you have high expectations for Overshown tonight?
No, not high expectations. I mean, I have, I think he'll come out and help and he'll contribute. I don't have high expectations. I think they're going to be smart with it. But, think about Week 1 Eagles. Diggs, we didn't think Diggs would play. He went out there and played maybe 20 snaps or so. And I know every injury is different, but I think that they figured out a pitch count type thing for him. And if Overshown can play, 15 to 20 plays on defense, I think that's going to be huge. And so that I guess maybe my expectations are a little high. I mean, I don't think the number is going to be high, but I think he can make a difference being out there. So long, smart player, tough, instinctive. I just think stops. When that's your goal, I'm not asking you to get the ball and score. Just getting stops, and that's the difference of getting off the field and not, and the difference of Dak and the offense starting at the 40-yard line instead of their own 15 is huge. And I think if the Cowboys offense can play downhill, then I think they can have I think it's going to be a Jets type of game, the one where the Cowboys are in control and kind of run away with it. They're going to be clearly better. That's what I think, at least.
What's your pick?
Oh, it was 34-20, something like that. I mean, I wrote it a couple days ago. I'm not changing the pick. I don't remember exactly, but it was something like 34-20, 34-21 maybe.
All right, Choppy, that means we would win big.
Yes, we would, baby. Let's do it. And, Bobby, the Milk Mafia is on your side.
What?
Yeah.
Take for the 940. Take milk is good for you. Been drinking it my whole life. I'm 28. My whole family drinks milk.
What you guys
Bobby ordered cereal. Hey, Sean, I drink milk too from the 817.
Well, did you like your Lucky Charms for breakfast too? What are you doing?
The 972.
Look. When you brittle-boned, osteoporosis-ridden gentlemen get to the end and you're like, I wish I would have drank more milk, I'm going to be laughing.
Yeah, I don't know. We're the only species that drinks other people's milk. Other animals' milk.
Like once in a while, if I'm eating cookies or like maybe a little chocolate in it, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just I don't have a fruit roll-up snack in here.
I'll have milk thistle. How about that one?
Yeah. Didn't know y'all hated calcium.
I don't hate calcium. But I don't believe it. I don't believe that you get calcium from
the anti-calcium lobby here.
Nick, thank you so much. Enjoy the game. We'll recap Wednesday.
All right. See y'all.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please, game responsibly. Pay. You have all that cash out.
I'm just I'm gonna tip with it
for tipping.
Yeah.
How much are you gonna tip?
I have $8 here.
Okay, all right.
That's good. That
seemed like a lot more. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
I'll tell you one thing, it's always better when we're together.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Sunday, August 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Mellow music, and then Peyton going, all right, Tolos, yeah, let's see some Jack Johnson.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Let's give you some Jack Johnson tickets.
Let's see if Kevin and Corey agree with us putting it all on the boys tonight. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next.
States has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Congratulations, Kevin Hagelin.
Oh, look at that.
Does
Peyton doesn't even have this song?
He refuses to play this, doesn't he?
Wow.
You don't even have it?
Boo.
Peyton plays every other college song.
Yeah.
I don't think he was told to play it.
Probably not.
No, I
he
think
probably doesn't even have it either.
I think I can see the look on his face right now.
Look. 5-second timeout to look at the fancy dining of Bobby Roberto Belt.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
In Las Vegas with his breakfast dining.
Is it on X?
Let's do a plate reveal, because I haven't even looked at this yet. Let's see how it looks.
Oh, it looks good.
Wow.
It looks good.
Ooh, that looks delectable.
Wow. Look at the breakfast sandwich.
It looks like you have to come walk up to him and sit down to get permission to do business in his part of town.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now I understand why she sounded so sad when I was like, just one.
Why?
She was like, really? This is an experience. We're doing stuff for you.
Did they bring that table in, or was that table there?
No, he put a door jam in to leave the door open. And he's like, I've got it, sir. And then he wheeled it in, and he had like a little curly Raleigh fingers mustache.
Oh, man.
Where's the
I
milk?
felt bad about only having $8. It's right here.
That is so weird, man.
Wait,
It's
let
in
me
a
see
cup.
that.
Oh, it's chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Oh, you got chocolate milk. You see chocolate.
But look how light that is, though. That's very light chocolate milk.
It is. You got a problem with that?
Yeah.
No.
More milk
Not
than
at all.
chocolate?
Huh?
More milk than chocolate?
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Good.
You got anything else you want to say, Corey?
Good job.
Milk guy.
I'm trying to
The
look
Milk
you up on
Mafia,
YouTube
man.
right
The
now.
Milk Mafia is all up on Sean and I here.
Why?
They're saying, you guys are clearly not the calcium drinkers of the round table.
You shouldn't drink milk as an adult. You're an adult.
I agree.
Your bones
You're
are
an
fully
adult.
developed. You don't need milk.
I don't need milk.
Those are for kids.
Kevin, when's the last? How many glasses of milk do you have a month?
Uh, I really like chocolate milk, if that counts.
It does.
Then quite a few.
Like
chocolate milk is delicious.
2 a week?
Ooh, maybe like 1.
Okay.
Does this count as chocolate milk?
Yeah.
Your protein shake?
Yeah, that's clearly protein chocolate milk.
Okay.
Okay, then I drink one a day.
There you go.
But I don't consider this milk because we can't. The human body can't. We can't digest.
What's that a picture of on the front? A cow?
That would be a cow.
What
Yes.
do you think that cow is there for?
The meat, the protein,
The meat?
the protein, the protein.
By the way, Sean, this is the first time I've ever experienced this as well. They gave me a pager. So when I'm done, I put it in the hall, and then I hit the pager, and they know to come pick it up.
Oh, that's fancy. Oh, that's fancy, baby.
Dude,
wow.
That's awesome.
I'm staying in the Flamingo Hotel, and this fool is sitting here
What's
with
he saying? Do we know? Or we can't allow to say it out there? Oh, because that's right.
Look
That's
at the
right,
curtain
that's
in the back. It looks like he's in his own, presentation room.
Yeah, or it's his daughter's wedding day, and you have to go ask him for a favor.
That's right.
And I'm about to play Butterfly Kisses.
That's a good one. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we prepare the entire day for Cowboys at Raiders. By the way, I'll be at the Bearded Monkey tonight from 6 to 9, so we'll be rolling out there in Forney. So I'm excited about 40,
what are you giving away there?
40 rocks. Oh, dude, we have some vests.
Vests?
105.3 The Fan, like vests.
We have vests?
Yes,
It's
dude.
the first time I think we've ever had a vest.
I got Tolo stickers. We got all sorts of stuff to give away tonight. Plus, we do give away some prizes. You just sign up, and we'll give away prizes.
Leather
throughout the-
vests?
It's like a
leather.
It's like a rain vest-ish thing. They didn't really give me a description. They just sent me a picture. I posted it on Twitter and in the major, so you can see that. Bearded Monkey and Forney tonight from 6 to 9. Cowboys and the Raiders.
If it was a leather vest, would you want it?
Yeah. When I think of a vest, are you guys talking about like the
a
one
crossing guard?
Go to my Twitter.
Like the one that Matt Vrabel
Just
wears?
think of Earl K. Snead.
Mike
That's who
Vrabel
you
wears?
got.
Sure.
Like those Old Navy tech vests?
And retweet
Or are we
it.
talking
Kinda like that? Yeah, just more raincoaty instead of.
Don't think of Earl K. Snead.
Yeah,
here it is.
Just a vest on Oscar. We're not giving Oscar away.
All right, that's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the Earl K.
RJ's thinking
Snead
like
vest.
black leather.
Yeah,
like
I was thinking of the Village People vest.
Yeah, and some chaps. I
He was
got
thinking
you.
about the clubs he was going to go to.
Yeah, it's where those.
We also do have the fellas from RJ Dukes today. They are hosting Peace-a-thon 2025. They won.
You guys are off that day?
No, we are on that day.
Man,
They're
that'd be
hosting
neat.
it on location, so we will be at their store on Peace-a-thon this year. So that's an exciting new thing. We're very pumped about it, and they won KNC for a day last year, so this is their payoff. Good timing, by the way, as we get prepared to go for Peace-a-thon this year.
What were you doing in that Aggie first half?
I was glad that nobody else was home and that I couldn't talk to yell at the TV. But I eventually turned my phone off at halftime because I was tired of all the negative messages.
Anyone from the station
I was
harass you?
getting- No.
Me?
Corey, but he said harass.
Oh, yeah. I tell
Corey
them to
was
believe.
supportive,
Yeah.
but I didn't see most of those support messages until the very end of the game when I turned my phone back on.
Gotcha.
But I turned it off because I just couldn't take it. It was like every 3 minutes, another notification. How about those Aggies? Blah, 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 blah.
And then what happened? Did you
Well,
did
then I
you
made
reply back
sure
to all of them?
to take note of all of them and respond to every single one after the game.
I'm sorry.
Did you want to do with you were like the state trooper? It was like that's how you felt.
Dude.
Yeah, that was really
with that
dumb.
guy?
I don't know. And when they say he got dismissed, do they mean like
Relieved of
for
his
the
duty.
day
Go
or
home,
like
buddy.
fired?
You're all fired up. Go home.
Relieved of his duty.
Okay, but does that like his
Maybe they just
duties-
meant somebody was sassy to him, like, you've been dismissed, and they, like, snapped at him.
Wow, I don't think that's how it is. Yeah, so the likelihood, I think what they're saying is that he's probably not going to be welcome back. He's not going to be welcome back.
He's duty free.
He's duty free.
I can't. I feel like we're interviewing Jerry Jones right now with Bobby dinging his milk in the background, eating his McGriddle sandwich. Right? Look at this presentation.
It's
Well,
amazing.
the potatoes are fantastic, by the way.
Is that
These are
Tabasco?
really good.
Yeah, it's a mini
Yep.
Tabasco bottle.
Look at that.
Yeah, we got Tabasco, we got
size.
Heinz 57, and we got the salt and pepper.
Oh, yeah, my mom won't even have Heinz 57. I'm just jealous of that. Right
My
now.
mom won't either.
Yes, it is too
Can
liberal.
you steal those salt and peppers? Will they know? Like if you just put a little tape on top and throw them in the bag, are you good?
Great question.
Thank you.
I feel
Is
like
it?
I feel
Have
like
you thought
they
about
wouldn't
stealing
know.
salt and pepper before?
No, but the people in my family who steal all the little things from a hotel room reminded me of that. No, there's no cover on it, you know. So, but if you had the cover on the salt and pepper, I would think about it. I used to steal the hot
too.
mustard at Chinese restaurants that were on the table.
The little packets?
No,
That's
the problem.
Okay.
The packets are the weak stuff. I'm talking about the stuff that like destroys your nose.
Oh, yeah.
The stuff
Good
that goes
horseradish,
right up
yeah.
it. You can't get it in stores
No,
that
you
I've ever
can't.
found. You can't
No.
order. You can't make. I don't know how to
Right.
make it.
I know exactly what
So
you're
I'm
talking about.
stealing those, and you can't find them at every Chinese restaurant.
You said you used to though, right?
Yes, I used to.
Now he can.
If I know a restaurant here that
Will you
still does
steal
it,
it
I'll
again?
steal from there too. Yeah, I'll steal it.
You don't know the recipe?
No, I think it's.
Hot mustard.
Go ahead, just unwrap it, Bobby.
I'd put that
Look
thing
at the
down.
quality of the bacon. That bacon's really good. Now, the only
But
thing
they
I'm
didn't
not
melt
sure
the
about,
cheese.
Huh?
I hate when people don't melt the cheese.
Yeah, they didn't melt the cheese. Now, I don't know.
You have a
They've got
microwave in there?
normal-
There's got to be a microwave.
They've got a no. There's not. They've got a normal egg right here, but then there's this one that's like a little more like toasted and crisp around the edge.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's the
Toasted
egg.
and crisp is
That's
good.
the egg side, yeah.
So Choppy and I have put 4 figures down a piece.
Gonna let it ride, baby.
On tonight.
Because of Vegas? Like, is that what's really got y'all the juices flowing?
Well, Bobby. Bobby at 720 guaranteed it.
4 figures, like 1,000 plus.
That's what 4 figures would be?
Yeah. I'm just making sure you weren't like there's a decimal.
You are the math guy.
$29.95.
We're not putting the decimal. We're not counting the cents.
Yeah. So
what's the play here?
Cowboys 3.5. Okay. Should you not looking comfortable? You look more uneasy than we do.
Yeah, no, and that's the same way. Like when Corey and Bassick were like upping the ante on the gambling, I just get uncomfortable at that level of money.
I would have owed Mike $700.
Yeah, and then that would have rolled over into the Super Bowl, where you probably would have doubled or nothing it again.
That too, yeah.
So you both together or both individually?
Individually.
Wow. Holy moly! And what happens if you lose? But is Bobby?
It'll suck.
I know, but I'm saying, like, if Bobby said he guaranteed it, like, would?
Oh no.
Okay.
No, there's nothing.
Here's the thing. I almost said before I said
He's
that. I almost said
Bring back back my Tabasco bottle and I'll pour it in your.
yeah, you're gonna Mike Nolan me. I almost got the. I almost did the shaved head. I said if they lose, I was almost gonna say if they lose, I'll shave my head. And I've done the shaved head suggestion like 4 other times, and I've never had to shave my head. So when I've put that on the line,
like
I've been right.
Are you guys feeling comfortable?
I was going to say, well, hold on. What I just heard then is you're not really that confident in this, or else you would have done the shaved head bet.
I'm confident.
They started putting money on it, so that became the focus.
Like, I'm just really excited. Michael Penix suffered a potentially season-ending knee injury.
Oh, no.
During the loss of the Panthers.
You probably should have separated those things, because then it just sounds like you're really pumped up that he's
I'm
hurt.
excited, Michael Penix.
Just bringing you the breaking news. But, yeah, I'm not going to be surprised at all if the Cowboys lose, but the new defensive personnel has me excited. Not with I'm not expecting. I'm excited.
Right. There's just this team this year, and I guess for several years, every time you think it's going to go one way, they go the other way.
Yep.
And I appreciate your confidence. I hope
if you
right.
had $100, no, if you had $100,
yeah, I'd make
what
the
would
same
you
bet.
do? Would you take the Raiders and the points?
Yeah, I would lay the points.
Yeah. That's
So,
attaboy.
no,
attaboy.
I think you made the right play. I'm saying that's just
You gave him a
that's just too
hypothetical
much-
attaboy.
That's just too much money for me. But I think you made the right play.
What's the biggest gamble you've ever bet you've made?
Oh,
Whether it's in Vegas tables or underdog. You play on underdog
yeah,
pretty
that's
consistently.
true. And by the way,
It's got to be women's Wimbledon, apparently.
I draw. There's money to be made. There's market inequities there.
Yes, there are.
I dropped
money in equities.
I
Second
dropped,
half WNBA is where it's at.
I dropped $10 on A&M at halftime at 10.5 to 1. So that was nice.
Really?
But that was only $10. So that doesn't really answer your question.
You 10 times your money.
So wait, you do have the $100 to bet on Dallas.
There you
is
go,
true.
baby.
I don't think I've ever bet. Peer pressure doesn't work on me. I don't think I've
You don't
ever
have the balls to
made
bet
a
it.
Text
bet
it in, y'all.
over $100.
You've never done over
I
100.
don't think
I
so.
bet you
On an
can't do it.
individual bet, I don't think so.
Was your
you can't
wife
even bet.
was your wife wishing that she was my wife this weekend?
Oh my gosh.
What?
That's a
She might have made
mark
that.
that out.
Like question.
She might have made that trade. I told her, I was like, hey, did you see Rashana's? And she goes, no. And I said, is that BravoCon? And she goes, oh my God, shut up. Are you serious?
Does she watch a lot of the shows?
Yes. So she loves, what's the boat one?
Below Deck.
Yes.
Wait, Mediterranean or regular?
I should have taken Choppy.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not.
Was Captain Lee there?
Yeah.
It feels like
In a
there's a lot of
scooter.
Australian
In a
people.
scooter.
Yeah, he's got like nerve damage in his leg.
God dang it.
Who else would you like to know about?
Yeah.
Turning your man card while you're at it. Bobby, give us a final twirl of the milk or sampling of the hash browns.
So yeah, we got the chocolate milk, which I've tasted here. It's fantastic. A little muted in nature, but that's kind of the way I like it. And I just dropped a fork. But yeah, these potatoes are great, and I can't wait to get into the actual sandwich. Look at that. It's not a cross section because I'm not pulling it apart, but look at that. It looks absolutely beautiful. So
Are
done
those
right
green
here in
peppers
Vegas.
and the hash browns? I know you're not going to eat those.
No.
Yeah, I eat green peppers. I have no problem with that.
okay.
Yeah, I ate sushi this weekend.
You did?
What kind?
Yeah, we got to hear about this.
Fried.
Like a
One of them was called
California
Hawaiian
Good.
sashimi or
Okay,
something.
that's good. That's good.
Very
You
nice.
ate the raw
Little
fish?
tuna on top.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
And then there was, and then I don't know, some tuna roll thing.
What did you think?
The sashimi had I didn't taste anything. It was just completely neutral.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why people did that.
Were you freaked out by the sliming? It was too raw.
Yeah, the texture was not great.
Yeah.
And then the tuna roll, that tasted like I was French kissing a fish. And so I don't like that.
All right, Chop.
So I didn't like any of them really, but they did have this spicy chili chicken thing that was ridiculously good though.
Fried chicken.
Yeah. No, not. It was like little bits of grilled chicken that were tossed in a chili sauce.
Enjoy, Bobby. Be safe traveling back. He'll be in studio tomorrow, and everyone enjoy the build-up and the game tonight. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Texas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Corey Majors, co-host Kevin Hagelin. We got Alec Medford with us as well. Also, we are now joined by new members of the KNC Masterpiece.
Oh my gosh, are they replacing Mike?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought that's who you were announcing.
Do you want me to announce that? I can.
I do not think we have the authority to do so.
Fellas, hello. Good morning. How are we doing? RJ Dukes is in the house.
Hello. Back again.
Hold on, I'm still trying to log in.
Do you know how long it took me to really reconcile that his name is Ryan? And I just want to call him RJ, but that is not his name.
It's RJ Dukes.
You know what?
RJ Dukes is in the house. Is that true or not?
As a brand, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the R is for
KNC
him and the J is for his
in the
wife.
house.
Okay.
See how this works?
That's fair enough. So
Tonight,
Ryan,
the KNC Masterpiece will be at the Bearded Monkey in Forney. Well, part of it.
I won't be there.
Okay, I'll be there.
I don't think Alec will be there either.
Damn,
got bad news.
You want to go? Oh man, it'll be me, and I'll be there. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay. So Ryan won Do a Show KNC for a Day, which we will do that auction once again coming up at Peace-a-thon in only 9 days. And also in 9 days, we will host, or he will host Peace-a-thon. But we're going to talk about that later.
Okay.
Because it is Dallas Cowboys game day, 877-881-1053. It's time for Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Corey, should I assume you do not want to start?
I'm good starting with this.
Okay.
Here's the question I have, though. Is there a Tolo out there that really thinks the Cowboys are going to lose this game? It's the Raiders, and I've said this a number of times. They have not earned the right to be like, they should win this game. They just haven't been good enough this year for the Cowboys, that is, for us to be like, they should win. But I do feel like on game day, there are a lot of Cowboys fans out there that are like, there's no way we're losing to the Raiders. Pete Carroll and Geno Smith this week. 877-881-1053. I just want to know. If there's any Cowboys fans that are in on this. Now, if you're not a Cowboys fan, you can also text in as well.
All right. So can I say I think the Cowboys are going to win, but I do not believe I have that same level of undefeatable confidence that perhaps other Cowboys fans do. I could definitely see them losing this game.
Like in an embarrassing way, or just one of those
that I would
like,
be surprised.
Man.
I would be surprised. Like,
Okay.
I could see them lose 52-45. No, I'm just kidding. I could see them lose by like 3 to 7 points. One possession game. Just because, the Cowboys haven't been smoking people either way. So while the Raiders are not good, the Cowboys are 1-4 on the road. So I do think they're going to win, but I don't have like a supreme level of confidence.
Yeah, that is the feeling right now, is think they're going to win.
Yeah.
But just because, as Ryan, as I said earlier, they haven't proven that they can just beat good or bad or mediocre teams at all.
No, they haven't. I would say this. Cowboys will win because of what I like to call accidental defense.
Hell yeah.
And that's where they're going to make plays on defense that they really have no business making. I go back to the Denver game when Bo Nix threw that interception in the early first quarter. And Tony Romo on the call is saying how great the Cowboys defense has become now. And I think that's the last time we've heard anyone say that.
Yes. Yeah.
That was a weird statement.
Right to Deron Bland without anyone around. That is what I call accidental defense, and that is how they will win this game tonight.
Okay, so I'm going to diverge from that a little bit. I'm going to say it's on purpose defense.
Oh, man.
Because of who they're going up against, and that is Geno Smith. So Cowboys win because they get at least 2 turnovers. Geno Smith has 12 interceptions. That is the most by a Raiders quarterback at this point in the season since the illustrious Kerry Collins in 2004. Of the quarterbacks who had started at least 9 games this year, this was prior to yesterday, Geno Smith had the 4th lowest quarterback rating. So he has a low quarterback rating, and he likes to turn the ball over. So Cowboys win because they get at least 2 turnovers. Totally understand the theory of accidental defense. I think Geno Smith will make it on purpose defense.
I think the Cowboys win because offensively they're going to rely on Javonte Williams to help my fantasy teams up the number even more, as I've already won this game, but adding more points to this would be nice. But I think Javonte runs very well tonight and gets back to what we've seen from him a lot in the past. Max Crosby is very good. Max Crosby is very, very good.
Who's blocking him?
The right tackle, mostly. This is like they'll move him all over the place. Terrence Steele's probably going to have the most responsibility for him. That concerns me.
Oh.
Cowboys lose because Max Crosby's unblockable tonight.
I thought you were going to say because Terrence Steele has the most responsibility.
Yeah. No, I mean, then that's part that kind of goes hand in hand there. So that's my Cowboys loses. So Cowboys win because Javonte puts it in the end zone a couple times tonight, but the Cowboys lose because Max Crosby is unstoppable.
Alec, tell me why the Cowboys are going to win tonight.
Cowboys are going to win tonight because the Raiders stink. I mean, in all 3 phases, they really haven't been that great. Their pass rush is Max Crosby. Their offense is non-existent for the most part.
Agreed.
I worry about the run game finding some life, that kind of tips my hand for Cowboys lose but historically so far this season, they haven't been a good running team. The Raiders haven't. So I think the Cowboys win because the offense is able to go out there, put up points through the air specifically. I do think you could have a couple of George Pickens sightings in the end zone because they're going to do too much against 88 and hope for the best. And then remember that George Pickens can catch anything thrown within the same zip code that he is in. So I think a George Pickens game could lead you to a win.
Now, this level of confidence from some folks, Sean and RJ talked about it. We just got another one here from the 817. I just made $1,000 play on underdog. Cowboys to cover the spread minus 3.5. Your mic's off.
Not anymore.
Okay. But also, like that, I appreciate people who can play in those waters. That's just not for me. But I love that level of confidence and special promo code Masterpiece.
Look at you.
You want to get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. All right, we heard Corey's Cowboys lose because from the 6-4-1, we lose all the time to teams we should beat and have for decades. That is their lose because from the 2-1-4, the Cowboys just have not proven to me that they're going to show up and play day in and day out, and that's why they lose. Ryan, what is your Cowboys
lose? 2 weeks, so
because
this is a bye. They had a bye. They should be ramped up for this one, right?
What was the final score in that bye? Was it a tie?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
I feel like they took.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the bye weeks don't actually help the Cowboys. Haven't they come out of bye weeks laying a lot of eggs?
Yeah.
I feel like Quinnen Williams is new. Wilson's new. That might be some rust there. I know Quinnen Williams, he already said he's got the playbook memorized and everything, and he's just a beast out there. But just the entire team gelling like that, it may take a game. And this might be the practice game for them to go through the rest of the season, so that could be why they lose.
From the 806, man, this feels harsh. Cowboys win because it's still the Raiders, and it might finally be an offense incompetent enough to make the defense seem good. I kind of agree with that with the new players. Cowboys lose because it would be kind of funny to see Sean and RJ crash out after their bet. I don't know if that is a cause and effect right there in terms of why they lose.
So they're betting on like their Cowboys lose because is all surrounded by
hilarity.
Yes, which I'm in on. Like, can you imagine coming in here tomorrow morning or getting up in the morning, turning on 105.3 The Fan like you always do, Tolo, and being all you hear is Sean just like, can't believe this Cowboys team. Can you believe what they did last night?
Okay, question. Do you think it's going to be that?
Choppy's like, I didn't make a bet for them to lose. I made a bet for them to win.
It's
like they're still in here.
Yeah, that's objectively good. Do you think it's going to be that, or do you think they're going to lay all the blame on Bobby?
That's brilliant. That would be the way I would do it. I would be like, you're the one that told me this. Now we got to figure out how you pay me back.
Yes.
And I would spend the whole day coming up with little ways for him to pay me back $5 at a time.
And that's what I think will happen. I do not think it would be as much of a deconstruction on why the Cowboys lost as why they listened to Bobby to begin with. In terms of why they lose, I say Cowboys lose because the Raiders consistently convert on third down. Cowboys are 0-4-1 in games in which their opponent has converted on third down at 50% or better. I just want to put this in perspective, how bad the Cowboys' third down defense is. 52.7% of the time they give up a first down on third down. Easily.
No matter the yardage?
Exactly.
Okay.
Easily the worst in the NFL. 18 of the 32 NFL teams, their rate is below 40%. So more than half the NFL teams give up a first down less than 40% of the time. The Cowboys give it up 52.7% of the time. Embarrassing.
When it comes to, man, I really need you to do this because
teams are 18 for 18 when it's 3rd and 1.
What about 3rd and 1?
Yep.
What about 3rd and longer than 10? Do we have a number there?
I don't have the research. I can go do that.
Because the Steelers yesterday, when they were 3rd and 11 plus, they converted every time. And that's Cincinnati's defense. That's bad defense. Cowboys have been a bad defense this year.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to figure out how much of that is affected by lack of pass rush versus lack of cover. So that's what I want to really dive in a little deeper on. But hopefully you're able to fix that tonight, and the additions that you made defensively can be the difference for you in Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson.
Alec, Cowboys lose because
this defense is the type of defense that if you're due, they will let you have that game. And Ashton Genty is due to have an Ashton Genty game. And I'm afraid that could be tonight where they finally find some success at home in the running game. I hope not. I hope that Quinnen Williams is going to be active in this game, not in a literal sense. He's just going to be active in the run game. I hope Logan Wilson is going to be filling gaps like Jerry says every time we ask about him. That's what he's really great at, his instincts. I need to see all that tonight because I think that this could be the Ashton Genty breakout game. And then knowing how this team operates and how bad that Raiders offense is, that could be his only good game of the year, where you don't see him run for that much all season long except against us.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up because that's something to keep an eye out on. Not only the yardage, but efficiency. So Ashton Genty is averaging 3.8 yards per carry. He's had more than 4 yards per carry in 2 games this year.
Really?
2.
Yeah. You expected more out of him whenever he was
100%
in college, but
100%.
Did you take into account some of the opponents he was going against weren't complete teams?
Yeah.
And now he's against an NFL rosters that are stacked full of the best players from all the colleges. And maybe his offensive line isn't the best either.
No, and I agree with all of that.
But there is a lateral movement that is missing from his game that I saw in college that I was very, very impressed with.
I would have thought you would have seen more flashes along the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had a 64-yard run against Chicago. Hey, good job. And that, by the way, coincidentally, is one of the 2 games. He had more than 4 yards per carry. Do you know, here's another thing to look out for tonight. Do you know in every other NFL game he's had so far, 0 runs for more than 20 yards? 0.
Really?
And
that was a big part of his game, yeah.
And so if you see one of those big runs pop off, especially like in the first quarter or maybe even in the second, you can look directly at what Alec just said and be like, oh no, we're about to see this all come home.
Yeah, I don't want to see that all come home against the Cowboys tonight, Kevin.
Definitely not, especially since so many people are apparently betting so much money on the Cow. I think I'm going to stress out for them additionally tonight.
Bobby said tonight's the game that CeeDee Lamb gets right again, and not necessarily saying that he's been wrong, but getting back into the groove of things. And Sean was like, hey, Pickens has been playing very well. Don't you think that has a bit of an effect on it? And I do, but Dak's been pretty good at being able to distribute to lots of different receivers. And when Dak can do that, that can be a big factor tonight. If he focuses in on one, tough night. If he's able to get to a lot of different ones, I think that's big for him.
I know we haven't really focused on this too much, and we don't want to put the pressure on them because of that. But from the 9-7-2, Cowboys win because they're playing for a fallen teammate. That is an interesting wrinkle just because we've gone through the bye.
We haven't discussed that much.
Yeah. Well, because I didn't like it that morning when somebody was harassing Wanye to be like, go play. And you're like, wow, that just happened.
We haven't discussed that much, but the impact of a loss like that, I do wonder definitely how it can galvanize a group. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, ladies and gentlemen, it is the scores and stories from the Big Four games on NFL Showdown weekend. It was awesome. Coming up next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
Reach Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap placement, kick on the way, and it is good! They don't block this one like last year in Kansas City. And on the final play of the game, the Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs by a final score of 22-19.
What a series of games this weekend. It was freaking awesome. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin. We got Alec Medford, and we are rocking along with the fellows from RJ Duke Sports Cards and Memorabilia today. And we do have Ryan on the mic with us right now. Go ahead and lay out the entire way all the weekend went down.
How our weekend went down?
Yeah, exactly. How'd the weekend
football,
go?
not your personal weekend, right?
I was at a 4-year-old's birthday party on Saturday.
Awesome.
You want me to get into that?
Yes. What kind of cake was it?
That sounds like an off-air conversation.
I love cake those.
Do you want...
Okay.
That's a bold take. Do you want to start with Bills-Bucks, Seahawks-Rams, Chiefs-Broncos, or Lions-Eagles?
Chiefs-Broncos all the way. That was a fun game to watch. I mean, when you had it on the line, the 35-yard field goal that was blocked the year before, and they got that one dead center, and what has happened to the Chiefs?
Okay, can we talk about the field goal real quick? I have a quick philosophical football question for you guys. Right. Alec, I would like your thoughts on this as well. All right, you mentioned it. Broncos kick a 35-yard field goal, but it was only second down. And it was second down from the 17. Why not snap the ball with 6 seconds left in case you beef the snap? So, like, they snap the ball with 3 seconds left. It's only second down. I've always wondered, like, I get it. You don't want to leave time on the clock for Mahomes and everything. I understand that part.
You don't want to leave time on the clock for Mahomes.
I agree. Josh Allen is trying to call in right now. But, but, like, if you snapped it with 5 seconds... there might be a second left on the clock, and it's only second down. Are you surprised that teams more often don't snap with just a couple more seconds? Because even with the kick, there would be 1, maybe 2 seconds left on the clock. And with the new kickoff rules, all you got to do is drop it in there, and Mahomes is not going to get a chance to do anything with the ball, just in case the snap goes awry.
No, because I don't think coaches think that way. I think they think that it's going to happen. That they're going to make the kick, right. Everything's going to go fine. I mean, we've seen instances where it doesn't, but I think that they're just in this belief of, I trust my guys.
You only do that if Romo's the holder.
See, okay, and that's a perfect example. And I know, like, for everyone who's upset right now, it was 19 years ago. Like, think about that for the rest of your day. If they would have done my plan, you could have, if you had a timeout, of course, dependent, just fallen on it, called timeout, and still had a chip shot field goal to do the whole thing again. Alec, are you surprised? I mean, clearly I'm in the minority on this, but are you surprised that doesn't happen a little bit more?
I'm not surprised because I think, like, in a non-destructive way, it's an ego thing. It's I want to end this game.
Okay.
Right here, right
with
now.
0-0-0.
Exactly. Yeah. I want the walk-off win. I want the dramatics that go into it, everybody storming the field. I think they want that moment, and they want to say, we choose our destiny here. We don't care about the down. We don't care about the game situation. We care about getting 000s on the clock and going home. That's all we want.
Now, 8th straight win for Denver. What's the bigger deal, that or Sean Payton running into a referee ending up being a penalty that didn't cost them?
I think the 8th straight win for Denver. I think that's the bigger deal at the moment. Nobody really cares about that in the grand.
They would have
in the season grand scheme of things. In this game there was a moment where the Broncos kicked their field goal. And Chris Jones, they panned over to him on the sideline, and he had this look like, good God, what do we have to do? Like, he looked, that was the first time I've ever seen him look like, I don't think we can beat this team. And then their offense gave the ball back, and he's like, now we got to go back out there and stop them again, and they lose the game.
How many times do you think a team has been like, this Denver team sucks, and then the game's over and they lost, and they're like, wait,
their defense just makes it very difficult on you. They can get to the quarterback so well, over and over throughout the game, and then their secondary can cover. Those are the two things that they help each other out so well. And no matter how good you are offensively, they can bring you back down to earth quickly.
Now, Patrick Mahomes had the touchdown pass to Travis Kelce, which set the record for most touchdown catches by a Chiefs player with 84, gave them a lead at 19-16. But I'm willing to bet that today nobody in Kansas City is celebrating, as I do believe now we live in a world in which the Carolina Panthers have a better record than the Chiefs.
Yeah. Is it the Chiefs, the Lions? There's another team that would be missing from the playoffs right now that you would be like, what are we talking about?
It's pretty shocking.
Yeah. So in that game right there, you asked the question last week. He said the winner of this game will win the AFC West.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are at 9-2 with the Broncos. And I said I think that the Denver continues to win it. And the Chiefs are going to be trying to figure their way out. This is crazy, man.
And that divisional streak for the Chiefs is over.
Yep.
Over.
They're done.
All right.
I'm not happy. I'm just saying.
It sounds like you're happy. Ryan, Lions, Eagles, Seahawks, Rams, or Bills and Buccaneers?
Let's talk about those Lions and Eagles.
Okay, man. You and Corey.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me cut number 6, if you will, and let's talk about the Philadelphia Eagles.
Scanning here. It's deflected, intercepted. On the deflection, Cooper DeJean has it at 12-yard line.
So Cooper DeJean gets his first regular season interception, but part of a bigger trend, the Eagles broke up 10 passes yesterday. That defense looks awesome against a well-respected, high-powered offense.
Yeah, it's almost annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying. Agreed.
It's because they've done this twice now in their last 2 games, holding the AFC North or the NFC North to very low scores. And that's supposed to be a dominant division as well. And they, you go look at their numbers offensively, and they weren't good either.
No.
They were bad. Jalen Hurts, he goes out there and barely threw for 100 yards, Kevin. And they were somehow able to come away with a very ugly, disgusting win on a field that had wind that looked like it would just pick you up and throw you across the field at some point.
Right. Ryan, do we need to be concerned at all about the Lions offense? I guess, especially because they also put Sam Laporta on injured reserve.
Right, he's on IR. Jared Goff might be reverting back to his Rams days a little bit.
Man, him and I know Darnold has come up in that conversation, and obviously we talked about Jones.
Like kind of scared feet a little bit, or just not seeing the field,
or not knowing where the sun sets.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. No, I mean,
did that.
There are moments where I thought I think there are moments in teams that he plays against where he looks very confident. He did not last night at all, and I think after that first interception, that really sent him into this I don't know what's going on. But I think you're dead on. There've been brilliant moments from Jared Goff, but last night was not one of them.
And as we all predicted, that of course leaves the Chicago Bears atop that division.
Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson from the Detroit Lions, very confident. I'm sure the Cowboys picked up the phone and called him and said, "Would you like to coach this team?"
No, they didn't. They had their guy.
That's frustrating.
Man, Ben Johnson might be awesome. I don't know.
He's got this team believing they can win late in games. They do actually pull it off. And Kevin, what are they doing? They're balanced.
Yeah.
Last year they were so unbalanced. It was all Caleb Williams all the time. And now he's like, no, we're going to run the ball with 4 different running backs, and we're going to just do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Caleb's looking good.
Yes.
Give him a good wide receiver. That's going to be scary in the midway.
In your face, Rome Odunze.
You don't like Rome Odunze?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't know why he doesn't use DJ Moore more, but he and DJ Moore haven't been on a good page since they got together. But I think because of the balance in the offense, that's one of the main reasons Caleb's benefiting so much, because it's not just on him to carry this whole thing, but he's making the throws.
Alec, can you give me cut number 7, please, as we move over to Bills Bucks?
Allen on 3rd and 3. Only a 3-man rush from the Bucks. Allen buys time. He's going to toss it downfield. Open man. Caught by Shavers. Touchdown, Bills. That's old-fashioned Josh Allen football.
Now, I know you think, we're going to talk about this game because Josh Allen had 6 touchdowns. Meh, that's fine. That's been done before by Josh Allen. But what I really want to talk about is at 44-32, that, my friends, is scoreagami. For the 1,095th time in NFL history, this is the first time we have ever seen that final score. And honestly, I thought they might have 1,095 lead changes in that game the way it was going. You talked about games that were fun. Man, that game right there was my favorite just because of the offensive back and flow nature of it.
Oh, absolutely. Corey, you talked before about how Ashton Genty might not be as great because he played for, Boise State? Where did Josh Allen play for college?
Wyoming. Yeah. And dude turned out at the time, I remember when he was drafted, people were like, what is this guy?
He was like 54%
like, he's
in
got
college.
a great arm, and he throws in the winds of Wyoming, and everybody was concerned about that. And over time, with his coaching, he makes electric plays. There was a touchdown he threw to Shavers that he ran all over the field and then looked downfield and was like, oh, okay, and just chucked it. And that was
that one.
That was a classic play. That's a classic Josh Allen play. And then he has still has some boneheaded mistakes where he's, dumping one off from his goal line and he gets intercepted because he's doing a chest pass. But he still is. You want to get him running on the ground. You want to get him throwing through the air. Either way, as long as the opponent makes some bad mistakes too, they can benefit whenever he's playing a game like he did.
He's turning into the rich man's Brett Favre, basically.
Ooh,
because he can run the ball too.
Yes, and he doesn't have the off-field issues.
Yeah,
right.
He's not embezzling money.
He also doesn't have a Super Bowl though.
Not yet.
Oh,
not yet.
Brett Favre didn't yet either.
Yeah, it took Favre a little while.
Till he did.
I'm pretty sure Favre did have a Super Bowl by this point, right?
I don't know.
What was his,
I'm
97?
just saying he didn't have one until he did. And then once he did, he had it.
So Favre's rookie year was 91, right? And he won in 97?
Yeah, and Josh Allen's was in 2018. So
we're getting close. This could be it.
He's already passed it.
Yeah, the Cowboys kept robbing Brett Favre until the Cowboys fell off, and then Brett Favre was like, now it's my time.
So you're saying
the
Mahomes
Chiefs have
was
to
the
fall off.
Okay.
And once the Chiefs do, the Broncos are going to be in the way.
It feels like we're there, but until it's officially done, I don't know if I'm going to buy into that.
Sean Tucker had a really good game for Tampa Bay in this. I'm not sure. I think we expected kind of a fun battle between quarterbacks. I didn't feel like Baker had his best game.
Right.
But I'm kind of curious how good he can be without Mike Evans and Egbuka being, top line guys. Tez Johnson's fine. Sterling Shepard's meh. But that offense needs a little bit more.
And by the way, for the Bills offense, Keon Coleman, he got scratched because he missed a team meeting on Friday morning.
This wasn't his first missed team meeting either. So they were like, all right, buddy, fool me once.
Go ahead and give me cut number 5 as we go through the top 4 showdown games of the weekend. Give me Rams and Seahawks.
Oh, okay.
What?
Bootleg. Stafford has Parkinson. Colby Parkinson breaks a tackle and another for a touchdown. Against his old team, Parkinson's in.
Almost a very controversial call right there. Now, despite all of the turnovers from Seattle, they were still right there, had an opportunity to win that game, but they don't.
Oh, you said all the turnovers from Seattle.
Sam Darnold
had all the turnovers in this game.
Okay.
He's bad.
Will you watch it? Because Ernest Jones IV wants you to shut up.
All right, Ernest.
I am going to repeat this the best I can because it is not radio friendly.
Repeat after Kevin.
Ernest Jones said, Sam's been balling. If we want to try to define Sam by this game, Sam has had us in every effing game. So for him to sit there and say, that's my fault. No, it's not. It was plays that defensively we could have made, opportunities, we could have gotten better stops. It's football, man. He's our quarterback. We got his back. And if you got anything to say to him, quite frankly, F you.
Oh, man.
He's talking to you because you just had something to say.
Sam Darnold is not always good. I've said that his entire career. He was worse before.
Mm-hmm.
He's had moments of looking good, and then he'll have games like this. I pointed it out Friday heading into the weekend. I was like, Sam Darnold will have moments where he will be just inept altogether. And this was one of those. Again, the rest of the team, he's right. The rest of the team wasn't good enough for them to win. The Rams slipped by with another one, and this was okay, Matt Stafford, are you going to still stay on this run of 15 touchdowns a game? Because he's been on fire, and he didn't play his best game. Kyron Williams was very good, though. And Seattle is now suffering that against them. That is the Rams are at the top of this division, dude. They are. They definitely are the other class of this group.
And are they really contenders?
The Rams?
Yeah.
As long as Matt Stafford's standing. As long as he's standing, I think that this team can be in every single football game. And their defense is pretty stout. Like, they have a good, stout defense, but I think as long as Matt Stafford's up, and again, 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. He didn't have to do too much.
So the thing that's interesting about all of this to me is I agree with you about the Rams, but we're a big-time field goal away from being like, how did Seattle win this game despite all the turnovers? Because they did still get in position for a 61-yarder. And look, I know we're not that far removed from, that's an insane field goal that nobody can make. But now it feels like, that might be able to go in.
And there were a lot of interdivision games this weekend that were very close.
Yes.
And I think this is that point in the season where you're going to get those things.
Yeah, absolutely. There were close games galore, but you're right. Now, as it sits, Los Angeles clearly has very firm control of the divisional race, and maybe it's just staying in the home field advantage race to get a bye and control their destiny the rest of the way.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the Falcons, the Titans, Dylan Dennis, Anthony Davis. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a 2-hour Monday show, Monday Night Football, with the pregame kicking off at 4 o'clock with Chief and Brian. We'll go on 2 to 4 here on The Fan.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I can see the YouTube chat up on the wall behind us right now.
How come we almost couldn't see that chat?
They are because I turned off all the TVs accidentally before the show. As soon as we went into crosstalk, I tried to change one TV and turned everything off, Alec. So do not let me near electronics around here.
Yeah.
So you were almost wanker of the
electronics
weekend.
right here. Yeah, almost. It is time for Wanker of the Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin and Alec Medford and Ryan from RJ Dukes. And somebody said you need to call him RJ. I keep thinking you're talking to me when you say Ryan. So
But
Kevin,
aren't people going to think it's choppy?
well, I think they would know that choppy. You know what? That's a valid point. That's a valid. We have a man on this station named RJ.
And plus,
who they named their card shop.
Absolutely.
That's what I was told.
Not because it's his name and his wife's name.
I'm vice president of his fan club.
Oh, wow. Plus, like, if you win the auction, it feels like you should get the right to go by your name.
Yeah, whatever name you would like to
Right?
go by.
Probably.
We will be having Peace-a-thon at RJ Dukes on next Wednesday, and we'll be lining up early in the morning, stay until about 7 o'clock, and having an awesome day raising some money for an awesome cause. So looking forward to that next week. Thank you very much, guys, for letting us set up shop in your place. Really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. I can't wait for it.
It's going to be awesome. And it's going to be a big day, dude. It's going to be a big day. I think there's going to be some cool stuff that we're going to be able to do there.
There's a lot of cool stuff.
And I believe Derek Holland will be there riding a Velociraptor while he's smoking cigarettes.
That's right.
In his underwear on the beach.
And if you don't know what that means, show up to RJ Dukes. We'll explain it to you. I know what it means, unfortunately. Now, I'm a little conflicted about this one.
All right.
Are the Dallas Mavericks the wanker of the weekend? But this was when I thought
they won last night.
They did.
Okay.
But Anthony Davis is going to be out another 7 to 10 days. So, like, regardless of how they do you feel like that just makes them wanker of the weekend? Anytime you find out that you need more time for AD and Jason Kidd's like, hey, he wants to be out there, but we're going to be safe.
I probably look at this team far differently than a lot of people. I don't expect Anthony Davis to be on the court.
Oh,
he's just oft injured. That's just his life. Every time I think I'm going to get him back, I don't know if teams have rushed him back. Honestly, I think he just gets back on the court and gets injured again. That's his. I don't know what his muscle fibers are made of or what. He just seems to immediately go, oh, that hurt. And he's a big dude. I get it. There's a lot going on there. But I just presume this is a team without Anthony Davis. And whenever you get him, it's a kind of a luxury to have him around. You better build everything else, though, around Cooper Flagg and winning with him. And that's what they did last night. It took a lot, though.
So Tim McMahon has a source that said the owner made it clear that until he was provided, quote, medical metrics that indicated there was no risk of aggravating the calf or suffering a related, potentially catastrophic injury, he would not be out on the court.
Yeah. Yeah. And because I think there's got to be a couple of different reasons here. One, I want him for a deeper run somewhere else. I mean, they got to figure out how to win games without him first.
Last night was a good step.
I don't want him to truly be injured worse, so I can't trade him if I want to. I think there's a lot of layers in this, but I don't know if he knows exactly what he wants to do with the player and the team yet. Honestly, after moving on from Nico, who knows where he could end up, by the way. But after moving on from him, I think that he's like, okay, I got to get a bunch of advice from a lot of different people, trying to figure out what this team's going to be, and until they start winning, it's probably piecing things off.
Do you need the Mavericks to win a whole lot so all of Cooper Flagg's cards skyrocket and everybody tears down the door to get to your shop?
Yes, please.
Okay.
when I'm hearing that Cooper Flagg might only be like the 6th or 7th pick, 6, 7, in next year's draft, if he was redrafted then.
That is idiotic. Whoever said that is a moron.
Was it me?
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
It's the other RJ.
Oh, that is one of the worst takes I've ever heard. He would be the number 1 pick in next year's draft, too.
I would hope so.
But, yeah, now I really want to track that take down.
And do what? What are you going to do?
Be like, I respectfully disagree.
Oh, that's probably, I like that. That's a good approach, Kevin.
I mean, it's better than, you mentioned Dylan Dennis as a potential wanker of the weekend. He has been banned from UFC and UFC events after he's a former training partner of Conor McGregor. So, he likes to
say
sucker
a lot
punch.
of stuff. Didn't he say a lot of stuff a while back and kind of got in some trouble?
That would not surprise me.
All right.
I don't know that offhand, but that would not surprise me. But as a friend of or training partner of Conor McGregor, he knows a thing or two about sucker punching people. They started a giant brawl in Madison Square Garden before the main card started for UFC 322 on Saturday, and it was a whole to-do. And Dana White's like, not only will you never be allowed at a UFC event, you will never fight at a UFC event. None. Out. I hope it was worth it.
So what does he have to do to be able to get that to go away?
Man,
I mean, because
Dana White can hold a grudge.
But, doesn't he like money?
He does.
And
I don't think
if a guy can draw,
I don't think Dylan's good enough.
All right, that's fine.
Oh, are we talking conspiracy here? Has this all been orchestrated?
Ooh, that'd be smart. That would be smart. Hey, this he kind of stinks at drawing. Let's give a reason for him to be a good draw.
Look,
Let
man.
me ban him, and then we'll figure out a way for him. I like this. I like where you're
the
going
heel
with this,
turn,
Ryan. Yeah,
and then the redemption.
Yes.
The history of combat sports is filled with just that. Brock Lesnar didn't get a title shot almost straight away because he was obviously going to be the best. It was because he would be a huge draw. Conor McGregor talked his way into moving up the card. Now, he eventually got to the point where obviously you have to win to keep the hype train going, and he did that. Now, somebody who had kind of fallen off that is Bo Nickel, who is from Allen. I covered him when he wrestled. He lost his very first professional fight a little while back, but guess what? He was back, cut number 11. Here's what you need to know. He wins via head kick knockout. I'm going to let you listen to this short but very informative clip, and you can determine when the strike takes place.
Stylistically, this guy is allowing him to get off. It's right in front.
Right there?
Yeah.
That was the moment.
Yes. So you could probably hear the pop, but also, but also the reaction from the announcers. So Bo Nickel is an all-time great grappler, but he has also become very hateable, which I think helps for his drawing power.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Everything needs a villain hero battle. And the villain can last forever against multiple heroes. You just have to have a villain somewhere in the way. And I think one primary like that's a good one to have. I like that.
Was that comment before Masterpiece Worthy of the Week?
Which one?
Right before?
Yeah, no, I know. You want to play it again? I'm familiar with what you're saying there.
Stylistically, this guy is allowing him to get off.
Nice work.
Allowing him.
I'm proud of him.
Yeah, you should have. Never mind.
Monday.
I said never mind. By the way, we were talking about basketball stuff. The Pelicans did fire their head coach, Willie Green, after they started 2-10, because if you looked at the recent history of the Pelicans, it's definitely his fault that he's not winning there.
Yeah, dude. They seem to fire their head coach like every year after a 2-10 start. What's up with that? It didn't make any sense. Kevin, I am a little concerned. Out of all the things on Wanker the weekend, you left the A&M state trooper off of, or was a security state trooper?
And see,
you left him off.
That's a hero, sir.
What do you mean hero? I still don't understand what he was doing.
Because
why is he walking up the tunnel at them anyway?
Because even in crosstalk, I felt like I didn't get a straight answer when they said he's been relieved of his duties, and I was like, does that mean he doesn't get to go do that at A&M games anymore, or did he get fired?
So I watched that game. that one moment in time, I didn't see. Did they run up the tunnel and stomp on him on the way up, and then they were walking back down? He was like, I'm going to get my revenge. Or, okay, see, all I've seen so far is him walking up.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened that made him go, I have to go up there now.
I got the sense it was because they did not all immediately move out of his pathway of walking, even though
at the football game, you get out of the way of the football player.
Yeah.
That's just plain and simple.
Or just as a human,
yeah,
like you should both work together
to
not run into each other.
Yeah, man, that didn't make any sense to me at all.
And then he was pointing at him. And I was like,
you get back on the field. You get. Yeah. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin. If you're wondering why I'm bringing the show in, it's because Kevin's voice just not there yet, but he's working. You sound great. You sound great, and you look amazing.
So you don't want to give me the day off tomorrow?
For what? I have a late night tonight.
To recover.
That was what the weekend was for.
Oh. I did not abide that advice.
Okay, we also have Alec Medford and Ryan from RJ Dukes with us right now, but it is time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how are we doing today, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, we don't have Solomon Thomas, so I'm concerned.
Explain.
Oh, no.
I mean, right, what do you think he's meant to this team this year and just not having him out there tonight? I mean, I know a lot of folks on Quentin Williams, but not having Solomon Thomas.
Yeah, I think that he's been really solid, but I think that with the addition of Williams, Kenny Clark, Osa, I think that I think they'll be able to hang in there at the defensive tackle position. Obviously more so than if Williams wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of excited to see just what he's able to do and how much of a difference he can make with this defense. But, yeah, I think Solomon Thomas has been kind of a silent contributor, like he's been solid. If you look at the tackle charts and everything, I think he's been sneaky good. And, yeah, you hate to see him not able to go, but I don't think it's a surprise since he really hadn't practiced all week. He was doing rehab all the days that we had an ability to watch practice.
Are you most excited to see Quentin Williams' impact on, like, the linebackers?
Just impact overall, yeah. Right. Because I think that if he does impact this defense, then, yeah, it helps out the linebackers, it helps out the cornerbacks, the safeties. I think that's where everything starts. And if we look at what's been going on defense, the Cowboys have had problems stopping the run. What have they played? 9 games, and 7 of them teams have run for more than 100 yards. So I think you got to start right there when you're looking at how this defense can improve. It has to improve first and foremost against the run, and I would imagine that's what the Raiders would like to be able to do consistently against the Cowboys.
Do you feel like this is going to be a new look defense, or do you feel like this is going to be a very similar defense just with new faces?
You mean like from a scheme standpoint?
Yeah.
I think new faces make the difference. I don't know you reinvent the wheel in 3 practices, right? After you plan to kind of play the way you think you need to play. Now, you can make adjustments in game, because if the offensive line or the defensive line is dominating or making a difference, then maybe you can, on certain situations, play more man instead of zone. And again, I think that with your safeties back, maybe it makes a difference having those guys on the field, even if you're playing zone, that you have some experience there that they've been lacking for the last couple of weeks with Hooker and Donovan Wilson out.
How do you think it went the first time somebody tried to reinvent the wheel? Like, do you think everyone was like, what are you doing, man? This thing works really well. Like, what do you want, a square?
Who was the guy, right?
Yeah. Well,
somebody had to start that saying.
Yeah. Great question.
Yeah,
not really related to football. I was just thinking about that.
I do get kind of curious, Mickey, like like you were talking about, if you're doing this well, then maybe you can do a little more of this. And whenever I think, okay, if DeMarvion Overshown's doing this well, maybe Eberflus is like, I haven't been able to run this without a guy like that on the field yet. And so there might be some new wrinkles that he can run into this thing.
Yeah, and depending how much they think Overshown can play, right?
Exactly.
He hasn't played a football game since, December 9th? So I think that, to start off, you got to somewhat tread lightly and just kind of adjust to see how he's doing and, how much he can handle. And I thought Schottenheimer made a good point. I think it was in the conference call on Saturday. He knows if you're bringing in guys that haven't played or haven't played with you, that there's going to be mistakes. And he's hoping that, as they progress through the game, the mistakes can be corrected. But guys will see stuff and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. And even Quinnen Williams hadn't played in a couple of weeks. He's had 2 byes in a row. Yeah, you're fresh, but you got to get back in the swing of things and get back in, whatever the Cowboys want to do. The good thing is the defensive line coach, White Cotton, knows everything he needs to know about Quinnen Williams. And Quinnen Williams knows everything White Cotton probably wants out of him or has wanted out of him. So I don't think there's any surprises there. But again, when you're trying to play a bunch of new guys for the first time, and you can include Revel in there, whatever game plan they have for him on how much he might play, or if it's just special teams, or if he goes in certain down and distance situation. It'll be interesting to see how they use him also. And then let's not overlook Logan Wilson, because I think he's going to play a lot. There's no reason why he's a veteran. He started all those years in Cincinnati. Give him a jersey and put him out there as far as I'm concerned.
We haven't really talked about this too much for understandable reasons, but now that we're at game day, a lot of people have mentioned it. What do you think about, and I know we've talked X's and O's and I understand that, what do you think about the idea of hey, now we're playing for Marshawn Nealand as a motivator, just as a general concept?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sounds good, but again, gosh, I don't know. Can you be motivated more than you should be playing this game anyway? It's hard to say. Obviously, yeah, you think about that. But here's the deal. Did that motivation help them prepare for this game? Because that's where I think that the motivation has to take place is during the week, during your preparation. Because I don't think you hit the field and you go, oh, I'm going to run faster, or right, I'm going to run harder, or I'm going to try better. Because if that's the case, then what were you doing the previous 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Right? I think the motivation has to be, did I prepare as well as I needed to go out and play a game? Because I don't think when you're in the midst of things and say you're in coverage and they're going, oh, I got to do this better to honor Marshawn. No, that doesn't get in your mind in the heat of the moment, right? That has to take place during the week. Now, the other question is, from an emotional standpoint, how ready are they to play a game?
Yeah.
Now, we got to watch practice Thursday and Friday, the part we get. And, the energy seemed high. The emotion seemed high. The excitement back on the field, seemed to prevail during the warm-up parts that we get to watch. And I think the coaches made a extra effort, and not as if they don't during the regular practices, to be very energetic, the music's loud, it was louder, just to get back in it for after not practicing or playing football since that Monday night loss. So I think from that aspect, they tried to replicate what they had been doing and not let the cloud hanging over their heads get in the way of preparing for this game. Now, we'll see if they successfully achieve that moving forward. And I think you should be able to tell right away. And usually you tell on special teams on how hard those guys play in their certain situations in punt coverage or kickoff coverage.
Now, I know the Cowboys are not going to sit back and wait for the Raiders to make mistakes or anything like that, but this is a Raiders team that does make a lot of mistakes. How big of a factor do you think that could be this evening?
That would be nice if somebody made mistakes for you, right?
Yes. The Raiders can do it.
Throw an interception here or there, a fumble, something like that. And on the road, I think that always take place. But the feeling I've got from talking to people, that are here, there's a lot of Cowboy fans here for this game. We'll see how that plays out. But, I think one of the things, putting a team in Vegas where, you get a lot of people to come to a game. They may not have an allegiance to either team, but they're here. It's an event, right?
Yeah.
You come to Vegas for all the stuff that goes on, and now you got a football game to go to.
I feel like that happens at the Cowboys Stadium sometimes, too.
Well, yeah, obviously. It's not like, I'm here to go to the Sphere and see the Wizard of Oz or whatever's playing. Somebody said they went there for a play. But again, and it's like, there's a game on Monday night. I might go to that too and not just waste my money in the casinos. And I did say waste, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did.
Unless you have a system.
Unless you win. Mickey, thank you very much for your... Oh, hold on.
Prediction, man.
It's prediction time.
Oh, and I was actually ready for it.
Yeah, you are.
I think I had to do one or two on Friday. I got the Cowboys 27-20.
All right.
I think the defense improves enough for the offense to score enough to actually win a game, and hopefully they score touchdowns, because I don't know how many games or highlights I watched yesterday of games, and it seemed like all everybody was doing was kicking field goals.
Yes.
That is right there, 27-20. If that happens, that means Sean and RJ win, and that's a good thing for Bobby. All right?
Yeah, there's some shocking wagers taking place on this station, not involving us, Mickey, but yeah.
Because we wouldn't do
and
that.
It certainly doesn't. Let's make sure it doesn't involve me.
Yes, we want you to keep your job and everything like that.
It'll be the last update we do.
Thanks, Mickey. Really appreciate you, man. We'll talk with you tomorrow.
All right. See ya.
There goes Mickey Spagnola, our Dallas Cowboys insider. Kevin, I wanted to ask you something real quick. You look
You ask
wearied.
your question, and then I don't think you use that right at all. And then I will attempt to get you to drop your question in favor of audio.
Okay, Anthony Davis wore a Green Bay Packers jersey last night. Does that matter? Does that matter in the world, in the grand scheme of things? Does that mean I got to get out of Dallas? I want to go to Wisconsin. Trade me for Giannis?
Oh, my God. Yes. I hope that's exactly what it means. But in the meantime, it'd be different if he just missed his first game and they were 10-4 and kicking ass. But since we're in the inverse, come on.
He's out of clothes.
Okay, but what if...
That was the last one. That was the last one hanging up.
What does every athlete and coach ever say? Control what you can control. Hey, don't go out there with a freaking Green Bay Packers jersey on, all right?
I don't know if he did it on purpose.
Is he buddies with Parsons?
Love is who he was wearing.
Okay.
And I think he is friends with Jordan Love. So I think that is...
Okay, well, that's great. Go support them in your off time.
Or was he pointing out he should have wore
the
the Parsons jersey, because then he's like biggest trades in DFW. Luka, Micah, now me.
Okay, well, at least he wasn't wearing a Luka Lakers jersey. You're right.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been the worst. In the meantime, can I take you to the airport in Ireland?
Sure.
Now, remember, this is at a bar at an airport in Ireland, cut number 12. They're watching a World Cup qualifier, and Ireland is perilously close to being bumped out of the tournament. Once again, I will let you listen very closely to see if you can determine when the goal gets scored. Now,
right there?
I'm guessing most people knew, but could you imagine if you're just taking a flight? You don't follow football or soccer. and all of a sudden that place just goes bananas. That's going to freak you out.
It'd be awesome. I'll be like, what am I missing right now that I have to see?
Okay, would you just run into the pub?
Absolutely. I'd start buying beers for everybody.
And also, I'm sorry, Alec, I did not know that there were curse words in there.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Kevin pays the price for not knowing about the cuss words, but it's also time for AM on the FM.
Yeah, we got the question of the day, plus one man's sports bet punishment is another man's pleasure. Next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Was it Saffron Squad?
the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin. We got Alec Medford, AM on the FM, coming up in just a moment, but we are also joined by Ryan from RJ Duke Sports Cards and Memorabilia, where we will be hosting Peace-a-thon 2025 from RJ Dukes and McKinney this year. That'll be next Wednesday. So if you've been saving up, go ahead and get them cash out now. And then put it back in the bank because it's all electronic, so we can't do anything with cash there, Kevin.
And I will tell you, we have at least, hopefully this number is going to go way up, $40,000 worth of items that we'll be auctioning off. That number is going to go a good bit higher, but that's where I am so far.
And I also do have, we're going to have a special breaker join us out there. And
Ron Breaker.
I do believe, be prepared to see something special out of him, too. I'm dead serious about that.
Okay.
Right now, though, it is time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus a ridiculous sports bet was made by a couple of buddies that are hockey fans that we will get to here in just a little bit. But before any of that, Kevin Hagelin is giving me the look like he has something on his mind.
You look queried.
You're definitely using that wrong.
Still.
So, Alec, I want you to know, I have a cough drop in my mouth right now.
Okay.
Out of necessity. Mm-hmm. This wasn't a pre-scheduled cough drop like Corey does with his sandwich.
Yeah.
I did not want you to think I was disrespecting your segment.
Mm-hmm.
It was needed at the moment.
Mm-hmm. See, that is okay because there is a medical reason. Corey's just hungry.
I feel like this is the ultimate respect to your segment, me eating my sandwich this time, because it gives him max amount of time to talk.
What a way to spin that.
That was actually creative. I'll give you a point for that. I still got my eye on you, Majors.
At least
still
it's not
got my
egg
eye
salad.
on you.
Oh, yeah.
That would smell so bad after I eat it.
Yeah, in the smaller studio, too. That would be a bad idea. Let's get to the question of the day, gentlemen. As we look at today's National Day calendar, there is a lot going on this week. Specifically, it is International Students Day, National Hiking Day, National Homemade Bread Day, National Testosterone Awareness Day is today. Shout out Men's Tea Clinic. But we're going to go back towards the education side of things. It's American Education Week, and today specifically International Students Day, so there's a lot of education going around these parts here today and this week. So the question of the day, what was your favorite class in school? And go ahead and shout out the teacher while you're at it, 877-881-1053.
Can I shout out my teacher in my 4th grade math class?
Yes.
Mrs. Kaplan, because the amount that I disliked her made me very good at math, because I took a test and I got a really terrible grade.
Mm-hmm.
And she marked all these problems wrong that I was like, no, those are right. And she goes, no, I don't know what this number is. It was a 4, but I closed off the top of it kind of in the triangle way.
Oh.
Because I was 9. And she goes, no, that's not a number I'm familiar with. And I was like, it's a 4, and these problems are all right. And she's like, nope. And because of my anger at that, it propelled me to greater heights of mathdom. I'm still kind of heated about it, obviously.
Did you use that 4 after that? Or did you do the 4 she wanted?
Yeah. No, I did the 4 she wanted and got better at math. So maybe she did that just to piss me off, because she was like, I could tell this kid I have to do something different. Like, don't give me praise and adulation. Be like, hey, your piece of ass 9-year-old, and like I will go to heights.
Wow, dude, that is amazing.
So, I mean, look, it was in 4th grade. I still remember her name.
Oh,
she's probably dead by now.
See, I've heard educators use that idea before that they've got something. I have to like nudge them a little bit. I have to approach this a different way because they're stubborn and they're stuck in their ways. But they've got something. That's Kevin Hageland. I like it. Majors.
I had a speech teacher at Eastfield College.
Oh.
Is college okay?
It's an education center.
All
Sure.
Right, sweet. Otherwise, it was my kindergarten teacher. She was awesome. She was the best. Miss Creighton, I hope you're doing awesome out there. I don't know if it's Patrick Creighton's mom or not.
No.
I don't know. If that would be such a cool thing, though. That would be amazing. But yeah, speech teacher. He did, what was the speech like? There's this big speeches ball that all the great speakers speak at, and he was like, you should do this, and I never did it, but I remember a couple of different things I did in that class, like very consistently. I'll go back to him and be like, that was probably a good time where you kind of made this huge movement of being better at things in life. It was in college finally, and it was in speaking, and I got like a 100 in the class, so I guess I did good. He made a big impact on me, though, because I felt at that moment that I could speak.
And your job is speaking.
And now that's my job, so it's kind of cool.
That's kind of cool.
And I'm not saying I'm good at that, at speaking, but it is my job.
I saw the numbers last week.
Numbers are damn fine. By the way, Tolos, thank you so much for making us the most listened to midday sports show in DFW consistently over and over and over.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, nothing like a little what can I say except you're welcome. Ryan, do you have a favorite class and teacher from your school days?
Okay, so high school sophomore history class. Our teacher was the head girls basketball coach, and the team was good. So she was pretty much preoccupied with anything but teaching. So our class was pretty much watching movies, historical, probably fictional movies. Like we watched Glory, we watched Patriot, and my favorite is we watched JFK because we were told all of that was true.
Back and to the left.
Back and to the left.
That's the power of private school, guys.
Back and to the left.
Get away with everything.
So hold on.
Interesting.
All of it was, I gotta have to go back and watch that movie.
Like none of it's true.
None of it is true?
No.
Not even Back and to the Left?
That court case that court date never happened.
Wow.
But some of those people were fictional too.
What?
Yes.
Kevin Costner's fictional?
No.
But Kevin Costner is
Jim
real.
Garrison is a person.
Oh, okay.
Did he almost break Cal Ripken Jr.'s streak? Don't know.
That's a different story for a different time. So you got to watch movies in a class? Yeah, that was your...
Okay, it was either that or we had a health teacher that was a football coach and it was nothing but a string of worksheets. So it was either the movie or the worksheet.
Were you ever a helper? Did you ever do helping?
So. You've met me.
I was an office helper, but I was my baseball coach's helper.
Oh.
And so it was the last period of the day. And so he would just say, go mow the field. Or he would give me like 3 papers to grade, say, once you get done with these, go get warmed up.
You have to clap the erasers.
It was awesome. No, we didn't have, because we were at whiteboards at that point. We gave up on the erasers.
You're a kid. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I loved mowing the field too. Like I really enjoyed it. So he'd be like, all right, go out to the field and get it ready for practice. I'd be like, awesome. This is great. That was a great class. Didn't get any credit for it though.
Okay.
No grades.
Oh, I wish I had a class where I could just mow a yard. That would be pretty cool.
You probably can.
Do you want to know more at all about what he just said?
Didn't get a grade?
Yeah. I'm gonna act like that didn't happen because I feel like that could be another 10-minute wormhole we could dive into. The mind of Corey Majors never fails to amaze me.
Fact.
I would say mine, for job purposes, has to be one class and one class only. Would be Nate Wood's sports broadcasting class, my senior year of high school. Because I would not be here in this position. Like, I fully believe I would be working in this building right now, but I wouldn't be where I am right now because he taught me everything I needed to know. And he was the kind of teacher that gave the right kind of advice. He was like, I'll tell you who to talk to. I'm not doing anything after that. You got to earn it. So, like, he was like, here's the name of the guy you need to reach out to. I'm not telling him you're reaching out. I'm not doing any of that. You're going to make your elevator pitch, and you're going to get in the door. And then all the nonsense that we did do in his class, on top of the cool projects and getting to meet great people. That was where I met Slater for the first time and got to interview her on our little high school radio show. And it was probably the worst interview she's ever done in her life.
Oh, I doubt that.
I got to...
Dude, what is that supposed to mean?
She does a lot of interviews. She's probably had way worse people than Alec.
She's also got a crazy memory because whenever she was doing weekends up here, I cross-talked with her, and she said she remembered that day specifically, hopping on a Zoom call and everything, and she claims it wasn't the worst that she had ever been on. I'm like, all right.
Did she tell you the worst?
I could tell.
I'll tell names?
I'll tell you in the break.
It's always nice when a woman says you weren't the worst. Right?
877-881-1053, your favorite class in your school days, I guess. Let's see, from the 210, Mr. Hicks. 8th grade honors U.S. history through the Civil War. Dude had been a Secret Service agent, and he was awesome.
Secret Service agent?
That's cool.
I've been very into CIA stuff lately, and as I tell you all the time, I want to know more about that. I want to know more about that teacher.
Huh. I don't think he can tell you.
The Secret Service started to stop counterfeit money.
What? That's the reason?
And also the CIA is something different than the
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the stuff behind the scenes when it comes to our political people is very interesting.
Huh.
Who really pulls the strings?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You want to dive a little deeper?
Let's do it.
That's who I always wanted to be. Like, nobody knew who I was.
Cheney.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Nobody
eventually it feels like everyone, and he's like, I'll say F you on the floor of Congress and shoot my friend in the face.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on him, dude.
Those are things that happen.
Friday at 1:30. From the 972 World Geography with Mr. Crump at Marcus High School. World Geography sounds boring, but he was so educated in world effects that he could tell you something about all the cultures and areas that we were looking at. The best educators are the ones that care about what they're doing, and you can ask them any random question and they have some sort of answer. Like the ones that are just so wickedly obsessed with what they do. Like, shout out to my AP physics teacher junior year of high school, Mr. Clark. He wore the white lab coat every single day.
Awesome.
He had the bushy mustache and the giant frame glasses. He looked like a mad scientist, and he could tell you anything about everything. He was awesome.
That's cool.
Appreciate the interaction for for National Education Week here in America, guys. We were talking a lot about bets earlier, which, hey, I make plays instead because
that's right.
Underdog is
Masterpiece
where it's at.
Is your keyword $100 in fantasy entries when you do your first $5 play.
That's right, and I have a feeling I'll be making a few plays tonight on the Cowboys-Raiders game, which you can hear on these very airwaves. The pregame show is going to be loaded, by the way. Little Birdie said that Lisa Salters of ESPN is going to be on the show at 4:40, which she is one of my favorite sports broadcasters ever, so that will be a must-listen for me personally.
And did you know that CA's player profile, DeMarvion Overshone?
Oh, man. What a day it's going to be. Hopefully, they win the damn game.
I think he did that interview the day that on Friday, whenever he was filling in with you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
He was all over the place.
I needed to tell him thank you again.
I did. I thanked him on Sunday.
Okay.
I thanked him on Sunday when I came up here.
So, guys, we've heard of the bet payoffs that G-Bag has done for years now. We've heard the morning show making ridiculous major bets on stuff. A Minnesota hockey fan lost a bet to a friend, and he had to spend all day and night in a bar from opening to close and was able to drink his way out by shaving time off the total punishment with each drink consumed. If you want to see, he did like a vlog documenting this at 10K Takes on TikTok, has like a time lapse of him doing all this. He had to go from open to close, and a beer would shave 30 minutes off. If you got a shot or a mixed drink, it would shave 45 minutes off.
So this is like the Waffle House.
Exactly.
But with
It's just
alcohol,
the
right.
alcoholics version of the Waffle House challenge.
Okay.
And so the whole thing was documented there, and you could see his beers of choice and everything. And he did make it out a little bit earlier than anticipated. I want you to go watch the video because it is a fun watch to see some of these people's reactions to the fact that he's staying there all day at a bar. This is something that sounds like punishment to me because I know what my body can and can't handle. This probably sounds like heaven to a lot of other people. So if you need a fantasy football or basketball or baseball bet payoff, there you go.
Yeah,
There's an idea for you.
This was my career for a while, just hanging out at the bar, and I was working, but didn't stop me from drinking. You know what I mean? All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece. Great stuff, Alec. Really appreciate it. We are going to dive into some gridiron gravy. Maybe he should have just kept throwing the ball. Plus, Myles Garrett, yeah, he's the best. Next on The Fan.
have to get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Lamar rolling right. Trying to come back the other way, and Myles Garrett is there. A sack on third down.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, Corey Majors will be out at the Bearded Monkey tonight. Yeah, that's me. I know.
Do you have a giveaway, too?
We're giving away a limited group of vests, 105.3 The Fan vests. Nobody's going to have a vest like this except for you, all right? I'm not sure what the limited number is. They didn't give me that limited number, but they look really cool. And I think, dude, we've had some really awesome giveaways. Those Steins we were giving away on Friday were awesome. We have the Tolo stickers, thanks to our friend Skip. They're amazing. And just the Tolo trucker hats. We've had some really cool giveaways at some of these things, and I would think that, there are some people out there that have been spoiled by us just a little bit,
If they get one of your giveaway items, can they walk around saying that now they're invested?
So Bearded Monkey and Forney tonight is where I'll be for the game. 6 to 9 is where that thing is going to be rocking.
It can get worse.
And I'm looking forward to it. It is myself, Kevin Hagelin, Alec Medford, and Ryan from RJ Dukes. And now it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Please don't make it worse.
Okay. Since you said it like that. Gridiron Gravy is, of course, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's start
Tee it up
with the Ravens and Browns game. So the Ravens beat the Browns 23-16. That was their fourth straight win, which officially, Corey, gets them back to 500. So congratulations.
Which you've been on this for quite some time now. You're like, hey, all the bettors are saying so.
I mean, and here we are. And Mark Andrews set the all-time Baltimore Ravens record for most receiving yards. He surpassed Derek Mason, who had 5,777 yards. Fun fact, that is the second lowest franchise record, ahead of only the Chicago Bears for lowest franchise record for most receiving yards. So congratulations to Mark Andrews, not only for that, but did you watch the fake tush push?
I did not see it because they did not have it up. They were on the Chiefs-Broncos game a lot during Red Zone.
It was a genius idea. I don't know why it doesn't happen more often. About 2.5 minutes left. They went for the tush push.
Oh, yes, I did see it. It was awesome.
And the direct snap, the spin out by Mark Andrews. He scores a touchdown right there. Pretty sure that is the first rushing touchdown of his career. So big day for him.
Yeah. all-time receiving yards leader for Baltimore, and a big touchdown like that.
And they won.
He is now vindicated from all the drops in the playoffs, I believe now.
Ooh, that
your thoughts
is an opinion.
It is an opinion.
See, he supports it.
I don't think so. I think Ravens fans are like, hey, we still want you to do. But hey, good for a kid out of OU. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Myles Garrett was the story of this, despite the fact that they lost and their team is awful. He had a sack in the second quarter against Lamar Jackson. It was the 12th sack of the season. Reason why that was particularly noteworthy, Ryan, how many players do you think have had 12 or more sacks in 6 straight seasons?
Was it one other one, right?
0.
It's 0. Okay.
Other ones.
I wouldn't have got that either.
None other ones.
Now, the tricky part about this, of course, is that the NFL didn't start counting sacks until 1982, and even when the research project got done for them by Pro Football Reference, I do believe they chose to ignore that information. So, since 1982, but congratulations to him. We'll talk more about him probably tomorrow.
Oh, no, we're talking about him at 1 o'clock today for sure.
He ended up having 4 sacks in the game.
Did he belong at the top of the hits or in the misses? That's the question, Kevin.
Alec, he's going to put him in the misses because they lost, right?
Yes, because his brain works weird.
Okay, here's my prediction.
There's even more stats to go along with it.
Myles Garrett and Jacoby Brissett end up in the misses because their team lost.
Man, I gotta go look.
Even though Jacoby Brissett completed the most passes in an NFL game ever. He was 47 for 57.
Nice.
For 452 yards. But think about this.
They lost.
He had 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. So that means really 49 of his 57 passes were caught. So I think you should consider that as part of the record. Who do you think previously held the record for most regular season completions in a game? It's shared
Peyton
by
Manning.
Ooh, not as good as that.
Norm Van Brocklin.
Okay, Norm Van Brocklin's in the Hall of Fame. Level it down a little bit.
Steve DeBerg.
Okay.
Steve DeBerg.
This is going to sound weird. It's probably more in that category, but it's not Steve
Elvis
DeBerg.
Gerbach.
Okay, that's too far down. I'm just going to tell you, Drew Bledsoe.
Kyle Yeomans.
Damn it.
Dude, if it was Kyle Yeomans, we would have an extra segment with him on Friday.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he gets a segment on Friday.
Oh, no.
Get your supervisors to answer the question.
Oh, my gosh.
So, he knows. Drew Bledsoe. Yo, man, if you think the lead up to Peace-a-thon, Kevin, is bad, just that week and a half.
Think about Drew Bledsoe.
See, I think Drew Bledsoe is in that category along with Jared Goff.
Okay.
I think those are similar categories. I know, still.
Right there.
Yeah.
Potentially could be.
Yeah.
Like somebody said Breeze. Breeze is like in that next tier down from the Mannings and the Brady. Like they're in a different area.
Yeah, but still above the Bledsoes,
And
the
the Goff,
Goffs, and the DeBergs of the world.
I like your answer, though. That was a good answer.
I hate you for that.
I'll tell you, I am terrified that Myles Garrett is going to be in an Eagles uniform next year.
Okay.
They are so good at hitting these guys, and he hates being on the Browns.
I'm telling you, if you wanted to make a move for Myles Garrett, salary cap wise, it's really not that bad.
Right.
But asset wise, you're going to make Cleveland pay a big chunk of that money. So they're going to want even more assets for an already, you would imagine, expensive trade.
And Philly has assets.
They do.
That's the concern.
That would suck.
What's amazing is how they trade away things, and then you're like, and they're like, no, we still have 3 third-round picks. And you're like, dadgummit.
And this one wouldn't cost them that much money. And I know that's what annoys people, too. They're like, how do you keep paying all these people? This one wouldn't even cost that much money because of the structure of his contract. Now, I do have a serious and sad story. And this kind of reflects on, I don't know if you guys felt this way at all. So, Jets player Chris Boyd is in critical but stable condition after being shot in New York City. And I heard it was on Sunday morning. And, I was stunned by that because in my head, I thought it was at, a 9 a.m. breakfast or, a brunch or something. But then I found out it was at 2 a.m. And it's remarkable just that, 7-hour period, how much that changes of what you think could and could not happen. Like, if you told me he got shot at 9 in the morning, I'd be like, oh my goodness, what? But at 2 a.m., it's still terrible.
Your brain goes, oh yeah,
but
that
you're
makes
like,
sense.
Yeah, right?
Because, I mean, even with my kid, what time is it?
11:53.
Guys, my 13-year-old snuck out in the middle of the night recently.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, his friend called him up and was like, hey, let's go. And they went, and they just hung out at the park in our neighborhood. But it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. And now, like, things have gotten very... but that was the explanation we had to give to him was good things just don't happen after midnight out. That's just, I mean, that's,
yes.
It's for some reason,
outside of your house,
there's
especially.
more people that are doing questionable things at that hour.
Right.
And so, yeah, no, I completely agree. That it seems like that window is that makes more sense.
Yeah.
You'd have to be a healthcare CEO to be shot at 9 in the morning. Otherwise...
Yeah, that I forgot that was like,
wow.
Yeah, just in broad daylight. That feels, I mean, like, don't shoot people, and it's terrible across the board, but it feels so much more jarring when it's just the daytime.
Yeah, that's true.
A couple more injury updates. It was an all-around S weekend for the Falcons. I know usually you go by players. I think the Falcons would take number one on the misses list. Drake London is out at least a week with a PCL sprain. There is thought that they're looking for confirmation that Michael Penix might be out for the rest of the year. Plus, they lost and had a record put up against them. But, and this is a big one, Lane Johnson has a Linz Frank sprain. It is not confirmed, but the thought is he will go on injured reserve.
Yeah, maybe next 4 to 6 weeks. With the injured reserve being an option there. Wolchuk just said he's such a freak, I'll bet he'll be back in 4. And that is, but I mean, last night, I know watching him against Hutchinson a couple times, I was like, oh man, Aiden Hutchinson's very, very good. Oh yeah, Lane Johnson's still very, very good at football. But I mean, in a couple weeks here, you have Philadelphia, or this weekend, right? Rolling up again. You got Philadelphia again without him. How much does that matter? I don't know.
And then for the Packers, Josh Jacobs, his knee is structurally intact. I know that was the concern when people saw how it went down. He is currently considered week to week. So some big-time injuries, and then we're still waiting for more information about Aaron Rodgers. Word is he's 50-50 for the Bears game.
Like 44.
But no... like in terms
of
odds of playing.
I'm joking, gotcha.
But
with a broken wrist?
See, but
maybe?
I don't think that's been confirmed.
Yeah,
I
we
know
gotta
there
wait.
was worries that he had a broken wrist.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for it and see, because if it's a broken wrist on his non-throwing hand, does he like, screw it, I'm still playing?
See, I don't think
Watch
so.
me power stand back here while everybody does the tush push without me.
But if he has a broken wrist, you definitely hope his wife is real, right?
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's Cowboys game day, but let's talk about the best team in the Metroplex right now, your Dallas Stars. Next on The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and somebody did text in and they said, Kevin, after your Aaron Rodgers joke. And
Sorry about
that. And then somebody said, don't let Corey shut you down. And then somebody also texted and said, it's okay if you're making fun of Aaron Rodgers. So, you know what? I'm going to roll with that.
You like that,
the way that it is. Coming up here at 12:40, we have some action-packed pack breaks, I believe, that are going to be happening. No?
No. Action-packed is an old brand of cards. So I don't want to send people away.
Okay.
They're like, I don't want to listen to that crap. We have significantly higher end.
Better.
Although I do love action packed. It went away like 20 years ago.
What was in the action packs? What were
So action packed? They were like, hey, you know how a card is flat? What if we try to make the action come to life? And it's like a
bubbled.
Yeah, but like the players are like coming out of the card just a tiny bit.
Like my Barry Sanders card? I have one.
Yes.
Is that was
Yes.
action pack? Okay. So
I liked
really
action.
The future of cards.
It was the future of cards, but like even you can go pick up a box on eBay for like $50. These boxes are.
Was it because they printed too many of them? Is that like isn't that in supply and demand what it's all about?
Yeah, that's
Most
what really
times.
took down the junk era.
Okay. And real quickly, I know we were talking about Myles Garrett a few minutes ago, and I hope he never ends up as an Eagle. That would really destroy my soul.
Mm-hmm.
But he breaks the sack record this year. Like, what happens to the value of his cards? How much does that change for a defensive player? Because I know they're in a weird place.
They are in a weird
On your
place.
question.
And there are some exceptions, and maybe Myles Garrett becomes one. But when you are in Cleveland, no matter who you are, it's very difficult to overcome that to become a valuable collectible.
So him getting traded to Philadelphia, the first card of him in a Philly jersey might go insane in Philly?
Unfortunately.
Okay, maybe the Cowboys then. This is what our hope.
Oh, that would work.
Yeah.
That's not what you asked, though.
Well, he brought up Philadelphia earlier, Kevin.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go ahead. We do have Ryan from RJ Duke Sports Cards and Memorabilia. We'll be out there next week for Peace-a-thon, and I'm really looking forward to this big day. It'll start early in the morning, end deep into the night. And Kevin says that we're going to raise $2 billion this year.
If you work at an establishment and have some sort of auction thing that you think will go for,
I thought you said
an
you were
amount
done
with a
I thought you
comma
said you
in
were
it.
done
I know,
collecting.
I am, but my numbers have come in a little bit lower than I was hoping they would.
Okay.
So if you have comma-worthy auction items, please do reach out.
All right. Okay.
Kevin.Hageland at Odyssey.com.
And is there anything that you, because I know here at 1240 we'll be doing not action pack, but it'll be a lot of fun for us. Anything you want to promote for next week as we get rolling into that?
We'll get to that.
All right.
And we'll get to that later.
All right. Sorry about that. You only get one shot. But right now it's time to talk about the Dallas Stars, who win 5-1 over the weekend. And Kevin, after they torched the Canadiens 7-0, they said, you know what, we're going to just keep scoring, baby. And I'm loving this team right now, dude. I really am.
They are so much fun, and that's why I really wanted to make it a point, right? Because it's Cowboys game day.
Yes.
But it's high noon, and it's Stars time, baby. All right, so...
And they're on a nice streak right now. Point streak in addition to a win games.
Ooh, which one to start with? Win
Let's go with
streak
win
or
games.
point streak?
Let's go with win games.
All right, they have win games. Good. And that's what I'm going to say. They've won 5 in a row, all right? And they have throttled their last 2 opponents. So bad news for the Islanders coming up tomorrow. But yeah, they outscored the Canadiens 7-0, beat the Flyers 5-1. So they've outscored their last 2 opponents 12-1. Why? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Jason Robertson. So Jason Robertson has been awoken. He scored twice in the second period against the Flyers. Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
I want to hear more.
Twice in the second period. Oh, man. He is not going broke right now. He's making a lot of money. Robertson scored twice in the second period. He scored in the third period, gave him the natural hat trick where he scored 3 straight goals uninterrupted. But here's the thing. Consider this. That gave him 3 straight 3-point games. So in the last 3 games, he has 6 goals and 3 assists. It was his 6th career hat trick, and Rope assisted on all 3 of those Robertson goals. And it's just been these last 3 games, he has been activated. And one of the things that he was talking about was the shot opportunities were there. Now he's taking better advantage of it. And the other thing he added was sometimes it just takes you getting that one goal. And then that confidence level maybe doesn't change the shot that you get, but it just changes the shot that you take, you know?
I've been very impressed with, like, last year it was the Finn line. You know, it was when we were going into the playoffs, once you got Rantanen, you were like Rantanen, Hintz, you got the Finns on that front line. And now this year they've mixed it up, keeping Steele up there with Wyatt, you know, trying to change some things up just a little bit. But Hintz and Robertson are good together. They're they've over time, over history, they've proven that they're good on the same line together. And I know that I said that I didn't think that Robertson could get back to being a 100-point scorer this year, but man, if where he is right now, and last week we talked with Brian Ray about his shot selection and how important that's kind of changed. Go back and look at at Dirk Nowitzki's heat map, and most of his heat will be at one of the corners, the elbow, if you will, by the free throw line. Jason Robertson just above the dot all the way back is kind of where his
crush you on some of those mid-range goals.
And you know what? He has such a good computer. Man, we got to talk to our friend. We haven't talked to Slim Scotty, in a long time.
Oh yeah.
But you know, one of his other, he's got a computer in his brain, dude. The way he sees it, he can set people up too well. So this is a good line right now that I think they're going to lean heavily on. This is nice. I like seeing it.
Now, and I don't want to be selective about this because Jake Ottinger has still had plenty of struggles early on this season. But if you go back to that Philly game, he was on track before he gave up a goal in the third period to becoming the first goalie in the NHL this year with 2 shutouts. So he did end up giving up the 1 goal with about 9 minutes to play. But you've had some really nice goaltending as well, because the game before it was DeSmith who threw the shutout. And so it feels like you're really clicking on all cylinders. That has given you a 5-game winning streak. But this is probably just as, and maybe more important. The Dallas Stars have gotten points in 12 of their last 13 games.
Okay.
The only one was
That's
their
huge. That is very big.
I don't know if you watch this game or not, Ryan, but their weirdo game against Anaheim where they lost 7-5. That's the only game in the last 13 that they haven't been able to gather a point. And that game was just a disaster. Ottinger, if we're going to mention the good, have to mention the bad. He was a disaster in that game. So was the defense. It was a weird game.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely hot and cold.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
But I really would want to give a lot of credit for this team to its front office. Definitely, easily the best front office in Dallas, Fort Worth sports right now, because they have a great team right now, and they have a lot of assets that they can use in the future.
Yes. And they've locked up a whole bunch of their young players. You saw that, just a little bit ago with Thomas Harley. Now, the bad part about Thomas Harley, Glenn Gulletson said he'd been playing 3 to 4 games with an injury. Of course, it is the vagary of the lower body injury. And they said it's not worth the risk anymore. So right now, Thomas Harley is week to week. That has nothing to do with that was a bad contract. This is just a natural transition.
It happens.
They've done a really good job of locking up their younger players. But if there's one thing that's just like a tick off for the Stars right now, you're still missing some players. And now Harley will miss a little bit of time. But in the 12-game run, not only are they getting points, they're getting the vast majority of those points. They're 9-1-3 in those games. So obviously you get the 3 points off the 3 overtime losses or shootout losses. You only lost 1 in that run in regulation. Well, I guess the Anaheim game too. So you've lost 2 games in regulation in your last 13 games.
Wow. That is a fire team right now.
And because of that, where do you think they stand record-wise in the entire league?
3rd.
Oh, that is correct.
I knew they were second in their conference.
No, they're second in their division. And that is kind of the it's way too early to standings watch, but it is kind of funny. They have the 3rd best record in all of hockey, and the team with the best record is ahead of them.
Really?
And so
they just got to catch up to them, is what you're saying?
In their division.
Yeah.
I guess I should have said in their division, or else you're like, no S.
They just got to take down Colorado, is what you're saying. Who are number one in the power rankings overall right now because they're that good?
Okay, and it depends on, which power rankings you look at. But if you want to go to The Athletic, I think that this is probably reflective. You got Colorado 1 and Dallas 2.
Okay. ESPN has Dallas 5.
When did that come out?
I don't know. Yesterday.
Ooh. I don't care.
I don't know that I'm right about that.
Oh, okay.
It came out November 14th.
Okay, so that was Friday.
That was Friday.
So
yeah.
they've only tagged on one more game, but I bet in the next one they're in trajectory to at least be
because they
in the top 3.
They have New Jersey, Anaheim, and then Carolina all in front of the Stars behind Colorado. But I can totally see where you're going with this. They're also really down on Tyler Seguin at the moment. And and what are you doing, man? Why you got to be down on our guy? It's our guy. Stop that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's what it meant.
Come on, ESPN. Get it together.
Hey, Kevin.
Contracts definitely.
It's our team. It's our team that's playing the best right now. We got to support.
Yes, they actually, yes. In all seriousness, they've been playing absolutely phenomenally. So I appreciate that you've seen it at every single level. I think you've seen the defense tighten up. Part of the reason for that is you've seen your puck control tighten up. They have not been turning the puck over anywhere near as much. Now, sometimes agitating times, sure. Sometimes agitating numbers of turnovers, fair. But I feel like every team in the history of hockey is going to run into that. So they've been a lot tighter with the puck, which has made things a lot easier for their goalies, and their goalies have stood up to that metric. And then their offense, especially Jason Robertson, has really turned it on. So click, click, click across the board. Not difficult to see why the Stars have been playing so phenomenal.
You see anything easing up on their schedule here coming up too that could present problems or make it a little bit easier for you? When you got the Islanders coming up and then Vancouver. And I think that's a good little group to keep this thing rolling, man.
Yeah,
I really
look,
do.
It ain't the beginning of the 80s anymore. I'm not afraid of the New York Islanders.
Yeah, I don't know who is, honestly.
I mean, probably people who live in Long Island.
Why? Because
they have to watch their team.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for the lunch rush, everybody. It's the Expressway. Are you ashamed to be a Cowboys fan at all? That's a question we are actually asking. This is ridiculous. Also, Collectible Corner, ladies and gentlemen. We finally get Ryan to answer the question I asked that Kevin cut him off for earlier. Next in the Fan.
Action-packed?
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know unfortunately get injured in a car or truck wreck, I want them to go with the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in the DFW, and that is the Frankels. They've been helping people out across the Metroplex for almost 30 years, so they've got that trust. They've got that experience, but they're also family-owned, local, highly awarded. You call the Frankels first because they put the clients first to get you the resolution that you deserve. Plus, if you're worried about the upfront costs, good news. Free consultation, which means there's never an out-of-pocket cost. With the Frankels, they only get paid when you win. So if you or a loved one unfortunately get injured in that car or truck wreck, I want you to go to frankelfirm.com or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 817 or 214-333-3333. That's Frankel & Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy Rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kid was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog car. Downy Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
results. If you're a first-time home buyer, you need to call TexasSunny.com. We have some great deals. You don't realize just how low the down payments may be, and we have down payment assistance programs at TexasSunny.com. We help people all over Texas, so call us today for your pre-approval letter, and it's a free call. Call TexasSunny.com if you're that first-time home buyer or if you're buying your second or third home. Call us today. We got it.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a little quiet on the border these days. Illegal border crossings at an all-time low because Donald Trump and Senator John Cornyn have been fighting side by side to seal the border. Cornyn has led the charge in the Senate, funding more agents, more technology, and more miles of secure border wall, beating back Biden's border failures, taking the fight directly to the cartels. Cornyn stands with President Trump, voting with him 99% of the time, supporting Trump's nominees, confirming conservative judges who defend our Constitution, and together, Trump and Cornyn put America first. They've worked to keep our families safe and our border defended. Yep, it's quieter on the border now because real leadership gets results. Call and thank Senator John Cornyn, 713-572-3337, and tell him to keep delivering Trump's agenda. Paid for by Lone Star Freedom Project, LoneStarFreedomProject.com.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
Join Corey for the official Fan Cowboys away watch party at the Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill today, 6 to 9 at 104 East Highway 80 and 40. Enjoy $18 domestic beer buckets, Deep Eddy lemon touchdown shots, and unique limited edition prizes. BeardedMonkeyGrill.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
The On-Time Experts are supporting hockey as a proud official sponsor of the Dallas Stars. And now they're the proud sponsor of DFW's #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds. So if you're a hockey fan, think of the On-Time Experts for AC, heat, and plumbing needs. And check out the Spits and Suds hockey podcast on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin. Alec Medford in studio as well, and we are in the studio in the new building Hopefully y'all are loving what we're doing in these walls right now.
I am.
We do have Ryan from RJ Duke Sports Cards and Memorabilia in with us as well. And you know what? I did get an A-OK from Marty Turco for Peace-a-thon. He will not be in town, but he is excited to help out Peace-a-thon as always. Nice work on him.
He's been so helpful,
dude, he's
almost a decade on that now.
Yeah, and then think about all the times that he made those electric plays on the ice for us whenever we were kids, just watching him and as a grown man and adult. And we were like, we're children compared to him. He's so awesome, though. He's really cool. He is really cool. And I really appreciate our friendship that we've been able to build over time.
He is one of the friends along the way that I'm happy about.
Yeah.
I'm not. That's not normally me. But
that along the way is a long journey. That's not like a quick thing. This is a thing that it's been time that you've both spent and put in there. All right, right now, you look...
No, I'm
concerned.
There's some.
I'm not going to use that word.
There's
anymore.
some setup to this segment.
Okay.
All right. And so, are you ashamed at all to be a Cowboys fan? Look, we've been discussing doing this topic for about a week and a half. You can probably guess why we did not do it in the last week and a half. Just felt like not the right time with the death of Marshawn Nealon. But Marcus Mosher, is it Mosher? Mosher.
Sounds good to me.
He tweeted out, and a bunch of people sent this to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One thing that I've noticed over the last few years with Dallas is that its fans are ashamed of their team. It's one thing to be bad, but Cowboys fans hate their team more than anyone else. There is no pride left. And, I fundamentally disagree with that. But I think there are a lot of people who feel that way.
Cowboys fans hate their team.
Yes. And they're ashamed of their team.
We played the audio of the Jets kid.
Yes.
And we all felt like we agreed with the Jets kid that day.
But I think there's a difference between I hate this team, which I went through many of those phases on Saturday during the A&M South Carolina game.
Because you didn't trust me.
I should have. You know what? Honestly, there was a point where I was 5 minutes behind the game, and I was like, you know what? I wish Corey would text me right now.
I never
but you couldn't
once
in the first half
faltered, Kevin. Not one time.
See,
I was going, dang,
I faltered.
This is going to be an awesome comeback, is what I kept saying.
I faltered, and then I got a couple of different Twitter messages after one of our interviews with Jerry or Steven, and the person was like, this right here is exactly what Steven and Jerry need to hear repeatedly. This is what they've done to our fan base. And then last week, somebody gave the Cowboys for the midway point an F-. They said it's literally embarrassing to tell people I'm a Cowboys fan. So I just wanted to set all that groundwork to throw it out there. And I responded to a couple of those messages, and I was like, I don't agree with that at all. There's times that this team irritates the hell out of me, especially when you know some of the other stuff that comes along with it. And I've been pissed off at this team just like anybody else, but I don't think I'm ashamed to be a Cowboys fan. So I just wanted to open that up to everybody because I just don't feel that way.
And for anybody that is, because I see people texting in, they're most definitely ashamed of this.
And I knew there would be.
And then from the 214, you can disagree with it, but it's okay to hate your team and its failures over the last 30 years. If you don't hate them, that's fine, but it's okay for others. I agree.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
But when did you start changing from I love this team to this stinks?
Yeah.
To we can fix this, to it's unfixable, to I hate this team. Because that is there's the feeling that you can change it.
Yeah.
I think I probably lost that 2 years ago. Because I wanted to believe that Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence could be the changing factor. Then Mike beat me down. Mike, I know you're in therapy right now. But Mike beat me down with once Micah gets used to being a Cowboy, you'll see.
Yeah.
Once he gets part of the glam and all that stuff, you'll see. He'll lose that lion mentality that he talks about. And I was like, no, man, I think this could be the difference. He could be the one that changes the culture on this team. And it never did change. I really felt that. I was like, he's got the talent. He says all the right things. Then he stopped saying all the right things. But I think that's when I started going, oh, my gosh, I don't know if this thing is fixable. They have to find leaders in there.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lot of them. Because a lot of the guys, they show up, they get a check, they're happy about it, they're on the biggest stage,
100% factual,
and then they go about their business. And I know CeeDee Lamb, I know he wants to win, I know Dak wants to win, I know that I think Pickens wants to win. I think there are a bunch of guys that do want to win. I also think there's a bunch of guys that understand being normal is okay and being truly excellent is very difficult.
See, I'm glad that you said that because I know some people are going to be like, well, everybody wants to win. But I don't agree with that. I think there are some people who are like, yeah, I want to win, but that would be cool. But, if it doesn't happen, oh well. Versus the people that you were talking about that I think they're like, I will do literally
the sacrifice that it takes to be untouchable is that's very difficult to attain. You give in to a lot of things. The days where you're like, man, I should do this extra whatever. You're like, you know what, or I could not. And I think sometimes you get that, I don't have to. There's nobody on them too, actually, honestly.
And the early waves of texts I see, Frankel injury attorney text line, are people that are embarrassed. From the 682, they said, I am embarrassed to tell people I'm a Cowboys fan. From the 254, my dad was ashamed of me a few times growing up, but he never stopped loving me. Maybe I'm ashamed of what the Cowboys are doing sometimes.
Okay.
But always be a fan. And I think you can be a fan and be ashamed. From the 469, I'm embarrassed of this organization. From the 817, it's embarrassing. And so that's another thing is like, do you draw the line like between embarrassed and ashamed? Because there are times when I'm embarrassed by things that this team does.
I literally asked him because the reason I asked Jerry that day was because I woke up that morning embarrassed. I went to bed that night.
He was being an ass.
Yeah, that too. But they lost to the Bears. They just lost to Buffalo. And I was like, man, those were two embarrassing games for the Cowboys. And so I was embarrassed. And now as far as being ashamed, I think that would reflect more on me than the team because I can be embarrassed and move on.
Okay.
I don't have, shame is going to fall on me. Shame on me. They can't fool me anymore. I know what they are, Kevin.
Okay.
But I'm not ashamed of being a Cowboys fan. I am always hopeful, though. I'm always hopeful that my team will finally figure a way to turn things around. And that's maybe that's the blind.
That's nice.
Because hell, the Rangers won a World Series.
Yeah, man. I think it's really easy for people to lose sight now of how awful the Rangers were.
The Mavericks won an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Remember how bad they were for a long time?
Yes. Look, it is a weird dynamic that the Rangers made the playoffs for the first time right when the Cowboys were finishing what I still think is the greatest 4-year run in the Super Bowl era of any NFL team. But it took them 25 years to make the playoffs. The Mavericks were the worst franchise in all of sports in the 90s. Mm-hmm. And yet, like you said, not only did they win a title, they've been back to NBA Finals outside of that.
They were able to make moves, like they continued to grow with Dirk, right? That was kind of the beginning of the foundation. It took a long time for them to win that championship, but that was the beginning of the foundation. But they continued to make little small moves that people were like, that's never going to work. That's never going to work. And even the year that they got Tyson Chandler and Brennan Haywood, and I was like, Kevin, I think we have the team. People were still doubting that. They were like, Tyson Chandler's going to get injured and all these things that were going. And I was like, I don't know, man. I think this is a good team. And you have Dirk. Yeah. That was always something you could rely on. They eventually built it. With the Rangers, we saw them building and we thought they were early. We thought they were a year too early to be that team. And yet there they were. That happened the first time they went to the World Series. We thought that they were early when they went to that World Series. So we thought for sure they were going to win the second year that they went. Unfortunately, Kevin, there was a situation with Nelson Cruz in right field.
I know what happened.
That's probably what Jerry leans on, is my faith that my team can figure it out or get lucky at some point.
Ryan, are you a Cowboys fan?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ashamed to be a Cowboys fan?
Absolutely. No. Okay.
It's fine if
I
the
can be
answer is
ashamed.
yes.
I can be embarrassed. I can have rage as well. But when it comes down to it, do I stop watching? And when you talk about Jerry, I think that's what would matter.
100%.
Do you stop watching?
100%.
And the answer is going to be no. Everyone on this text line is probably going to want to say yes, but the answer's no. We will still watch this team.
Agreed. There was a time, was it last year? I think it was last year, right? When they got bumped off a primetime game, and I was like, man, I feel like that might make a bigger impact to Jerry than a loss would.
Jalen Smith was on the team.
Okay.
That's the line. Actually, I think this happened last year too. But Jalen Smith was on the team, and his quote was, "If the boss isn't upset, then we're okay."
Yeah.
If Jerry was fine with it, we said, "Hey, Jerry," we asked him, "Are you upset that you got bumped?" No, he gave us it's good for another team to get the what? You want your team to be there, and then your player came out and said, "Boss don't care."
Yeah. Why should I?
Yeah.
No, we've definitely been.
I'll leave the garbage on the floor if the boss is fine with it.
I've definitely been employed at a place that felt like that before. From the 901, they said they're from Memphis. They said in Memphian. I will accept.
Never heard that before.
I will accept that is the terminology. I'm embarrassed to be a Cowboys fan when others are talking football. I hold my head down. Now that's interesting. I'm going to get to you in just a second.
Hold on, real quick. Here's the. What fan are you? What are you team? What's your team?
The Cowboys.
Okay, now ask me that.
What's your team?
It's the Cowboys. I understand. I'm immediately making up for things immediately as soon as I start talking about being a Cowboys fan.
But the interesting thing to Ryan's point is everybody knows things about your team.
Yes.
As opposed to...
Everybody knows everything about my team.
I know.
Thanks, ESPN.
And I think there are plenty of teams who are like, oh, I like the Vikings. And you're like, oh, man.
Cool. Or John Randall.
Back in the day, Randy Moss was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you get a lot of could you imagine the worst we would all agree is being a Seahawks fan, right?
Why?
I'm just kidding. There is somebody in the room that I did that just for them. But everybody knows who your team is, and they're aware of it because of what Ryan said. It's because nobody is bailing on this team no matter how upset they are. And from the 817, see, I don't entirely agree with this either. Bleed blue, win or lose, y'all are fake fans. I don't think that it makes you a fake fan
to be critical of your team.
Yeah, absolutely. Or even at times be ashamed. I personally am not, but I think I'm fascinated by that conversation about holding your head down, because I think when you bring up the Cowboys, everybody wants to engage you in conversation, whereas if you're a Jags fan, they're like, oh, cool. And then they just move on.
Trevor Lawrence,
to the next thing. Now, Alec, you were born and raised in the Metroplex as well. I know you're a Cowboys fan. Are you ever ashamed to be a Cowboys fan?
No, because it's a life I chose. At the end of the day, it is a fandom. It does not impact my life. It doesn't impact other people's lives. It is a choice that I make to try and have fun and enjoy a game that is being played at a very high level. So I don't find myself ashamed that I associated myself with the team. I find myself disappointed with the team and ashamed at the team for things that they do. Because going back to the text that you just read, is being a real fan whenever, I'm not putting this out in the air, but if the Cowboys lost to the Raiders today by 14, are you going to say, I love this team?
Mark that.
No. You're not going to do that.
Yeah.
You're not going to be excited. You're going to be mad. You're going to be upset. You're going to be on Twitter saying, what the heck is wrong with this team? Sell the team. Fire the GM that can't fire himself. You're going to be doing all of those same things. So for me, it's just, yes, the team irritates me. They irritate the hell out of me, but I'm not ashamed. I live this life because I want to live this life.
And from the 205, I fundamentally disagree with this as well. It is an organization that is a laughing stock, and being a fan identifies you with it. That's just not true. People make fun of the Cowboys because they know and care about the Cowboys. Way worse stuff happens look, the Chiefs are a dumpster fire of an organization that has done so many awful things in the last 10 years or so, but it doesn't matter because they win. But other organizations do bad things too, but nobody dissects them or even cares about them. And look, I am dying for the Cowboys to get to an NFC championship game because they are the longest drought in all of the NFL. But is that the metric of which you decide success? Let's say you decide success by, when's the last time you won a Super Bowl? All right. Well, we've won a Super Bowl more recently than the 49ers, more recently than Washington. And I'm just saying, there are other teams that I think if you change the metric would be terrible. And that's the shame about the Cowboys is they're never bad enough to really be bad and rebuild it like in 89. They're always, like you use the phrase on Thursday or Friday, hanging around the rim. And so I think they're embarrassing to some people because they have a larger than life owner who sometimes says way more than he should. And because everybody is invested in every single thing they do. If you just look at winning percentage, and I kind of hate myself for saying it's not that bad.
It was very similar to Shador for you.
Yes.
You felt that he got too much.
Too far.
He went too far. And with the Cowboys, it's like they get more coverage than their winning deserves.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, but that's because Jerry he understands it's not just a football game, and that's the frustrating thing to a lot of fans is that he sees, hey, look, I can wear this hat as a football person. I can wear this hat as a marketing person.
Right.
I can be entertaining also. Let me get on the fan and talk and crack some people up, tell some good stories, and be entertaining also. And so Jerry knows that there's more facets than just one, but everybody wants to have the one facet, which is winning.
I think the tough thing is the whole Jerry factor. I mean, would Jerry be more embarrassed if the Cowboys are bad or if he doesn't strike at the new oil well he just dug?
Oh man,
that's a good question.
I really do think he wants to win. I really do believe that he wants to go out and have one more champion moment. And you know what, guys, I'm ready to pass the torch on. We're good to go. But I think more than anything, he wants to do it his way.
Yes.
And which is not the same way, which, as Fish will tell us, many ways to skin a cat. Which is
also a weird phrase.
Yeah. But he wants to be like, look, I did all these other things, and y'all said I couldn't. Y'all said I couldn't go on these radio shows. Y'all said I couldn't mix it up. Y'all said I couldn't do these things, yet here we are. Now, that being said, it hadn't worked.
Yeah.
In all this time. So that's where I feel like he does want to win. If he's not willing to sacrifice other things in order for that to be the way.
See, and I think to your Shador example, that's why Marcus's tweet was very thought-provoking. I really spent a lot of time thinking about it, and that's why we've discussed it ahead of time and stuff. I just feel like it's gone too far. That, to say that the vast majority of Cowboys fans are ashamed in their team right now, I just think that's too far, and that is factually inaccurate. And so that's why we're in a weird spot where I'm defending, to a certain extent, the Cowboys brand and their ownership when I feel like I've been right up there in terms of critiquing some of their garbage moves and penny pinching and, to Corey's point, not doing what it really takes to win.
Yeah,
depends on where you set your expectations.
Yes.
That this part, Kevin, that I've asked Jerry a couple times, and every time I ask him, I hope he's like, Corey, you know what? You're right. Every time I ask this, I hope he goes, you're right. I do need to go down there and start ripping some asses.
He did not say that to me a couple weeks ago.
I really hope that every time I ask, hey, Jerry, when do you need to go in there and start chewing out some people? And then he's like, today's the day, Corey. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to set the standard. And these guys are going to know. Because as we discuss very often, a GM would be, there might be times where people have to walk around on eggshells around him. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case in that facility.
Yeah. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
But hopefully they win tonight. I'll be at the Bearded Monkey in Forney tonight. Bearded Monkey in Forney. Come see me. We'll be doing the official 105.3 The Fan watch party.
Now, if you thought Corey was distracted, it's because we're moving into collectible corner. And Corey, we're going to open some stuff, but also, since we're going to be doing Peace-a-thon a week from Wednesday at RJ Duke's in McKinney, I believe he is also going to tell us maybe some of the fantabulous specials that are coming up on Black Friday as well. And Corey got distracted because there's a mini helmet.
I have a mini helmet
in front of him
in my hand right now, and this looks like the coolest box.
It
like
is.
How often do you guys open and you're like, I don't even want to get rid of this box. It's too nice.
Oh, like impeccable or national treasure. I feel that way.
We have about 100 flawless briefcases in one of our storage units.
Just for the cases.
Briefcases.
That's kind of badass. But as excited as Corey is, I think we should turn our attention to one Alec Medford. Alec, is it possible that you are more excited than Corey Majors right now?
I think to quote Corey Majors, I got some WWE Chrome, got a Breaker's Delight box here. This is going to be incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Now,
that was special for Alec, too.
Ooh.
Because the last time I gave you one of these boxes, you hit they opened for you a Dom Mysterio auto.
Yes.
Remember that? That was at Whataburger in Frisco, right?
It was.
Yeah.
Yep. I remember this, so I'm going to cut the mic so I cannot make ugly rapper noises.
Oh,
in the
yeah, but
microphone.
then, because if you get a hit, I want to hear all of your ridiculous... Well, I'm going to stop that sentence right there.
That might be smart.
I'm going to stop that sentence because then there's going to be a drop of
Noises? You want to hear the noises that he makes?
See, and that is...
That's what you were kind of saying without saying it, right?
That is what I was afraid of. And I would love to announce one of the things that I know you're going to be doing. And then if you want to dive into any of the sales, I think this is super cool. So you're going to do repacks for our Peace-a-thon event.
What does that mean?
Now, if you're not familiar, so essentially repacks are, you open it almost like it is a pack of cards, but it is all things that have been curated and selected and everything like that. And so there's going to be, are we doing 100 sports and 50 Pokemon?
So what we're doing on Wednesday only during Peace-a-thon is we are going to be selling what we like to call Peace Packs.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a mystery pack. They're all going to be just $25 each. They will have minimum value of at least $25. Most of these are going to be worth a lot more because you talked about repacks. You know, when people do repacks on like Whatnot or those platforms, they'll tell you that, it's $100, but you might only get $10 worth of cards or something. No, not this one. Everything is going to be of great value to you because 100% of the proceeds are going to Peace-a-thon. We are going to put together some sports packs and some Pokemon packs. Pokemon right now is one of the hottest cards out there. I mean,
I've already seen the CD Lamb downtown. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not, but when we're talking about the sports repacks, I have seen that y'all have a CD Lamb downtown for that, and I would like to find it.
You will find that in one of those packs. You'll find redemptions for high-end wax products, other type of products. We'll have graded cards, slabs, autographs, whatever. It is all going to be in these packs, and they will only be on sale on Wednesday at RJ Duke Sports when KNC is live from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We will be open 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. You want to come out and get those. It's going to a great cause. Again, 100% of the proceeds goes to Peace-a-thon on this one.
Do you feel kind of dumb for having us out there because now you have to get up extra early?
No.
That felt like a yes.
No, he's like, this is a good cause.
Okay.
He likes the show.
Gotcha.
Kinda, I guess. And then
he likes her. He likes her show.
And he likes the station.
Excited.
And he likes the things.
And I've got employees that are very excited to be up at 5 a.m. to get set up for this at the store. We're going to be doing a lot of big sales, too. Do you want me to get into that?
Yes.
Okay, so...
actually, pause. Helmet, then sales.
Okay, so Corey has a Fanatics Under Wraps mystery mini autograph football helmet. So he doesn't know what's in it. Oh, you don't?
I'm just guessing.
Okay.
What's your guess?
Roger Staubach.
That could be.
You better give that to
Could be anybody, though.
I'm just saying.
Honus Wagner.
What? You gave this to the wrong person.
It is just football, not baseball.
Norm Van Brocklin.
I guess they did have helmets.
Steve DeBerg.
Dude,
I guarantee
Steve
if it was a
DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg, that thing would be the biggest seller on the planet.
Reggie's going to bid on that.
All right, here we go. Do I pull this little tab right here?
It folds out.
Okay, so I just open like, ooh.
It kind of feels like a movie I saw with Jason Bateman once.
Amazing. Okay, hold on.
It's like opening the briefcase and
all right, and then I unfold that.
Oh my God!
There's a card.
I hope it's not Marcellus Wallace's soul.
I know it's on. I know it's in it. I saw the back of the card.
Who do we have?
Oh,
it's in a bag
This is a baller right now too. I actually really like this player. I know a dude who wants this one.
Oh, great!
It is
for you.
Tank Dell, ladies and gentlemen,
that's
from
really
the Houston
nice.
Texans.
Oh,
that is a
very
dope. First
nice.
off, dope helmet. Nice helmet selection. Got the good auto right there. That's beautiful. There's a camera. Tank Dell for those Houston Texans fans out there who they're not embarrassed because they beat the Titans.
If you'd have lost to the Titans, you probably should have felt embarrassed.
Dude, that is awesome.
All right. Tell me about some of the sales, especially some of those doorbusters, which, hey, I'll be there early enough, but probably busy.
Doorbusters on
That's
Friday.
on Friday.
Though,
That's
yeah.
on Friday. That's right. Okay.
You're holding the door?
Yes.
If you were there last year for their Black Friday sale,
you just stood there and held the door.
Well, I kind of did because there's so many people there, but also they had bins outside the store, and I just ended up like going through the bins and talking with people while holding
That's really
the door.
cool, dude. That's fun.
All right,
He was a great usher.
back to you, Ryan.
So Wednesday during Peace-a-thon, we're going to have a lot of other sales going on. Aside from the Peace Packs, all our supplies will be 50% off.
Ooh, really?
All our memorabilia under $150 will be 50% off.
Ooh.
All of our clearance wax, so already stuff that's marked down, will be another 50% off.
So, and I'm not saying this sarcastically, that sapphire tennis box is one of the things that I really want.
If it's still there.
Hey, go to his shop and buy things in the next week, except for that one box.
Actually, go ahead and buy that box. But at the same time,
it's a heck of a deal.
Yeah, that's
it's
awesome.
already a heck of a deal.
That's cool.
And we'll have those sales going Wednesday, but then Black Friday, this is going to be a whole different day. Black Friday is where we do our doorbusters. And we had a huge day last year, like Kevin was just saying.
It was bananas.
Because our doorbusters really brought in the crowd. Here's what we have this year. I'm going to go through it real quick. All right. What we have both sports and Pokemon. 2024 Donruss Optic hanger boxes. We have them at $44.99. They're going to be $22.99.
Oh,
Topps Baseball Hobby Factory set for 2025. This year, we're going to mark them down to $19.99. The new 25-26 Topps Basketball
Cooper Flag
Blaster boxes, we're going to have them at just $17.99. That's way less than Walmart or Target if you can even find them there. And Pokemon. Folks, we're doing Pokemon. Twilight Masquerade ETBs. We normally sell them for about $85. They're going to be down to $44.99. And
that's huge.
Recent Mega Evolutions booster bundles.
Ooh.
We're going to have those at only $34.99. Now, let me just say, this is going to be a one per person item. So scalpers, stay home.
Your face scalpers.
Everyone is getting this. This is for the collectors, folks.
They did abide by that last year. Two things I was impressed by. The limits that you had, and also that there were no fights. Everyone was very organized. Was I a tiny bit disappointed there was no fights? Maybe. But everyone was very polite.
So are you suggesting like you want to see that, or you're saying you don't
On
want
air?
fights to happen?
Of course not.
Of course. There you go.
As long as it takes place
Why do you
like,
keep winking like that?
outside the shop.
Okay.
Fight over by the Subway.
McDonald's,
They're
yeah.
used to that. Subway's seen some fights. So don't fight in the shop because
Please don't.
then we'll have to take you down.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
We'll put our helmets on.
The
mini
that
helmets.
Tank Dell helmet is not going to fit you.
I put one helmet on my head, one of those, and then put the mini helmets on my fist, and then just bah, bah, bah.
You know
and then
what?
they're worth more, right?
That's right. Getting used.
I'm not going to lie. Alec, I know we're going to go to you for your box, but I didn't say that right.
Masterpiece of the week. And I was a part of it.
I did not say that right.
For Alex Box.
But what I would really like to see is Corey wearing an autographed actual size helmet, taking down a shoplifter or something like that. That would be like just one of my favorite moments in all of life.
You could make that happen.
Yeah. I think we can. They're saying they can make it happen.
The
Great.
Parsons helmet we got on clearance. We'll make it. You can wear that one.
Alec, have you opened your box yet?
Yes, so I have the pack open.
Okay.
So we're going to go through this. Got a couple base cards on top of Kit Wilson and Fallon Henley of NXT. Our first numbered card, a Karrion Cross.
Ooh,
blue
I miss him.
They fired him.
299. There you go. We have a Trick Williams geometric.
I like Trick.
He's a future stud.
We have a purple to 10 of Austin Theory.
Oh,
Theory.
We've had him on the show before.
We have. We have 299 Ivy Nile, another blue. We have a geometric of Carlito. A green to 75 of Cruz del Toro.
Ooh, that is not the same.
We have our first autograph. Is here.
Ooh.
Zelina Vega.
Oh, you're kidding me.
There you go.
You're kidding me.
Then we have an NXT Gold Auto to 50.
Oh, here we go.
And this is actually one of my favorite people. I think he is severely underrated. Axiom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's a tag team, and his tag team is called Fraxium.
He has a news website, I believe.
That is Axios, I think, if that's what you're referencing.
And then a couple of throwbacks here. We have Bobby the Brain Heenan to 125.
I love Bobby the Brain.
And then Nikolai Volkov to 75.
Dude.
Very
too
nice.
cool. That is too
Nice
cool.
box.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not marking that.
Please mark yourself saying that, please.
Nope.
And this is one of the things, and we'll tell you more when we get to Peace-a-thon and everything, but we love Ryan. We love RJ Dukes, not only because we're going to be doing Peace-a-thon there, but he has been helpful at Peace-a-thon for like 7
Since the
years.
inception of it all.
Yeah, it's a really long time, and perhaps some of these cards just end up in Peace-a-thon. I have got the Panini Black football box for 2025. 5 cards, a lot of pressure. But I think you're going to like the second card. I definitely peeked ahead, even though I was not supposed to. Autograph. Ooh, God, that is a sweet card. Autograph rookie patch of Jaden Blue.
Dude, that is an awesome card.
Does this need?
I want him to be the best because of that card right there. That's yes.
And by the way, that card is numbered to 199. That patch is incredible. It's got part of his name or number on the the patch.
Yes.
So that card is freaking amazing. Perhaps that makes its way into Peace-a-thon. And then we have another autograph. Oh, I know a couple of people who are going to want this. J.J. McCarthy.
Whoa!
Number 2. Man, his signature is nice. Number 2, 155. Is he good at football? Sometimes. Is he not other times? Yes, that is also a fair critique. So love that card, man. That is a thick-ass card. And then a Mason Graham jersey card.
Just got a text that said, I need that JJ in all caps. So
okay.
You know.
Well, if you're willing to donate to Peace-a-thon, we can always figure out a way to make
that's awesome.
deal. That really is. Man, these cards are
Dude, the Panini Black that looks like a must-have.
Yes.
That looks like must-grab.
Absolutely. And like I said, that Jaden Blue, we could probably figure out a way to make that happen for people who want it for charity. Now, we can probably post the brochure. Where can people find it on your social media and everything?
On our socials. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you
We'll
want to
post it on all our socials too.
Okay.
Sound good?
That feels fair.
I love that collab.
Yeah.
Just don't try to put the mini helmet on. You're going to break it.
You don't know that?
I 100% know that.
Prove it.
Wear it like a puppet.
You prove it.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block. Where are we going, Corey? Hits and misses, ladies and gentlemen, next on The Fan.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go, Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. You might be like, whoa, I don't want to have to leave my house. That's a lot of work. Okay.
You don't have to.
Well, good news.
You do it all online.
Yeah, first of all, that's a lot of attitude to start off this commercial. But my family has bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 5 years. You'll be glad to know that the last one we bought, the entire process took place online, PlatinumChevyTexas.com. And then guess what? They delivered the car to our house.
Kevin, I'm very excited right now. All remaining 2025 Suburbans and Tahoes, $6,500 off MSRP. You like that number right there? Here's some more.
Yes, I
Over
do.
30 2026 Traverses are in stock right now with 3.9% for 60 months, available for qualified buyers. These are the deals you can get with Platinum Chevy, but you got to get to them right now. Start online. Clear upfront pricing online. The price you see is the price you're going to pay. Shop online. Let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In last year's inaugural 12-team playoff, they didn't let any 3-loss teams into the field. That's a bad sign for the Texas Longhorns. After losing to Georgia, they fell to 7-3. But one loss was to number 1 Ohio State on the road in the season opener. It's still a long shot and probably won't happen, but the Longhorns had some big wins and at least can hope for a Texas-sized miracle to get into the playoff. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Cowboys victory.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin. Alec Medford rocking in there, making sure that you can be heard inside of your ear holes. And
Not anymore.
Oh, no.
Right now he's just looking at his wrestling cards. That's what he's been doing the rest of the day. But right now he's looking at wrestling cards.
Ryan, see the distractions you bring when you bring wrestling cards to Alec.
My humble apologies.
It's awesome, dude. I just got a chance to look at the J.J. McCarthy card. I've already gotten 2 texts from people that are like, I want that card, and I've told them who each of them are. So now they know.
We like.
A bidding war.
We like both of those people a lot, and we're hoping the best for whoever gets that card. It's a sweet card, though.
Yeah, I'm very split between, well, what are you going to donate for it versus I like them both. They've both been super helpful. Mm-hmm. But if I split it in half, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if you know this. Kevin has a card that features Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Dr. J. He owes me a third of that card. I've asked many times. I don't even care which one. If he just takes it's perforated, just peel it apart and hand it over so I can have my piece.
That's why it's so valuable.
And I don't understand why he doesn't do this for me.
But is the piece you want the middle of the card, or is it one of the sides?
Don't matter. It doesn't matter. I just want my third at some point, and this is frustrating.
The value drop if you did that is shocking.
Name it.
It goes from thousands of dollars card to $200 for the whole thing.
What about for my piece?
$50.
That's $50 I don't have.
Can't you just have the card like 3 days a week? And then give it back, and then give it back.
Co-parenting situation.
In those 3 days, I will have sold it in a market not known to many people.
Trafficking your card now, geez.
Yeah.
See, I thought you were going to say your kids would perforate it and be like, look, I got Magic Johnson.
I would not let them touch that. That'd be ridiculous. What are you thinking? They'll ruin it, Kevin. But it's a fun hobby. It really is. And whenever you bring stuff like that out, we get to see some of these amazing things that I'll never be able to purchase. But I hope that there are people out there that are saving up and ready to purchase them.
I have several of those at my house right now.
You do? Oh,
amazing things
that we're going to auction off? Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome, man. We really appreciate everything, and we're looking forward to being out at RJ Duke's Sports Cards and Memorabilia in McKinney, right off the highway on Wednesday for Peace-a-thon. Right now, don't forget Bearded Monkey tonight in Forney. I'll be out there for the official 105.3 The Fan watch party for the game tonight. Looking forward to that and hoping to see all you out there. I'll have some Tolo stickers. Also have some vests so that you can be invested, as Kevin has said, which I hated so much. But right now,
if you win, I'm sorry, Corey. If you win, I'd really like it if you sent me a picture of you in your vest that said #invested.
Or just the other people.
No, just whoever wins. I would like it a lot.
If you're out there in Forney tonight and you win, we're taking pictures and we're sending them to Kevin and saying you are invested.
Can you be holding a stop sign?
Yeah, I guarantee you,
a crosswalk.
If you wear that by a school, you'll be allowed to escort people across the street.
Don't tell people that.
Oh,
okay. We know some of our Tolos out there. Come on, we know what's going on.
Don't do that, Tolo.
All right, guys, it is now time for hits and misses from the weekend. Hit the music, Alec. We have not done music for this yet, have we? That's my fault, guys.
What's the
Don't worry
story?
about that. Kevin. We've tracked the top 10 rushers and the top 10 passers each week. Currently, the record is still in favor of the top 10 rushers. This is a raw number, just pulled straight off of the top 10 rushers in yards for that week. No, hey, they were up, they were down, doesn't matter. Week 11, 5-5 for the top 10 passer records. Not bad. They went 500 this week. They were 6-4 last week.
But not great.
That brings them to 47, 49, and 2 on the season.
Stink.
Kevin, guess
Run
what?
the ball.
Not great for the rushers this week either. 6-4. That brings them to.
Okay, hold on. You just said, they did a good job, 500, but then the other one, not so good.
Not great.
Okay.
Last week was great, 9-1. The week before, 3 weeks before that, 8-2. Those were great weeks.
That's true.
They are now 72, 21, and 2. So if you run the ball effectively, you're more likely going to win. Here's some random stats from the weekend as well. 14 quarterbacks threw at least one interception.
Okay.
Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson threw 2 apiece, but 1. Sam Darnold threw 4. Jacoby Brissett and J.J. McCarthy both threw 2, and they lost. So weird numbers, huh?
That is weird.
30 touchdowns were thrown this week to 21 interceptions.
Okay.
So what's that percentage there?
Did you kind of think that the 60%, give or take?
Okay.
Did you kind of think that those were all mostly thrown by Josh Allen?
No, they were all thrown by Sam Darnold, it felt like.
No, those are the interceptions.
Oh, yeah. The touchdowns? Yeah.
Although Josh Allen did throw a terrible interception in
the one in the end zone.
Yeah.
He chest passed to somebody underneath, and it was ridiculous. He's made a lot of really creative throws in his career. Like him and Patrick Mahomes, would you say those are the 2 most creative pass throwers you've seen?
It's like you're reading my mind, Corey.
All right. Well, look at this. Look at this. It's like we're on the same cycle.
Stop that.
Okay.
That's what Mike would say. Tomorrow, NFL overreaction or reality.
Okay. I'm in on it.
But you're right.
Of the quarterbacks who threw interceptions this week, they were 3-11. Ooh. So if you threw an interception, aside from Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, somebody else, I don't know who it was, but you were 3-11 this week.
Yikes.
Every quarterback who fumbled.
You know what? Now I think the Cowboys are going to win. Geno Smith, he'll throw some interceptions.
Yeah, he will. Yeah. Every quarterback who fumbled lost this week. So I think there were 4, and they all lost. All right. That's something I'm keeping chart of. Oh, that's so dumb. It's the dumbest stat. Of course, the team that was able to rush more won more games. Hey, nitwit, if you've been listening for the last 2 years, I point that out every single time. Get with the program. Guys, who would ever have predicted an 8-game win streak for the Broncos and the Patriots at this point in the season?
There is no chance in hell.
Me, I predicted it before the season.
I remember that too.
No,
absolutely
what?
did. Thank you very much.
You're
Ryan.
lucky.
This is why I've always liked you the
voice.
most. Also, the AFC South is the most humiliating thing to try and understand in this league. Here's why. The Texans lose their quarterback and are on a 2-game win streak, but they almost lost to the damn Titans, okay? The Jaguars don't act like they always want to win, but you don't really want to play them at their house because that's where they're pretty good.
They beat the crap out of the Chargers.
And the Colts are undefeated at home and could very well finish second in this division, maybe third.
Oh, because of the Texans?
Go look at their schedule the rest of the way.
Okay.
Go look at the rest of their division schedule the rest of the way. The first half of the season for the Colts has actually been their easiest part of their schedule. And I don't think they're going to finish third, but I think they very well could finish second in this division if they don't get things together on the back half of this. And then the Titans are the only ones that are actually playing in character. They're like, we're 1-9. We'll keep losing. Don't worry about it, guys.
Did you see...
Cam Ward hadn't figured the league out yet.
No, that is true. Did you see what Simmons said after the game? So the Titans, they lost, and they had 5 false starts at home. And he goes, I'm tired of sugarcoating it. We need to be better, especially at home. Can't have that many effing false starts. There's no way we should have that many false starts at home. I don't care. I'm tired of saving feelings. I'm tired of losing. Wow. That should be a phrase. I'm tired of saving feelings.
Ryan, would you like the hits or the misses from this weekend?
Let's go with misses.
Misses, honorable mention. Shedeur Sanders was unable to bring the Browns back, throwing an interception and fumbling, though that was recovered.
Did you see his completion percentage?
He and Dylan Gabriel.
16?
Yes.
He and Dylan Gabriel threw for 47 and 68 yards, respectfully.
This is a weird win for me, but I would really like it if Alec was forced to say, all right, Dylan Gabriel is the better option between him and Shedeur, because Shedeur is so bad that he's even worse than Gabriel. Mm-hmm. It's just one game. We'll see.
Also on the honorable mentions list, Myles Garrett, 4 sacks, putting him at 15 on the season. One more sack will tie his career best season, which he's already hit twice in his career. So he'll get to 16. He's already done that twice. And they have 7 games left. Hot take. He's going to break the sack record this year.
Why?
What do you mean? They lost. That's why it was a miss, Kevin. It was a near hit, but it was a miss.
Alec, does it make it any better that he's only honorable mention?
Ooh, I didn't even really think about that part. I feel like that's more of an insult.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like you couldn't even be a total loser.
It was a near
You're just
hit.
a half loser.
A near hit, all right? So that's why. Let's go number 3 on the misses of the weekend. Aaron Rodgers' wrist. They won because Cincinnati's terrible, but Aaron Rodgers looked as bad as I've ever watched. This whole season's not been fun to watch. And like I said, for so many years, it was aesthetically pleasing to watch Aaron Rodgers because he could throw a great deep ball. He was a very good quarterback. He was fun to watch, even though he's a jerk a lot of times. Yep. But this right now is not fun. Number 2, Sam Darnold. 4 interception. Now thrown 7 in the last 4 games, and they lost.
I'm trying to think who's going to be number 1 now.
Oh, this is fun. I think you'll like this one.
It's going to be Jacoby Brissett.
The NFC North opponents against the Eagles.
Oh,
they're 0-3 this year, and the last 2 opponents have now recorded 16 total points. That is just gross, which can tell you one of 2 things. Are the Eagles that good?
I'm so...
Are they slow playing us?
So sorry to tell you. I think they are.
You think they are?
I do.
It's the NFC North opponents, they're supposed to be a good division, and they cannot beat the Eagles, and they're barely scoring against the Eagles, too, and that's terrifying.
I hate myself for this, but they're the best team in football.
He said it. Not me.
But I was very selective about not putting the word ahead of it, so you'd use that as a
they
drop.
are. That's
good.
why
I said they.
That's smart on your part, dude.
But
I'm proud of you.
You get it.
And also Jacoby Brissett, honorable mention, I guess, because you really want that to be the case for him.
I'm just perplexed by this system.
Yeah, no, I bet there's another ones that'll.
But in an entertaining way. I'll tell you this. I can't remember what show it was, and it was what an intriguing yet confusing hypothesis. But it keeps me locked in because, A, it's my job, but also because I'm I don't know which way it's going to go.
Somebody asked why we're giving Sanders a bad game, and they said that he dropped a dime twice, and one was a deep ball, and receiver dropped them. Arch Manning had a bunch of bad drops too. The reason he was honorable mention on the misses was because A, they lost, and he couldn't lead the game-winning drive. That's the only reason.
And you know what? Let's switch both of those to completions. Now he was 6 for 16.
There you go. All right.
37.5%. Good job.
Hits of the weekend. Honorable mention. Michael Wilson, Kevin's favorite Arizona receiver. 15 catches for 185 yards.
Man,
that's pretty big, dude.
That is amazing.
I started him.
Nice, dude. That's going to give you, that's 15.
Okay.
That's plus 18.
Just what?
15 plus 18. What is it?
33?
You got 33 points, didn't you?
You should be able to do that. Alec, we talk a lot about the sadness of having a good player on your bench. What's that feeling of euphoria when you start somebody that maybe people naysayed and then they have a big game?
Alec, I appreciate him asking that question, but I got to get through this real quick. Trust me, you're going to love it. Bryce Young had an exceptional day, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, had to leave the game for a few. But then throws 123.2 passer rating, set the Panthers' single-game passing record. Congratulations to Bryce.
I would not have predicted that.
Number 3, Tetaroa McMillan, who does not like to be called Tet. I learned over the weekend, so I have to now learn his whole name. Had 130 yards, 8 catches, 2 touchdowns. Huge day for the Panthers, but also scored 33 points in fantasy for me. So I thought that was important because, Kevin, it's a great feeling whenever you start a guy and he actually goes out and puts 33 points on it. Right, Alec?
Yes!
See? And that dude's not getting enough attention, I don't think, but he is putting together a very fine rookie season, and it looks easy to him. Watch him run routes.
Scary,
Watch him catch. I'm not saying Randy Moss because Randy Moss is on a different level, but his size and length and the way that routes look easy and the ball just sticks to him, he's a fun receiver to watch, and because he's on the Panthers, he's not getting as much love. Number 2, yes, his team lost. But Sean Tucker almost single-handedly won against Buffalo. 106 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 catches for 34 yards, and a touchdown to go with it. Fantastic game from Sean Tucker. It just wasn't good enough for the number 1 guy. Josh Allen is now 2 touchdowns away from having the record for rushing touchdowns for a quarterback. 3 passing, 3 rushing, 2 interceptions also. But good gosh, that guy was a beast yesterday.
So Josh Allen becomes the first player in NFL history, or a quarterback, I guess, to register a 3 passing touchdown, 3 rushing touchdown game twice. And the last time he did it was a year ago.
Jeez, dude. He's amazing.
That's bananas.
And at one time, he was at Wyoming.
That's true. Completing 50-some-odd% of his passes, in case you wanted to know that.
And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. Fine work there, Corey. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the time has come. Give us your prediction for Cowboys Raiders tonight. Next on the Fan. here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget the official Cowboys, or the official 105.3 The Fan watch party tonight is going to be at the Bearded Monkey. 6 to 9 is when I'll be there. We got some awesome stuff to give away. Looking forward to that. Got some vests that you're going to want to be in. You'll want to be in those vests. Even though Kevin has another joke that he wants to throw your way.
Then you'd be invested.
But also...
it's not a joke. It's
funnier the second time around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I can't wait
you
for
watch it.
Crosstalk.
I got a whole bunch of jokes you might not have heard yet.
Oh, my gosh. I've heard all of them more than a second time around. But right now, it is time to get your official predictions for tonight's game. 877-881-1053. Let's go ahead and hear it right now. Kevin, we got 27-24 Cowboys over Raiders from the 817. 214 says 34-13. A lot of these numbers are big in favor of the Cowboys, and that is fascinating to hear from Cowboys fans.
And I think... like when Sean and RJ were talking about what they've got riding on this game tonight, I think that's would take it out of excitement and interest into terrifying. Like if it's $100, like that's a lot of money, and I'd be like, oh man, I really hope I win. But if it's in the thousands, like I feel like I would unreasonably react to like every single play or penalty or whatever, and that's just not a space I want to be in. I save that for opening cards. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, yes.
And you're like, son of a... or other positive expletives.
Okay, I want to, before we dive any further into this, there have been, as a casual card collector, my heroes are Mike and Kevin, and now Alec, too. Alex, like, I've watched what he's done. This collecting is impressive. Kevin's always told me collect what you like. Mike has always told me I'm going to buy what I want as opposed to going and grabbing boxes. Can you tell me the benefits of all of them? Like, what do people get from the different buying styles? Because you can go into your shop and I can buy a card that I like in one of the cases, or I can buy a box of cards.
Absolutely. There are many different kinds of customers out there, right? There are the customers who, like you said, collect what you like. Those are the types that a lot of times are baseball card collectors. They want to make sets of certain products, so they have fun chasing those individual cards.
Hunting. Okay.
Or they like a certain player. And that can cross over into sometimes being an investor too. Because if you have a certain player who is, let's say, a very high profile guy that might have a value that's really high, then you're trying to really chase after something expensive. Then you get to the investor. And now the investor is somebody who's trying to they'll get into breaks, those group breaks that exist out there, or they will buy high-end products in hoping to find somebody that they can go and sell for much higher. It's all short-term investing nowadays. Long time ago, it was long-term investing. Like, I got to save my cards for 30 years. They're going to be worth something. We all learned that that's not really the case. Now it's all short-term investing. The great thing about the card game is there are so many different kinds of customers that are out there, and that's what's really been growing this whole thing. You got to do, you got to pick your lane, stay in it. Don't try to buy everything of everything because there's so much out there now.
Except for Cooper Flag.
I have a buddy who, while he was in the military, he was in California, and he would just buy $1,500 boxes, open them, and then give the cards away. He said he was just interested in the high that came from opening boxes.
We get that too.
I was like, that is crazy to me. That's why y'all are shaking your head like, no, that's very common. Wow.
That's the thing.
I love it.
Sometimes I just think it's fun to open things. Like
what?
Okay. Never mind.
Card boxes that you got from RJ?
I'm not going to allow that.
That was a very easy thing to say, Kevin.
Allow that
very
to become
easy.
a drop.
All right, Kevin, where are we heading for your prediction for tonight's game? Because I don't know what play to make yet.
I'll tell you, but this is amazing. For the 817, final game of a 14-game parlay tonight. A Cowboys win gets them $17,800.
Oh, my.
I'm not even going to check the score until in the morning to risk losing sleep.
I wouldn't sleep. I would just be sitting there. I would fall asleep for an hour
I don't see
and then
how
wake
you
up
could
and
fall asleep.
Yeah, I would wake up and be like, "Oh my gosh, I need to check my phone," and then I'd go back to sleep for an hour and then wake up and be like, "I need just do it, just check it." I like this idea though. $17,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
donated to Peace-a-thon, I'm sure.
Of course.
From the 682, the Cowboys are going to win 10-9. From the 903, 31-17 Cowboys, and Overshone has 2 sacks. From the 214, 30-24 Cowboys, but the Raiders have an 80-yard touchdown in the first quarter, just like last year.
So that would,
as long as we win.
Yeah, that would be disheartening to start for sure. Like,
imagine that guy with the parlay. If he's actually watching, something's getting broken in his house.
Yeah, but then he's like, oh man, I got to glue it back together because, what just happened there. So that could be cool. From the 214, 5-3 Cowboys is the score.
Really?
Cowboys get on the board with a safety from Quinnen Williams. Butter Aubrey has a 69 nice yard field goal for the win and a new NFL record. That's what they're hoping for tonight, Kevin.
Okay. And then from the 817, this is an interesting question that kind of goes along with all that. Is it too much gambling? How much money do y'all have y'all wasted gambling? And so, first of all, not a whole lot. That's why I'm not involved in the same spaces that Sean and RJ are doing. I think at a certain level, it's not, let me make sure I say this right. It's not necessarily gambling if you're having fun doing it. So I really love scratch off lottery tickets, but I very, very rarely would I go higher than $5. But I like doing the crosswords and the bingos, and it's like a game, and so even if I lose, I'm like, oh, that was fun. And so I wonder for a lot of people if they're like, hey, maybe they put $10 on each game and they're like, I got $10 of enjoyment or excitement or whatever the case might be out of that. So even if they
kind of like
lose,
buying a bag of Cheetos.
Explain.
I love Cheetos.
Mm-hmm.
I buy a bag of Cheetos. I get the excitement of eating a bag of Cheetos. I enjoy the flavor of it, but then it's gone, right? What did I really get out of the Cheetos? A little extra calories and fat in my system, but I enjoyed it, and I was excited to buy a bag of Cheetos.
That is not the direction I thought you were going to go with that
Did I feel
at
like
all.
I wasted my money? No, because I got the enjoyment of the cheesy flavor on my fingertips.
Alec?
Do we all lick our fingertips after eating Cheetos?
No, don't answer that question. First, what are your thoughts about what he said? Then you can answer the finger question. Oh, that could have been worse.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. There's too many things going on in my head right now. I kind of like the analogy. I'm not going to lie. Because, for me, it's the Cool Ranch Doritos.
I'm in on those, too.
Probably spend too much money on those. What do I get out of it? Nothing. But I had fun eating them, so why not? And then the finger thing, yeah, I think so. I think everybody does. If you don't, you're weird at this point. They design them that way. Mm-hmm. They want you to do that.
Did you see that lady that created the glove that the Cheeto dust doesn't get on?
It's pointless.
So your fingers don't get Cheeto dust on them? Yeah. What's that for? Not me. I want that Cheeto dust.
Yeah, that's the same person who eats Bugles because they like the taste and they never put it on their fingers and pretend that they're a witch. That's ridiculous.
Now, if I don't want to get my hands dirty with the dust, I will tip the bag up and eat that way.
Is there any way not to look like a monstrous slob?
No,
where you just tip it back and you're like, oh.
Chips are created for that. Chip bags are specifically created for that.
Alec, I know you have to rebound. You and Ryan, official predictions for this evening.
This is ridiculous. You backed me into such a weird corner. I'm going to go Cowboys win 31-20. I think that you are going to get a pair of Ashton Genty touchdowns. I think their run game will look decent for the Raiders, but I do think the aerial attack is going to look nice for the Cowboys. Like I said earlier, I think George Pickens is going to find the end zone. I think the offense is going to look great tonight. I think you're going to have very few things that you're going to point at outside of Max Crosby winning pretty much any matchup he faces. I do think you're going to say the offense played a pretty clean game. Defensively, I think the run stopping is going to be hit or miss, but I do think relatively clean overall. I think that the turnovers will be in your favor, if anything, if there are any, because like you said, Geno Smith is going to throw you a pick or two.
So, Ryan, for dramatic purposes, Cowboys lead 31-27. 5 seconds to go.
4.
Sean and RJ are both winning their bets by half a point. But the Raiders have the ball at the 3-yard line, knowing how much money rides on this one particular play And that's when Agent Zero comes through in the clutch, breaks down the quarterback. Bam! Game over. Cowboys win 31-27.
31-27.
And for the record, there's nothing wrong with bugles. It's just we all know that you're going to put them on your fingers, too.
All right, when I was a kid, I would take a bugle and that can of Easy Cheese and then pour it in there like as if it was an ice cream cone.
That is genius.
Did anyone do that?
No, but I want to now. I never thought of that. How did I not think of that?
I thought it would make a fancy hors d'oeuvre, if anything.
That's amazing. I love that idea.
It might be too late in this segment, but what is your worst or most disgusting eating creation?
Yeah, we'll do that.
I think
this
we
week.
can do.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
The outside world would think this is the worst because I can see how you would think that was amazing. I would too, but other people might judge.
This is how Kevin sets it up. From the mind of Ryan from RJ.
Ah, that's right.
Yes. This is going to be. I think it's going to be my favorite segment this week,
Nice.
and that says a lot considering I do my own segment every day at 1 o'clock. It's called the C Block, Kevin.
I've heard it. I've frequently introduced it.
From the 469, I once got the ultimate bag of Cool Ranch Doritos. Every chip was covered in dust. Plus, there was 3 inches of dust in the bottom of the bag. Oh! I will never get a bag like that again, and I will forever chase for another one. Whoever did that to the Dorito factory, thank you. Yes.
That's not too much.
Sounds amazing. What are you talking about? What's he talking about? Too much. Ridiculous. Gosh.
Oh, man. Somebody has tweaked my prediction, and this is even more amazing. Cowboys are up 31-27. Again, Sean and RJ have won their bet. 3 seconds left, but instead of punting the ball away, they get it in the end zone, and instead of punting, Anger just runs it out the back of the end zone to run out the clock, but then make it a 2-point game. So Sean and RJ would lose, and then Brian Anger would become the biggest enemy in the history of their show.
Does Bobby show up early and on time for tomorrow's show?
He
then?
better.
Or is he like, guys, I guaranteed it, I can't be there?
He better show up on time or else it'll be open mic time because I don't know. Sorry, Ryan, your official prediction for this evening.
Oh, well, I mean, we're looking for some drama here. This is the Cowboys defense versus the Raiders offense. I say that's the battle of the movable force versus the...
Yes, agreed.
Versus the breakable
versus
object
the very
or whatever.
Resistible.
This is not going to be WrestleMania 3. This is going to be Dwayne Gill versus Barry Horowitz.
Man, wrestling fans,
like
that's
my deep
just
cut.
for you.
I think Cowboys, being at the station here, it's the positivity of it all. I am going to have to side with the Cowboys on this one. They'll cover. They will certainly cover. And let's call it 13-8.
13-8.
I don't think that's a bad score, honestly.
See, I want to say, could that be scoregami? But remember, there was a time when, every game was so freaking low scoring, so it probably isn't. But hey, a win's a win.
I think DeMarvion Overshown makes 2 game-changing plays tonight. I think he makes 2. One is going to be a stop in the backfield on a run that needs for a first down, maybe 4th down, maybe 3rd and 1, but he's going to make one of those plays.
We haven't stopped to 3rd and 1 all season. That would be awesome.
And I think that he's going to make a chase down play that stops a 3rd or 4th down as well in the passing game. So he's an overall player. I think this game ends up in the Cowboys' favor 26-16.
Okay.
In your face.
What?
You used to said it was never possible.
What? I support that.
Here we are.
I would like Sean and RJ to win some money.
I want them to win all the money and then share it with me at a dinner sometime.
See, I was going to say share it at Peace-a-thon. By the way,
it's a great idea.
First time ever, we're working on this. Probably going to auction off a meal with the KNC Masterpiece.
What?
We've never done that for Peace-a-thon.
Can I buy
before.
It could be anywhere.
You can be there. You don't have to pay for it.
It could be at a Taco Bueno.
Oh.
Or an Uncle Julio's.
Yeah.
Or a Freebirds.
Doesn't that feel lazy by us?
Maybe an Arby's.
Doesn't that feel lazy by us to just hey, we were going to be here. I got you covered.
I didn't say which Taco Bueno.
Okay.
It didn't have to be at the ones that we're already at.
Okay.
I'm just saying, it could be anywhere, Kevin.
Do you get to sit in the restaurant? Or do you got to go through the drive-thru with you guys?
Dude, I have a picture of my son. I got it last night. When he was 4, he requested to go into Taco Bueno to eat his birthday dinner. That's what he wanted. I said, anywhere in the world. He said, Taco Bueno, Dad. And I was like, all right. And I got a picture of him holding up 4, drinking out of a Taco Bueno cup.
But for this auction, we would go through the drive-thru because then we'd finally be able to perform what I've wanted to do forever, KNC car show. And so we just sit in the back of your car and do the show while you just drive around.
It was an idea
wherever.
we came up with at nights.
Yeah.
Bosses have never supported it, but I think they'd like it. They just don't support it. All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to crosstalk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next to the fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Star Up, Star...
notes to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Beta Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. And from the 903, Ryan was awesome today. Not that you guys aren't awesome, LOL. But
oh, man.
They were just, pointing out that he was awesome. So that's nice.
And then I thought somebody was going to give us their car for a piece-a-thon, but they were like, no, you could ride in our car.
Yeah, that would be cool, too. That sounds like it could be fun to do a show from a big old Suburban. So we'll have to get into that.
Absolutely.
Mobile home.
Mobile home. Ooh, look at this. Brought us coming up with even better ideas.
Yeah. That would be badass.
Winnebago style.
You have a mobile home?
No, I don't. I'd love to have one though.
Let's find somebody.
Yeah, no, you could absolutely. We did content for the Senior Bowl. We parked it in Ladd Peebles Stadium there in the parking lot, a mobile home, and did shows from a mobile home.
Do you ever get nervous about the placement of the wheels on the mobile home? I'm sure they've run the physics of all of this, but
you're saying it's like the Oklahoma Schooner.
Yeah, a little.
Like it's going to tip over.
Yeah, I do think about that a lot.
Are they narrowed? Are they in too much?
It does bother you when you're on the highway and you could feel it
kind of drifting,
rocking.
Yeah.
Guys, my microphone's on now.
Guys,
very important. Zach Wolchuk is back in the building.
Here he is.
What's up, dudes? Holy. How we doing?
Where you been?
D&M Leasing convinced him to come back.
Yeah, they did. I didn't think I was going to be asked back after a week and a half of pure gold as always. I mean, I thought the show sounded absolutely fantastic without me. But yeah, had a baby.
What?
Yeah. My wife did all the heavy lifting. I tried not to talk and annoy her, but she's fantastic, man. I did have the first time where the eldest slapped her in the face yesterday out of jealousy. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to work on. Yeah, she hit her in the face.
Oh, no.
She hit her in the face.
I prefer to just slap the bag. You know, good old fashioned.
Avery did that to Carter once. And then whenever Avery was like 13, he told Carter, "You ruined my life the day you were born."
Wow.
And now they're best friends.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
I'm hoping the best friends thing still happens.
That's an honest family, I'd say.
That was a traumatic experience, I'm sure, for the little one.
She'll get her payback.
Yeah, I hope so.
Holy moly.
Yeah, so yeah, man, family stuff really happens every once in a while. That's nice, though,
We need
man.
a welfare call?
No.
Yeah.
Brian, what are you trying to do?
I don't know. You brought it up.
You stop over there, okay? This is just natural sibling rivalries. You don't need welfare.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Take care of my kids, okay?
Are y'all excited to have him back on the show? Is this does it bring some angst to the group?
Yeah,
again,
neither one
or?
of them want to do the post-game show. That's why they're happy to have him back.
Yeah.
Like, you think Chiafalo wants to hang around to 1?
When were you coming back? When was paternity leave off? Oh, Monday for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, that's my guy.
Speaking of tonight's game, I'll be at the Bearded Monkey in Forney. I don't know if I've said that today, but I'll say it again. I'll be at the Bearded Monkey Forney tonight from 6 to 9 for this game. I will be listening to the pre and post game show for you fellas. I love it. It always helps me out. What are you guys feeling for this game? Are we feeling blowout? Are we feeling close, tight game? Low scoring? How are we looking at this one?
You know, I think going on the road and the Raiders have an average defense, I don't think we can expect this thing to get into the 30s.
Okay.
You know, so I'm expecting a lower scoring game in the 20s with the Cowboys coming out by less than a touchdown with the victory.
Doesn't it feel weird, though, to predict that the Cowboys will hit the under? Because the over-under is set at 50.5, and it feels wrong. Like, I totally get where you're coming from, but it just feels weird.
Because of the way they've scored most of the season? Yeah.
But I think you're probably right.
Raiders don't let you run the ball inside, and that's really Dallas's strength. If you look at Williams all these games, it's been how they get the ball and then able to attack the middle of your defense. And this team gives up about 3.7 yards a carry, and teams run the ball on them. It's not like they try and throw it. I mean, teams honestly try and run it. They just can't. And so it's difficult. It's going to be tough. I mean, so if it turns into that, then are you able to block that edge? And if you can block that edge, then, maybe you can complete some passes. But it's tough. If it turns into having to throw every down, good luck trying to stop Crosby from rushing every down.
You'd like to think if the Cowboys can put points up, then the Raiders are screwed. They haven't scored 30 points all year.
Yeah.
I don't think they
haven't scored 30 points in their last 29 games.
Wow. So, but the problem is the Cowboys' defense has kind of been the magic wand to fix all of your offensive issues.
The panacea.
So we got to hope that the six new bodies, man. I mean, there's so many questions. Like we don't know how much is Savone Ravel going to play.
Probably just on special teams. To be honest with you.
I mean, Logan Wilson, what version of DeMarvion Overshown do you get? I'm excited to see all of this and hope that it ends up giving a big boost, but I think there's so many question marks. It's kind of like week 1 all over again. I don't really know what to expect tonight with this football team. They should beat Vegas. It should be a home crowd. But again, this defense is one that's made with Arizona the last 2 weeks, they get completely spanked.
Yeah.
They looked like a playoff team against Dallas. So Vegas could end up looking fantastic tonight, and I don't think any of us would be surprised.
Maybe playing with more than just a 7-iron, though, hopefully. With the entire group.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's hard to do the par 5s with just a 7-iron. But I think this is a can't-lose kind of night, because if they do, in fact, lose on the scoreboard, then, I mean, top 5 pick is in play. One way or another. Tomorrow, I'm going to be optimistic about what's to come in the Cowboys' future.
You calling this a must-win game?
No, well, yes. If you want to make the playoffs, it is.
Must win.
Must win, baby.
Although Kansas City and Detroit look a little bit more beatable after yesterday.
Just saying, that could be something that could happen if this team could turn their defense around just a little bit. Well, fellas, cannot wait to hear the show as we roll into the Cowboys game tonight. Looking forward to it. Ryan, thank you so much for being here. RJ Duke's going to be hosting us for Peace-a-thon next Wednesday. Go ahead and sign us out, man.
It was a pleasure being here. Had a lot of fun. And go Cowboys.
There you go. Go Cowboys, baby.
The more time you
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number one of the Nation. It's a special Specs tailgate version of the Nation. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. General at your service. Let's do this. It's a 2-hour Cowboys Monday. Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo have the pregame show coming up at 4 o'clock here with you on the Fan. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, and making his return to the Nation is the Woolly Bully himself, Zach Wolchuk. Buddy, it's great to see you. How you holding up? You getting enough sleep?
Fantastic. I'm trying, man. I mean, this baby girl got her father's appetite and gas, that's for sure. She's up every 2 hours and needs a diaper change and is just eating up a storm. So she's healthy. She's beautiful. Mama's doing a great job. But, we're trying. It's an adjustment. It's very different this go-around than it was the first time because Eliza was premature. So we spent the first 2 months in the NICU going back and forth to the hospital. This time getting to bring Leia home was awesome, but it's also kind of like we're doing this for the first time. So it's been amazing. Thank you for all the love and support from the Tolos, you guys for holding it down. And, yeah, she's a beautiful baby girl, happy and healthy.
Man, the social media pictures look amazing.
She's
so happy for you. Okay, let's hope we have some social coming out of Las Vegas tonight. Cowboys fans celebrating. They're visiting the Raiders. Kickoff at 7:15. I have some questions about this game for you guys. You ready for them? Will the offense be back after struggling in back-to-back weeks? To what extent?
Gosh, I hope so. I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to turnovers and penalties that have cost them in a big way. So can you mitigate those? And can the offensive line start to find a little bit of continuity? BB, once again, back now for the second game. And hopefully Tyler Smith and the knee tendonitis. I think that's given him some fits because he doesn't look quite himself. Maybe just a week off there helps him look a little bit better. But it's the penalties, the turnovers, and the offensive line being able to be at least competent. And other than Max Crosby, there's not a ton of guys that you really fear with the Raiders in their pass rush. Broaddus has not given us encouragement that they're going to be able to run the ball overly well. But can Dak, Lamb, Pickens have sort of a vintage game? I think that's absolutely on the table.
I was working with the question Friday, Zach. Why did the Cowboys offense take a turn for the worse when they got healthy? They get their offensive line back. They get CeeDee Lamb back. And their three highest scoring games in succession were when those guys were out.
It's true. I mean, I think that we always talk about the continuity factor with the offensive line. I do think that probably has a lot to do with it. I think that Eric's right about Tyler Smith not being 100%. And I do wonder about that right tackle spot. And what are they going to do? Is it going to be Terrence Steele? Are they going to rock with him? If he struggles, how quickly do they pull the trigger there? And Nate Thomas goes in. I think a lot of that is you need to figure out what your 5 is and just roll with that and just go. And to me, I don't know that Terrence Steele has much of a future beyond this year. So I would just pull the trigger and say, let's play Nate Thomas there. And I know that he did give up the pressures in the Cardinals game, but I also think there's something to be said about having a full week of practice and starting instead of just being thrown to the wolves midway through a football game, and now I got to kind of catch my bearings. So I would just rock with Nate Thomas at right tackle, take the cap savings, nothing against Terrence Steele, been a fantastic run blocker, and tonight that might end up being something where if you need to hit the edge, you get Terrence Steele out in space, that could be very, very important. But I think that I believe in Cooper Beebe. You guys know that. I think Tyler Booker at times has certainly, maybe it's communication when it comes to passing off blocks. You've seen the rookie lapses, but I think he's been solid. So I think moving forward, they should be a better unit. And Guyton's a guy, it's weird. You watch the game, I'm thinking, man, Guyton was bad today. You go back and watch the All-22, and Tyler Guyton is battling. Is it perfect? No. Does it look ugly at times? Absolutely. But he was so raw as a prospect, I think that you're starting to see signs of growth there to where I'm not throwing the towel out on him either. So I think they just need to play together. And I think you need to figure out a right tackle, make your decision, and move forward for the rest of the season.
If you're in a situation,
I think your mic is off, Brian. There you go. Oh, it's on? We got a hot mic?
Red light.
There he is. Oh.
Is it?
There it is.
Here we go.
We got you.
There it is.
All right, here we are. Yeah, you know what the biggest problem is, though? If Dak Prescott doesn't avoid pressure, you're cooked. That's the issue. This offensive line as a whole, it just hadn't been the right tackle. You know, we do post-game shows where we do the metrics afterwards. It's 4 pressures here, 3 pressures here, 4 pressures here, 2 pressures there. You know, the one thing that allowed the Cowboys to be able to have success offensively has been your quarterback's ability to make people miss and navigate the pocket. You saw what happened against the Arizona Cardinals. When you look at how they had pressure, it was the quick pressures. But if Dak can't avoid pressures that we've seen from this offensive line as a whole, Dallas's offense doesn't go anywhere.
If he can do that and the line plays well, is he going to feast against these corners? I know you previewed their defense for us last Thursday.
Yeah, they're a team that does not get a lot of pressure other than Max Crosby, but he's had a little bit of a down year for him. The secondary, they're going to play you base. They're going to play a lot of zone. They're not going to play a lot of man coverage. That's something that Dak has also, had some opportunities to go against. I mentioned about the defensive line when it comes to the run game. They are one of the top 5 teams in the league when it comes to defending inside run, and that's where Dallas lives. So can Dallas live in a couple of areas? Can you find a way to maybe get some inside run going, also some edge run, but then can you find a way to keep Max Crosby from killing your quarterback? That's going to be the bigger thing. But they could find ways to throw the ball in the secondary.
This game is about trends. Can you go on the road? Can you break the 2-game streak of playing poorly offensively? And then will the Cowboys defense take a step towards respectability? In 2 primetime games this year, the Raiders are averaging 8 points and 203 yards. That would be a crisis, I think, if at 10:30 tonight you're looking through the box score and the Raiders have 400 yards of offense and 27 points. Obviously, if they go into the 30s, that would be the first time they've done that in a couple of years. So I just feel like so much is on the line. But if they do lose these games, like I said in Crosstalk, if they lose tonight, I'm almost more excited about the chances of having a top 5 or at worst top 10 pick if you lose this game than I would be about their playoff chances. So either way, I'm coming in tomorrow whistling, dude. There's no hope for going all the way this season. There's only hope for salvaging somehow a playoff appearance and playoff loss. The real goal for the long-term success of this Cowboys team is in losing this evening.
Big picture, sure. I can see that because there is always a part of me that always feels if you can get in, who knows what can happen? Like we've seen some kind of magic carpet ride runs, like those Giants teams. Did we really think that they had a chance to win a Super Bowl?
Just get around the rim.
No. Baltimore with that Fluco year. Again, it's like a point 0.04% chance. I'm with you. Like, I don't think, but in my heart of, like, I guess that's the fan in me that I can't seem to escape. It's like, if you can get in, you got a chance. Like, that's the beauty of sports. But realistically, you're absolutely right. Like, big picture, it is play for the draft pick.
I mean, I'm willing to eat some crow if they go out and win like 40-6. And what we need to see is Quinnen Williams with a Micah Parsons-like impact.
Yeah.
Like, I'm off the field, you're the worst defense in the NFL. Here I am, we're a top 10 defense in the NFL. Can Quinnen provide that?
I think that Quinnen Williams can do some things inside. This is one of the worst offensive lines you're going to play. So all of a sudden, if you're watching this game and Geno Smith has opportunity to throw the football, and then they're going to run it, or they're going to try and run it with Ashton Genty. I mean, we all kind of understand what Ashton Genty is as a player. Dallas has got to find a way to affect him, but Geno Smith doesn't throw the ball down the field. They don't protect particularly well. This might be a bad gauge. What this gauge could tell you is, though, did they have any major mistakes? Were they able to get off the field on third down? That's been a big problem for them. I don't really look at this offense as one that can challenge you all that much to get that what are we type of picture. But what you don't want to have is huge mistakes down the field. You don't want to have communication problems, and you want to be able to get off the field 2 or 3 times more than you have been. If you could see those things, then that's the thing that'll carry you into the Philadelphia game, the Kansas City game, and all that. This Raider offense is really bad. And I don't know if you could get a gauge, but what you could do is show that you're not going to give up big plays, which is something they've done through 11 weeks.
We'll be talking quite a bit about this game. Obviously, at 4 o'clock, the Cowboys pregame show is going to get underway. It'll be wall-to-wall coverage all the way until kickoff with a star-studded crew, and looking forward to that. But coming out of the weekend, how'd Saturday afternoon go for your dad? I imagine he must have been on cloud 9 after that Aggie comeback.
Well, he didn't know.
Oh, no, he didn't know.
No, sometimes he goes in and out of the game. So, yeah.
I could imagine falling asleep at halftime.
I know one thing. It's funny because I do this podcast with Jeff Kavanaugh. And Jeff, I talked about Texas A&M in this podcast. And listen, you need to watch A&M. This is a national championship kind of team. And they're getting smoked, and Kavanaugh he texts me, goes, well, man, I guess I caught him on a wrong day. Here you are talking about him, da-da-da-da-da. And I go, I've seen this act in South Carolina before. A&M's going to win this football game.
No way.
I told him.
What was the score when you called
30-3.
Wow.
I said, A&M's going to win this game, and he's like, well, we'll see. And, sure enough, I've seen South Carolina play football before. They are a very talented team that finds a way to lose games like that. So, but that's credit to Texas A&M, though, too, for the way they were awful in the first half. Defensively, they were awful, and they gave up some huge plays. Quarterback wasn't settled. But, yeah, my 86-year-old dad, you kind of tell him what happened. He's kind of like, oh, well, that's good. It's about time something like, And he really, he really.
Yeah, they're undefeated.
Yeah, like, Dad, I'm about to get you a national championship T-shirt, here in a few weeks.
Well, I thought the biggest embarrassment for the early afternoon portion was that trooper that was trying to fight the South Carolina players as they were making their way onto the field.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing there?
An embarrassment for the university. He's been relieved of that duty.
Yeah.
Maybe the Department of Public Safety should relieve him as well. I just don't think that's a good look. Like, is that how you do your police work?
I wonder if he's an Aggie grad.
SEC, man, it just means more.
He kind of leaned in for the contact.
Yeah, it's did they step on his foot on the way past him the first time?
He chicken winged that elbow out a little bit.
I don't quite know what's going on there.
Initiate the contact.
He looked like the drunk guy in college that had been working out and is strutting through the bar like, I wish somebody would.
Yeah.
I've been on steroids here for 2 months now, and I got something to prove. That was a rough look there for A&M, but an incredible and historic afternoon for them in victory. Are the Chiefs officially toast? They fall to a 5-5 there with the loss to Denver. They're 0-5 in one-score games, a complete 80 from last year. I think it was 11-0. They set the record for wins in one-score games. Mahomes taking the blame. A couple of missed deep shots with receivers who were open, but this defense just not the same. They aren't running the ball enough, even though they're getting 4.5 an attempt with Kareem Hunt there. Nobody else got a carry. So I don't know. It just seems like they got a little bit of an identity crisis going on there in Kansas City. A lot of people are celebrating it's the end with 7 games to go. What do you guys say? Hope for the Chiefs still?
I mean, in terms of being able to make the playoffs, I think your hopes of winning the division are all but gone now. You're like 3.5 games out. If the playoffs start today, you're not even in it. But they still have, I mean, they got Cowboys, they got Texans, Titans, Raiders still on the schedule. The Chargers, I mean, I think they'll be able to probably avenge their week 1 loss to the Chargers. I mean, all their tough games are at home the rest of the way. Colts, Texans, Chargers, Broncos, those are all home games for them. So I still wouldn't rule them out of being a wild card team and making the postseason.
It just goes to show you how good Denver is playing defense.
They are.
It shows you how good they are covering people. Yeah, their pass rush gets a lot of notoriety. But if you look at the numbers, Rashee Rice, 9 targets, 6 catches, 38 yards. You know, they're playing.
That was without Surtain.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Kelce, though, I'm just telling you, man. I mean, he looked like he had kind of a bounce back game for him. But overall, though, that just goes to show you really how good the Broncos are on defense, the way that they were playing yesterday.
Yeah, incredible defense, and incredible defense last night for the Eagles. We'll talk a little bit more about them later on, but about a month or so ago, we acknowledged it looks like we're going to have repeat winners in the division, and I mean, it's kind of looking like a repeat winner in the NFC. They have got this thing figured out. They made additions. Jalen Phillips is really good. Brandon Graham debuting, but their run defense was just slobber knockers as well. So I hate to admit it, but it looks like Nick Sirianni's got this figured out through toxicity once again.
He does. And yeah, I mean, the NFC, you look at the West, like that's a really good division. That Rams-Seahawks game was a good one yesterday. The Rams, though, did lose to the Eagles, and they lost to them in the playoffs last year. So if they meet again, the Eagles seem to have the Rams number. Like, I do think the Rams would be the team that can knock them off. Tampa Bay seemed like a team that looked like they were legit in the NFC. They've certainly gone through a gauntlet of a schedule. They're falling off. Green Bay as well. So they are. They're the class of the NFC, even though it looks ugly a lot of the time. And I'm like, how do they keep winning? They seem very beatable. They just find a way to get it done. And for Detroit, I think now the absence of Ben Johnson is really starting to show. Yeah, Dan Campbell take over the play calling. It was good last week. Last night, there were some play calls, especially, I get it. He's the 4th down, I'm going to go for it guy. And stay true to yourself. But some of those play calls, especially when Jared Goff was clearly rattled and not at the height of his powers.
Yeah.
Like, you got to just give. Jahmyr Gibbs was unstoppable at times in that game. Feed him. I don't know why they keep going with the crossing patterns, trying to force it to Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's getting bracketed. I think there was a lot of questionable play calls offensively for Detroit in that one.
Yeah, they had 39 dropbacks last night, and 10 of those pressures came from your offensive tackles. Taylor Decker was awful in the game, and Penei Sewell gave up some pressures as well. Usually don't get that from Sewell, but Decker, they clearly went after him. They didn't give up the sacks, but man, the pressures were clearly there.
It was nauseating listening to Collinsworth talk about him, and then Saquon Barkley had a run late to seal it, and he's like, well, these starting to look like the runs from last year when he had a historic season. I'm like, oh, geez, I guess we got to get ready for this and hope for the best for the Cowboys in the meantime. Bears won again, but do not believe in them. It was 19-17 over the Vikings. The stat I have for you, they're the 5th team in the Super Bowl era to have 7+ wins despite being outscored in the first 10 games. Everybody else that has applied to, it's like, what is it, 4 other teams. They all either lost in the wild card or the divisional round. But salute to Ben Johnson there for having success in year 1, and obviously they rebuilt their offensive line. They have a decent offense and apparently a decent defense now as well. When they beat the Cowboys, though, I thought that was a massive red flag for how horrible the Cowboys were going to be, and maybe that was true, but it was also a sign that Chicago's significantly better than they've been in recent seasons.
Well, they're doing a good job too with their secondary, since the Cowboy game with guys like Nashawn Wright playing at a very, very high level. You got to give a tip of cap the way that those guys have been playing, because they've been getting, there have been a lot of targets in these games that they've had. Just for example, I mentioned Nashawn Wright, 8 targets in that game, only 3 receptions there. So, good job by him, but they've done a really good job overall of playing in that secondary.
Al Harris coaching them up.
Cooper Flagg becomes the youngest player ever to have a 20.5 assist, 5 rebound game with no turnovers. The Mavs improved to 4-10 with an overtime win over the Trailblazers last night, and they're right back at it tonight in Minnesota at 7 o'clock. o'clock. They'll be home to play 3 more at the AAC starting Wednesday night. So there you have it. We're off and running here, an abbreviated G-Bag Nation here, the Specs Tailgate Show. And we got the champ on the other side. Then Woolchuck is back with a top 10. Buddy, where are you taking it?
Oh, it's our favorite topic. It's food, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, National Fast Food Day. What are the top 10 fast food items of 2025 so far? That's next in the nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with
It's the Specs Tailgate Show here in the G-Bag Nation. Pregame's coming up at 4 o'clock, and this segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Wolchuk's top 10 in just a moment. Let's go into the Pimp Cup.
Yeah.
Lucius, happy Monday.
Yeah, man. Happy Monday, baby. In and out. In and out like a robbery.
That's right.
All right, see. I believe this is day 3 for this champion audio, but we're not going to do G-Bag of the day at 5:30 today because it will be the pregame show for the Cowboys. Stick around for that. All right, so last week, the streets needed a body, and Nico Harrison got popped on a Tuesday. Wednesday, we pop in on the show, and Eric Chiafalo had a goodbye letter for Nico, if you will.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both.
Yes, sir. Can't believe, Wolchuk, you had to miss the whole reaction.
Man, that was epic.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was absolutely fantastic. Well done. Well done, sir.
People were saying on text it was the greatest rant they'd ever heard here on The Fan. It's
beautiful.
I can't disagree with that.
Go after yourself, Nico.
All right, it's time now for Zach's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, your Wooly Bully. He's back.
All right, National Fast Food Day yesterday. I know everybody was partaking in their favorite fast food. I got the top 10 best new food items of 2025 so far. Has anybody even tried any of these? That will be the question. 877-881-1053. It is official, though. Malik Hooker is going to be playing tonight. They've activated him. Johnny Cornelius has been moved to IR in his spot, the rookie offensive tackle. Malik Davis also elevated from the practice squad for tonight. Might not be good news for Jadon Blue then to be active. Yeah, that one might not be good for him. So
no surprise the Hooker makes his return in Vegas.
Well played, sir. Well played. So,
try that again, Mr. Broadus.
Hello.
Okay,
hello.
Sure.
You in?
Hello.
All right. You in? You out?
I'm in now. Yep.
Lucius, did you see it?
See what?
The Jake Paul fight news?
Yeah, I did see that, man. It's official, bro.
Okay. So Anthony Joshua, former heavyweight champ, he's going to fight Jake Paul on December 19th because Gervonta Davis had to pull out. He's got personal issues that are going on. And that fight should never have happened anyway. If you look at the size discrepancy, it's disgusting. Unless there is the part in the contract language, which I do think is possible for Jake Paul fights, where you can't actually hurt him, Anthony Joshua should knock the hell out of him.
Should wash him up and down that ring.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be like the championship round as soon as the darn thing starts. Anthony Joshua is a beast. But at the same time, if Jake can get his hands on that chin, he's got a glass chin, bro. Joshua's light on the chin side of the game. His jaw is weak. Pause.
And I will say, as much crap as we want to give Jake Paul, he does have a strong Strong punch.
He has a strong punch.
He can knock somebody out.
And shout out to his people again for putting these type of things together.
Yeah.
I hope it's not any fugazi with this situation. I don't think Joshua would do that. I don't think he has fallen down the boxing range so far that he will take a fugazi fight for money.
Nah, I hope not. I certainly hope not. But these are big paydays when the polls get involved.
Yeah.
So you never know. But I do think this is the opportunity to maybe see Jake Paul finally get his ass kicked.
Is this a different kind of fight? Like, is it contractually supposed to be more real than his previous fights?
I think it's going to be under the same.
It's an actual fight
type of deal as Tyson, right?
They said this was an actual fight, like well, you know what? Tyson's was too. It goes against your record. Okay, hey.
But I mean, then again,
oh God, see.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure with this stuff. Like anytime Jake Paul's involved and he's got these slick lawyers that are always I don't know. There's foolery that goes on with this thing.
Was he in a fight one time where he was getting held up? Like he was.
That was his brother Logan. That was
his
against
brother.
Floyd.
Okay, his brother.
It did seem like Floyd had pieced up his brother pretty good.
Tyson could have got him pretty good, and every time Tyson could have got him good, he was biting that glove.
Right.
Yeah. Like, that punch right there. Let me slow myself down.
We'll see. I mean, he does have one L, Jake Paul does, and that was to Tommy Fury, Tyson Fury's younger brother. So we'll see what happens with the Anthony Joshua deal. The other thing here before we dive into the top 10 list, we've talked about that Waffle House challenge that a lot of people like to do for fantasy football.
Yeah.
Where you've got to basically
saw one for a bar.
Okay. You're drinking your way out of this,
You're
right?
drinking your way out of this. Guy, actually, it's impressive what he did.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So would this be a challenge we could welcome? And I wonder, Dawson, in your drinking prime, how fast you think you could have gotten yourself
Dawson
out of here.
been out there in 15 minutes.
So you have to spend 24 hours at a bar, and this bar opens at 9 a.m. It closes, or at 9 a.m., yeah. Closes at 2 a.m.
It closes at 1. The bar,
he thought it closed at 1.
Oh, it's 2.
But it is 2.
All right, here we go.
So he had another hour that he had to actually be in there. But for every beer you drink, you get an hour taken off that 24-hour sentence. So it's basically like how fast could you just smash 24 beers, a pint of beer?
Yeah. I would think, probably 18 beers in 6 hours would get me out of there. 3 beers an hour. That's a very comfortable pace. And we're fine.
He did that. He was in the shot. If he took a shot, that got more time out. So,
yeah, because of the content.
So he was like 14, 15 beers in, pint glasses.
Yeah.
And then he did like 4 shots.
That's dangerous.
And that got him out of the bar like at 6:30.
Yeah, because I could see myself probably just passing out in this bar.
Sure.
At some point. And maybe that'd be a win for you, unless then now you're getting arrested.
I mean, I could definitely see myself passing out if I mixed in the shots, but I'm trying to have a nice time as well. Like, I'm looking at this like, haha, you maybe thought this was a punishment. I'm going to be hanging out with folks 6 hours just on one. I'm going to forget what I'm even doing here at some point. So
making all types of plans. I'll see you Sunday, brother. You okay? Me and you. Me and you.
We're going fishing.
The guy didn't even sound slurry at all. Like he was like number 14, and he was marking him on his arm like he had a Sharpie.
Tallies.
He was keeping tally.
And these can just be your run of the mill like 5%ers.
His pint glasses. And he was saying it was like it's the New Englander IPA. He was
Captain's Patch. Which is
he was naming
choice.
the beer is what he was saying.
You want to stay away from those IPAs.
Yeah.
But you want this on like a Saturday, right? Where you just got sports all over the place.
That'd be ideal.
Soaking in the college football
he
into
was
the night.
Bellied up at the bar. No, he was in the Uber at 6:30. He got there at 9 a.m. and was home in Uber at 6:30 in the afternoon.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well done. I think that's a challenge I'd welcome, though. I think that'd be a fun one to do.
I think you should be getting out of there by 3.
Or else you're just kind of a wuss.
I mean, a beer every 20 minutes is not that fast of a pace.
No.
I felt like that at that parade. I think that we were on about that pace.
Oh, maybe every Budweisers, you were putting those down like water.
Maybe every 7 minutes.
Would you maintain a specific pace, or would you come out? Okay, so you wouldn't come out of the gate super hot and then start to taper off. You would just keep
bringing them.
3
bartender every 20 minutes.
There you go.
Just put one on the deal. If we got to slow it down, we will. But I don't think a lot of drinkers would.
Yeah.
Dawson, would you have to eat while you were doing this? Would you give me a burger and some fries?
I would prefer
some
not
cheese
to.
curds.
Maybe a light breakfast and some snacks.
So you're not eating while you're drinking?
No, I don't want to get bloated.
Some Metamucil fiber thins, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
In between beers.
right, let's slide into this top 10. The best new fast food items of 2025 so far. Have you even had any of these? 877-881-1053. Somebody did text in, it's the McRib, and if that doesn't crack the top 5, then your list is invalid. Here's the issue with the McRib. It's seasonal. We get it every year. Yeah. So it's not technically a new menu item.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
Some of these people think they could sneak it by you. Not today.
I'm not going to be leaky. All right. I'm not a leaky goalie. Not today. I got my fastball working. All right. We only got 2 hours. Then we're chilling until Cowboys Raiders from Vegas.
Regular season otter. That's what we'll call you.
Regular season otter.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about my team tonight. I'm a little nervous.
How?
I'm a little nervous.
You got a prediction?
I think we beat these Cowboys. Jerry Jones, he's a bum.
Genty, how many tonight?
He calls himself a general manager. Yeah, I'm a general manager, not him. What an idiot.
I thought he was your guy.
Nah, Jerry. Oh, no. No.
Number 10, Wendy's Thin Mint Frosty.
Thin Mint Frosty.
The Wendy's Thin Mint Frosty.
That sounds damn good, by the way.
I would like
going
to
on the
try
way
that.
home.
Yeah, on the way home.
Yep.
Yeah.
Generally, though, I always wish I'd ordered the chocolate whenever I venture into one of their little specialty Frosties.
Hard to beat.
It's tried and true.
But the mint chocolate chip,
like the Girl Scout cookie?
I'll give it a shot.
They partnered with Girl Scouts.
Let's go.
Yep.
The only thing that could make that better is if Dairy Queen made it as a blizzard. And you had the chunks of the cookie in there.
Yeah, that'd be really good. Number 9 is KFC's Nashville Hot Loaded Fries Bowl.
Oh, is there chicken?
I'm intrigued.
Wait, is there?
It's the Nashville
Smoke a
Hot
bowl
Chicken.
and then eat that.
That also has a bed of fries under it, piled with coleslaw, pickles, chicken nuggets, and Nashville hot sauce.
Dawson, you lost him on the where did he lose?
Slaw and the
slaw.
Yeah,
not
we're
the
gonna have to-
pickles. The pickles, you eat pickles, don't you?
No, I don't like pickles.
Okay.
We could do
But you like the shape of them.
Can we do a custom order on this, I wonder?
I bet you could. I mean, it's only $5. It's a good deal.
Well, just give me the bucket with the chicken.
Yeah,
That's
can I
what
just get the fries and chicken? Nashville hot sauce?
Chicken.
Sir, that would be a number 3.
I like their mashed potatoes and corn and some other good things in there.
Hey, they got some good stuff there. Smoothie King, hearty 8-grain loaded peanut butter toast. Eric Giafalo,
Come
our
on
Smoothie
now.
King expert.
Yeah. That is definitely a new item. Wasn't there on the menu whenever I was making those?
Anything but smoothies.
Fred went to the Smoothie King. He said it took like 3 days to get his order. He's out on the Smoothie King now.
Well, it wasn't the one Eric worked at.
Yeah, I was dialed back there, man.
Was Eric like? Weren't you cussing at like the people that coming in and
No. This is a cuss-free environment. I'm way too professional for that.
It was
What
just
I would do is I would, if somebody was being a bleep hole, I would just sneak in
a little like grass
scoop of that fiber, and just say, "Enjoy your afternoon,
Have
sir."
fun, buddy. Have fun. Ooh, Arby's steak bites at number 1 from
Okay, I saw the commercial of these. They're making it look. They're making them look good.
They sear to perfection.
They really are. I swear they're making them look good.
Okay, can anyone else co-sign this at the Arby's steak bites? And they're not on this list. That they're actually good.
I love seeing the photos though, and I don't know if they're just bit photos or if they're real, but like every once in a while, I'll open up the timeline and somebody is at an Arby's by themselves with the biggest plate of these steak nuggets that you've ever seen in your life.
Maybe they're delicious.
Like you can get like a 50 count or something
I want to believe that's real.
with the horsey sauce.
I want to believe it.
Real steak?
I want to believe
They're actually good?
I want to believe they're good.
I just
should
don't know
try 'em.
how you could make them tender. You know, are they warming them up in a microwave?
All right,
Have you
yeah.
ever had steak in a microwave? It's terrible.
Are we here Friday? Are we in the studio Friday?
We are.
All right, we're going to try them.
We are.
I'm bringing them in.
Popeyes.
We're at Men's Tea and Grapevine tomorrow.
Men's Tea tomorrow. Men's
Thursday,
Tea.
we're at Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie.
You want to come out, see the nation, get your tea levels checked. It's the best place to do it. Popeyes and Hot Ones Smoking Rojo sandwich comes in next. I believe that's number 7.
What? What is it?
Popeyes and Hot Ones. They had a collab on
I'm
their
into
chicken
that.
sandwich. Taco Bell Toasted Cheddar Street Chalupa.
I know you're a chalupa guy, old
I
Chuck.
do love a good toasted chalupa. This was chicken-packed chicken or steak, onion, cilantro, and chili lime crema sauce inside a chalupa shell with a coating of crispy toasted cheddar cheese.
I was more of a gordita guy myself, but the chalupa's not bad.
Not bad at all, but that cheesy gordita crunch, that is the one seed. in
Yeah,
my
there's
opinion.
no question. That's the one right there. Okay, let's see. We've got 432 Arby's steak bites are like boiled squirrel ankles.
That's what I thought.
And then the
Wow.
97
Oh, wow.
and then the 972 says they're squirrel knees. So we're getting some squirrel updates here in regards to the steak bites.
They're hard and nasty, says the 972.
Should we trust? Do we trust the Tolos?
I'm
on
seeing
this one?
trash, mid, gross, and beef jerky with liquid smoke, terrible.
Okay.
So these are all. I don't think we've gotten a single
We're out.
positive
I'm not doing
review.
That. I'm not doing that.
Well, you're going to be out on this one too. The Wendy's Pop-Tarts Strawberry Frosty Fusion was number 5.
Is it like chunks of
Yeah,
of
it looks
tart?
like there's chunks of the strawberry Pop-Tart in there mixed with your choice of the chocolate or vanilla Frosty.
That sounds pretty awesome.
Really? I didn't think you liked the Pop-Tarts.
I don't like the frosted ones.
Okay. But
I
maybe
like
you'd
the
like it
plain
here.
ones. But I like it when you put ice cream between them. I think they're pretty good then.
All right, we got a winner. Number 4 is the McDonald's Snack Wraps. Came back for 2025 again. I'm going to tell you, that one I don't know, because the Snack Wraps have been here before.
Right, it's not new,
I don't
but
know.
maybe
Trying to trick us?
I think this one's a
they
trickaroo.
were gone for so long that they're
considered
counting them as new.
There's probably a whole generation that never had them, so we're just
Yeah.
going to let it go.
Something I had in 1983.
Can't believe this is number 3, but I guess a lot of people love oat milk out there. It's a Starbucks pecan oat milk cortado.
Oh, the cortados are pretty
Hot
bomb.
coffee drink mixed with 3 shots of blonde espresso with sweet and nutty pecan syrup, oat milk, and a delightful pecan crunch topping. Whoa. Number 2, Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club Sando.
Okay, that's the bun, right?
That's the exact same chicken sandwich. You're just getting the Chick-fil-A pretzel
bun. That
If
might
it-
not.
if they
That
go
might
with
not
the,
be bad.
The King's Hawaiian pretzel buns are to
No
die
joke.
for. That's right.
But number 1, best fast food menu item circa 2025, the Shake Shack French Onion Soup Burger.
Okay.
For $78, you can have this.
Probably pretty expensive, but this thing looks
they're
like
proud of their prices.
they're
over
not
there.
skimping on the size here. But a French onion soup burger, that's interesting. I wonder who thought of that.
Are you dipping it into soup, or is
No.
it just it's encapsulated in the flavor?
Something, yeah, with the way that they're doing the onions on there. And
Probably caramelized.
yeah, very much so. Absolutely, they're caramelized. And I think they had some crispy onion, too, for a little crunch.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
It's a special Specs tailgate version of the nation. Specs Wine Spirits Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings, buddies. Looks like Wolchuk's going back to back here in his return game. What's coming up next?
Let's test this stamina, boys. Can I do this? Quarterback news. Shut the F up and scoreagami. That's next.
But
Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll get you the latest on the Cowboys and Mavs, and our Specs Tailgate show will roll on with the pregame coming up now in an hour and 13 minutes. Here's Wolchuk.
Do you believe in the Mean Green? For the first time since gosh knows when, might have been 69, the North Texas Mean Green are ranked in the AP poll. We've done it. 22 in the latest rankings. We got to wait and see what happens with the college football playoff rankings. But North Texas, in what has been a legendary season, sitting at 9-1, them and Navy in the driver's seat to collide in the American Championship game. And if they win that, then North Texas will be playoff bound. And right now, if you look at the predictions, North Texas could be going to Lubbock to take on Texas Tech in a 12 versus 5 matchup. Now, if Tech wins the Big 12, maybe the committee then props them up into a top 4 seed. They get a bye, which a projection then would have North Texas probably going to Georgia. That ain't going to be good. Or maybe even Oregon, depending on what happens with the Ducks. But just to have North Texas in this conversation, and do I expect them to probably get absolutely pummeled in a playoff game? Even though offensively, I think they can hang with anybody. Their offense is awesome. But as we saw against USF at home, my expectations probably pretty low for a playoff victory. But to even be here, to finally be ranked, the job that Coach Eric Morris is doing, and for North Texas and the city of Denton, my alma mater, this is awesome, man. This is really cool.
If you had to take your chances, do you think you can win at Tech or at Georgia? With your current team?
I would take Tech.
Yeah, I'd probably take Tech as well. You're not going into Athens and going away with a victory.
And Tech's defense might be better, in fairness, but there is something about like the physicality that Georgia plays with. They've also been there, done that. Like for Tech, this would be new for their program too. They've never been in a playoff either.
Right.
So Georgia, that's a team that's won natties, that's been in the playoff. This would not be anything new to them. For Tech, at least you're kind of both, virgins in this era of college football.
Yeah, I mean, first time in the AP top 25 in 66 years.
Crazy.
First time in the coaches top 25 in 48 years. So it's been a long time coming here.
Let's go.
Pretty exciting.
Fell down to 17, by the way. Tech moving up to 6. Oklahoma after their big win over the Crimson Tide. Shout out to the fighting Carter Freemans. They're up to number 8 in the AP poll. But again, college football playoff rankings really all that matters, and we'll get that, I believe, tomorrow night, right around 7 o'clock.
Tuesday night stuff.
We get off the air. That'll be fun. Big news and filthy. Lane Johnson suffered a Liz Frank injury. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. It's not expected to be season ending, so what will happen is they'll probably get him back right in time for the playoffs and go on another great run. But this Eagles team's weird because it used to be, okay, Lane Johnson's out. That's kind of the kiss of death for them. But they're still finding ways to just win. And now you're getting reports, the Jalen Hurts stuff. Wide receivers hate playing with him. He's not wanting to push the ball down the field when it comes to zone coverage. Receivers say they're open, and he's just risk averse. He's either going to check it down or he's going to run. So that probably goes into what A.J. Brown and his frustrations are. But if you're winning, does it really matter? They're sitting at 8-2. They've been in the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years and won 1. I get the criticism of Jalen Hurts. I think there's aspects to his game as well. How awesome is he? But the dude finds ways to win, and he doesn't lose you football games. And part of quarterbacking, there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to like about Jalen Hurts. If you're trying to depend on him to win the Super Bowl, I don't think that's going to work out too well for you unless he runs a lot. And maybe last night was sort of the beginning of them leaning back into that a little bit more. And maybe they're going to have to do that a little bit more with Lane Johnson out. But, I mean, to give up 16 points back-to-back weeks against probable playoff teams, it's become really all about their defense and how much they can trust that defense now after, giving up quite a few points early in the season. It looked like that had taken a pretty big step back, but it just hasn't, unfortunately. They've rebuilt it again. Howie Roseman, best GM in football, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. I mean, the move for Jalen Phillips, he's been good against the run as well, but the pass rush, Jalen Carter's playing really well right now. Had a big pass breakup yesterday on a big down against the Lions. Rams and Seahawks, that was one of the games of the day yesterday for first place in the NFC West. Darnold, 4 interceptions, but did put his team in position to win the football game. They missed a field goal as time expired. And afterwards, Ernest Jones, linebacker for the Seahawks, he was not having any type of negative energy towards his quarterback.
I mean, Sam's been balling. Like, if we want to try to define Sam by this game or what, man, Sam's had us in every game. So for him to sit there and say, "Oh, that's my fault," no, it's not. There was plays that defensively we could have made plays. There were opportunities where we could have got better stops. Yeah, I mean, like, it's football, man. And he's our quarterback. We got his back, and you got anything to say, quite frankly.
Yeah, everything I'd heard about Sam Darnold from his time back at USC is he was a very easy guy to be teammates with, and all of the players loved how tough he was, how stoic he was in big moments. And now that his play has performed so well, that's how you get somebody to sign off on you as you throw 4 picks in a 1-point loss.
How many? I mean, to be honest with you, I appreciate his teammates having his back, but the big question going into this one was who had the better quarterback, and it looked like the Rams. I mean, this guy, you look at, he's like a great regular season player, then all of a sudden he gets in pressure games. He throws a lot of interceptions. He takes sacks. I mean, he didn't take any sacks. He had a couple sacks yesterday. But overall, the 4 interceptions, are you kidding me? You can't do that in a game.
No.
You know, and it happens to him more often than not. And people, you know, I like I say, I appreciate his teammates having his back. But, man, the questions continue about him.
He's the new Kirk Cousins as far as big game fails.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 big games he had last year in Minnesota, they lose to Detroit, and then they played absolutely terrible. I think it was against the Rams.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
he got sacked a million times.
Yeah. And in 3 of the 4 interceptions, according to Next Gen, he was under pressure. So clearly, you know, if he's pressured, he's going to turn the football over, and he did. I mean, if he doesn't throw those interceptions, they probably find a way to win that game because their defense played tremendous.
They did. Yeah, they absolutely did. That's what was crazy is with all those turnovers, they're still right there in that game. But, yeah, he completed 4 of 14 passes, 3 interceptions on throws 10 or more yards down the field against the Rams. They've been so explosive this year. I think they had 1 catch of 20 or more yards.
Wow.
Jackson Smith down that left side. That was a great snag.
That one-handed snag there. Scorigami. Bills beat the Bucks. You had alien Josh Allen. Again, speaking of interceptions, he had one that was really, really bad. But the Bills beat Tampa Bay 44-32. That is the first time in the 106-year history of the National Football League that we got that score. Josh Allen, 6 touchdowns, 3 passing, 3 rushing, 44-32, the 1,095th unique final score in NFL history. In Tampa Bay, all of a sudden you have Carolina a half game back in that division. Like, I do not think Carolina's winning that division, but Tampa's got a tough schedule. I think coming up, I think they're on Monday Night Football. And is it against Detroit? It's another really, really good team.
Rams.
The Rams.
Sunday night versus the Rams.
Sunday night. That's right. Last night they were teasing it on Sunday Night Football. I mean, that's a toughie right there. Tampa Bay has gone through a gauntlet right now, and they're struggling.
Yeah, but they are going to get like all their divisional games. Like 3 weeks in a row, they're going to get Saints, Falcons, Panthers.
Okay, so they can make this right.
That's how you make it right.
Final injury updates for you. No big Penix energy in Atlanta. He's expected to miss the rest of the season. This is the 5th time in the last 8 years Michael Penix Jr. has suffered a season-ending injury. Kirk O'Chains is going to take his place at starting quarterback for Atlanta.
That's just going to be sad.
Yeah, it's going to be gross to watch.
Drake London banged up, too. Looks like he's going to be out at least 1 week.
I probably should just shut this thing down. Fields also gets benched for Tyrod Taylor.
The crazy part is the Rams have the Falcons' first-round pick.
Oh, wow.
So
wouldn't you? I would love to be
the Rams are in a beautiful spot. Like, they're probably going to be able to, I mean, one, they're like a Super Bowl champion type team, but then they could also, and I mean, the Falcons are 3-7 right now.
Yeah.
This could end up easily being
the 8th overall pick.
Okay, it's the 8th overall pick right now. So this is going to be a top 10 pick for the Rams, who are probably going to be at least hovering around the Super Bowl.
Goodness gracious. That's unbelievable.
Because it goes back to that they wanted Walker and they wanted Pierce.
They moved up for Pierce.
Yes.
And I thought they gave up a lot at the time to go get him, and that is not. And Raheem Morris, who knows? I mean, I'm sure he's going to be on the hot seat there. Last thing, the Rodgers injury, and Gavin, I'm sure you'll get more updates on that. He's got a broken bone, I believe, in the wrist. He wants to play because they got the Bears next, and he owns the Bears, but it seems like that's probably going to be Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, listening to Dr. David Chow this morning about that, he said it's probably not season ending, and they got to figure out which exact bone is broken and to what extent. But you might remember from a couple of years ago, Aaron Rodgers was selling the con that he was going to come back from 4 months after a torn Achilles. So I think it's on brand for Rodgers to say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be back," but it's got to be at least a couple of weeks until the pain dies down and you can take the snap. But you know what you're seeing with Aaron Rodgers is a guy that's playing quarterback afraid to get hurt, and now we know why. 1 hour down, 1 to go here. It is the Specs Tailgate Show in the G-Bag Nation. Latest on the Cowboys and the Mavs as we're playing hoop tonight in Minnesota. Cowboys have Monday Night Football against the Raiders, and there's updates on the Luka and Anthony Davis story arcs coming up next here in the Nation. Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a special Specs tailgate version of The Nation. Specs Wine, Spirits, Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Number of Mavs storylines trickulating through the news cycle here, and Mark J. Spears just updated. Kyrie Irving says he's working out with the intention of playing again this season, and if it was the playoffs, he could play right now. That's a big spread. Somewhere between here in the middle of November and the middle of April, I suppose, is the return schedule. But maybe that's what they want to wait for before making a decision on Anthony Davis, is get Kyrie Irving back in here and, see what they're really moving on from. Now, speaking of Anthony Davis, he is expected to be out 7 to 10 more days. Story from the weekend is that he's got to play in order to prove his value to the league. With the trade deadline coming up February 6th. If I was the Mavs, I'd call BS on this. I would just say, you can do a physical. You know what he's capable of. It's not like he's 37 and hasn't played for 2 years. This is Anthony Davis. I just don't want to play him myself. You're going to assume that risk. And if you are hungry enough for a championship and a go-for-it mode, maybe you have a veteran roster and the luxury tax apron is coming for you this offseason. You're not going to be able to keep it together, so you're like, bleep it. Let's see if Anthony Davis can push us over the OKC Thunder or maybe over the Detroit Pistons is the case, as Cade Cunningham has that group absolutely balling, winners of 9 in a row. But, if I don't want to play him. I think the idea of waiting for Kyrie Irving to come back and play Anthony Davis is an intriguing one. But if I was the decision maker over there, or if I had a seat at that table right now, I'd say, guys, we can't risk injury. This is our only get out of jail free card, is trading this dude.
I'm with you 100%. I mean, you might get to a point where, because you start playing with fire the closer you get to the trade deadline, and you don't have anybody biting on this, then you might have to run him out there. But I would definitely try and do everything in my power to keep him off the floor until I can get him traded and sort of call a team's bluff. Like, okay, you sure? You sure you don't want this? You guys are maybe a one big man away from making a run here? Come on now.
Maybe somebody else will. Maybe your competitors will want the Anthony Davis and be willing to take the risk. It's the way I'd play it. He is in the first year of a $175 million extension that he signed with the Lakers in August of 2023. So it is a very significant financial bullet. But, the other storyline with AD is he had the Jordan Love jersey on there at the Mavs game. And I just wonder, is that him trying to get himself traded? Is that a sign? I don't know how much I'd want him in Chicago right now either.
That is true. That does feel like just an intentional, disrespectful kind of move.
Yeah, and
doesn't it?
That's what I felt. And I guess he did preseason in interviews talk about how he is a big Packers fan, and I get that. And that's cool. Like, you can be a Packers fan and be outspoken. Hell, Jalen Brunson was an outspoken Eagles fan. But at a home game in Dallas, wearing a Jordan Love jersey, it's like you're kind of going out of your way. I don't think that's necessary. Come on. I didn't like it. I know some other people were saying, oh, you're just bitching to be bitching, as Brian would say.
Yeah.
But I took it as a little bit of a sign. Maybe it was nothing, but I didn't love it.
I think it'd been worse if he had a Hurts jersey on. I think if if he's wearing a Hurts jersey, then you're kind of like he's thumbing your. He's thumbing at your nose.
The nose.
He might not have done it intentionally. It's just a clueless thing that reminds you so many people involved with this Mavericks operation now are outsiders and they don't know the tone is.
Right.
You really don't want to troll Cowboys fans like that. Everybody in this building is a Cowboys fan.
If you're right, if you were the Mavs, though, you could have walked up to him and said, "Listen, bro, throw in another. We're going to give you a polo. We're going to give you another. We're going to give you a Mavs polo to wear today. You're not going to wear that today."
Yeah, I would think that. I mean, if I was the communications director right now, Gina Miller, it's her first full week on the job. That would be amongst my priorities. Like, who do I have to talk to get this message? I'm like, do I just go up to Anthony Davis myself and say, "Hey, might want to rethink that in the future"?
Yeah.
Everybody gets it, but it's not like it's a market like Los Angeles that really just got 2 NFL teams back in their market, and there's a bunch of Raiders fans and Niners fans, and everybody's like, yeah, we all just kind of, have an NFL team based on who might have been here in the last 4 decades, but it's nothing really all that serious. This would be like wearing a Celtics jersey to a Rams game and taking off all the Lakers fans in the building. It's just not good for business.
Yeah, I think you got to have a rule. Like, if you're not healthy enough to wear your own jersey, you don't get to wear any jersey.
We're not wearing any.
Right? Yeah, street clothes does not require you to wear a jersey. That's not, street clothes are not part of your. A jersey's not part of your street clothes attire, right?
Be the coolest thing right now is to show up in a Dirk jersey.
That'd be sick.
Oh, see.
There you go.
That's healing for the community.
Yeah.
the Luka story evolution over the weekend. Apparently, Luka had a negative interaction, and he told as much to a former Laker teammate. No, the future Hall of Famer told Lakers teammates, so current teammates, that he thought his last conversation with Dumont may have played a role. Certainly sounds like it. 48 hours maybe after telling the owner off that maybe he got all too accustomed to here. I mean, I believe this would be a situation where your GM should have told Patrick Dumont, listen, I know you're new here, but this is what happens in the NBA sometimes. Superstars feel entitled to share their opinion or they're confrontational, but we gotta take that. We're obviously not trading the guy, but unfortunately, Nika was probably hand in hand with him at the time. But that's pretty consistent with what I'd heard. Regardless of who the administration is, Luka was just pretty. I don't know if reckless or flagrant is the right word there with sharing what he thought was wrong. Okay, congrats are definitely in order for Cade Cunningham. I just mentioned him and the Pistons. They're on fire. He is averaging 27.5 points, 9.5 assists to go along with 5.5 rebounds per game, and everything's coming together for him. The Pistons winners of 9 in a row. They are atop the East, sitting there at 11-2, so always like to give local guys their flowers when we can here in the G-Bag Nation. Somebody to keep track of, but Cade's a can't-miss DFW guy. Dallas Stars have won 5 in a row. They are off tonight and host the Islanders tomorrow. I guess Duchesne's been put on long-term IR, though.
Yeah, and that might free up a little bit of cap space for you if the Stars want to go out and make a move similar to what they did last year. I mean, the connection, Mika Rantanen's been absolutely unbelievable. Wyatt Johnston's been great. Robo with Hatties, and this weekend was really special. Our buddy Ralph Strange just goes into the Hall of Fame. Joe Nieuwendyk as well. But the Stars right now getting it done without some key pieces is pretty darn impressive.
What's the ticket on Duchesne's contract?
He re-signed for a pretty affordable one. I don't think it opens up a ton of money. I want to say it was a little over $4 per year. I'll double check that.
It's the biggest loophole in sports right now. Your injured guy goes out, and you get to reclaim that money back into your salary cap. But you got to love it. And for as long as it's a rule, you want to see your teams take the most advantage, and I'm sure the Stars will. Okay, pregame coming up at 4 here on the on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. They need to win this game, not only for the math of having a chance, but also just for the belief that this team is going to be better in the second half. So it's really a rubber meets the road kind of game. Not only is it a must win, but it's a truth serum game as well. I mean, you could go all kinds of mantras on this one, but if you lose it, you won't be mathematically eliminated, but it'd be really, really hard to believe losses to Arizona and the Raiders, would not be a death knell.
What do they say? The fat lady's warming up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's stretching.
Yeah.
She's sipping on some hot tea right now.
Yeah.
Okay, morning news with the headline from Tim Kalishaw. Cowboys' glimmer of hope depends on beating the Raiders, but who can predict their mindset? There's two ways of looking at that. Number one's the Marshawn Nealon. I don't know. Will it be galvanizing? Will it be, something that makes them just say, what are we really doing? Our defense has been bad and we're 2 games under 500. We really don't got a shot at this. Maybe it's a reason to give up or focus on other parts of your life. But also this team was showing signs to me versus Arizona. They're not hungry enough. They don't really want this. Maybe the defense didn't buy in. Maybe the coaching staff wasn't doing the best job. And I do believe that at some point in this season, like their focus and their drive, their confidence just hasn't been there. And we need them to remedy that coming out of the bye more than anything.
You got to hope that these reinforcements just add a spark. You got new faces. You feel like maybe you're better equipped to go out there and do some of the things that you've been wanting to. I did get the feeling just watching the Arizona game at the stadium, like there was a little bit of I'm not buying what you're selling on the defensive side of the football, and maybe some players were. I don't know if it was a lack of effort, but it just didn't look like we were totally bought in here. So now you've got Quinnen Williams, who's a supremely talented player. You add a guy like Logan Wilson, who, look, as bad as the Cowboys linebackers have been, even though, Brian, I know you scouted him before. He's a guy that certainly fell out of favor in Cincinnati, but he could be a massive upgrade. Malik Hooker, I don't know. Like, he's always been a guy that has some solid moments. They love him and his communication and mental ability to process at the back end. That's something that maybe the communication issues can he find a way to fix? But you would like to think, and we talked about this on Love of the Star last week, Brian, that 2012 game going to Cincinnati, that the Cowboys also, kind of an up and down year for them. They finished 8-8 with Jason Garrett, but they lose Jerry Brown in that car accident with Josh Brent. They go out and play an inspired game and found a way to get a win on the road over Cincinnati.
And then they beat Pittsburgh the following week.
Right.
But fell apart the last two games. But yeah, you've got new guys stepping in here now. And so to me, it's, you've got to find a way those new guys have got to step up. Quinnen Williams, you talk about with Logan Wilson, what they have to do. They're still bad at safety. That's not going to change. I don't care who's playing safety. They're bad at safety. And that's what I worry about with Brock Bowers today. Mm-hmm. I worry about them. I'm not so much worried about what happens on the outside. I'm wondering how are they going to handle Brock Bowers in this football game. And a lot of it, I think, depends on offensively. All of a sudden, you get the Raiders get him going like he's capable of. He can make it a very long night for the Cowboys. I think you're probably going to see them get more exposed at safety, and it's going to be even more of a reason why when we start to work on the draft, and myself, I know about 25 players in already. This thing's got to get started, but they've got to get some better players here, and hopefully the ones they've added will give them a little bit of a lift. But you're still bad in a lot of other areas.
I would push back a little bit on the safeties if they use them right. Like Elijah Clark is probably as good in coverage as Donovan Wilson, but if you use him right and there's more single high stuff, I trust Malik Hooker way more than any other safety that's been out there, and he's been cleared for today, right?
Yeah, he's been cleared, but he can't turn and he can't run like he needs to. And there's times when if things are in front of him and the Raiders run a ton of crossing stuff, you'll see if they start completing stuff in front of the safety, you'll know why. Because they don't have anybody that, we'll see.
Yeah.
But I don't trust. I've seen too much of Hooker and Wilson and Bell and Wanye Thomas now. If safety's not a priority for this team going into this draft and the upcoming offseason, then they don't know how to evaluate their team at all.
How high would you take Caleb Downs? If you end up with a fourth pick,
I'll tell you what, there's a couple of players. There's a couple of players in this draft. McCoy from Tennessee, Delane from LSU. There's
Arvell Reese.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the corner from Clemson.
Secondary players.
Yeah, there's players. There's players. I was asked if you would take him or one of these corners. I would take the safety before I take one of these corners.
Wow, it's a special safety.
And I'll tell you what,
he is special.
I will tell you this though: these corners are damn good too. Any one of those corners from Tennessee, LSU, Clemson, you would love to have on your team right now.
Of course, we'll have the best draft coverage anywhere in the world, headed up by Brian Broaddus and Zach Wolchuk here on The Fan throughout the spring and a draft night. Okay, Jalen Ramsey spit on by Jamar Chase, prompting a punch from Ramsey. He was ejected. Chase is going to be suspended for this, right? There's no doubt about it?
Yeah. We've seen it happen already.
But the question for me is, if you get spit on, shouldn't you be allowed to punch the dude?
Yes. I just don't think they knew that he spit on him in the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was one of those hidden spits.
Yeah, and then he denied it. But if you go back and the slow-mo of it,
the loogie,
it looks like a nice
loogie. Don't lie.
Yeah, string of spit.
Yeah, that's
lie.
A bad look for him. And then, after the game, he lied about it.
Yeah.
He was like,
I
didn't spit on anybody, but it's just another one of those that makes you go like, wow, how much control are some of these guys losing in these moments, whether it's, Jalen Carter or, last night, maybe the best wide receiver in the NFL should have taken himself out of the game. Myles Garrett now on pace to demolish the single season sack record. He had 4 more Sunday. Talk about DFW guys. He has 15 in 10 games. That would be what, 25? He's on pace for 25?
I think 25 and a half.
I think he's got 2. I think he's got more than a couple of teams in the league.
Yeah.
Chopping that we're talking about this morning, there's a couple of teams that have less sacks than him alone. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the Niners are definitely one of them. I'm sure the Bengals are.
Yep.
Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here, the Specs Tailgate Show going all the way till 4 o'clock. So 43 minutes remaining until the pregame show. We got the Cowboys news of the evening and everything developing with game day coming up here in 4 hours from now. They'll be kicking it off. All right, and we're back with the Nation.
But, Tolos, it's time to transform your bathroom into a dream space.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
You finally made it to your destination, but that little voice says, did I lock the door? With DFW Security, you just tap the app. Door's locked, cameras rolling, house safe. Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. Time now for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening as we're 35 minutes from Cowboys pregame show. Little college football news. James Franklin taking the job at Virginia Tech. So congratulations to him. Didn't take long out of Penn State into Tech. That sounds fun. But apparently LSU flew in Lane Kiffin today, Brian. How real is this? Are you guys going to go get him?
We're going to try. Absolutely going to try.
Wait. Lane Kiffin flew to Baton Rouge?
They got the private jet.
They went and got a jet. Brought him back to Baton Rouge.
Him and the fam.
What?
Yep.
It doesn't seem like
this is
not a ball sack?
Nope. This is real. Yahoo Sports and other outlets also reporting it.
It seems like if you've gotten that far, you're pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, you've had a lot of phone conversations.
Yeah. That feels really weird to me. I did see Joel Klatt was talking about how obviously like everybody wants Lane Kiffin, and Lane Kiffin seems to like the idea of LSU maybe more than the one at Florida because I don't think Florida will give him maybe as much autonomy as what LSU is maybe willing to give him. But doesn't this feel weird?
They played
in the middle of the season when your team's rocking like this at Ole Miss, and.
I guess I think they're off this week, so this would be the time to do it, I suppose. But but if you're Ole Miss, you're like, dude, what the hell?
I think the Franklin thing happening shows you that maybe this is the hiring time. Maybe it's moved up because of the portal and
the playoff.
You got to get all your ducks in a row here real quick. Would that be exciting for you, Brian? You're kind of slow playing it over there.
It's the ultimate win.
No, I absolutely would.
He's the Ben Johnson of the college football cycle right now.
I would be absolutely ecstatic if he was our head coach, and I say this from the reason because I feel like he is the modern-day coach you need to handle players, their emotions, being with them. You know, he makes himself feel like that he's one of them. You know, and I think players, I think they identify with that. They want to have somebody like he's a damn good coach offensively. You know, that he takes chances when he needs to. I mean, this would be a home run hire for us. It really, really would be.
A lot of LSU fans out there excited this afternoon for the possibility of that. Okay, this segment here, Cowboys News, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, that's one of those that almost feels a little bit too good to be true. So, as Brian said, we shall see.
Ole Miss played Florida last week, so this past weekend. So I wonder if he, with the Florida athletic directors and stuff in town for that game, I wonder if they met somewhere privately for that. So he might be knocking these teams out before the end of the season.
Okay, let's roll into some Cowboys things you can gamble on. They are 3.5-point favorites against the Raiders tonight. If I was in Vegas and I was at a sports window, I think I'm taking a pass on this one. I don't know what the hell's going to happen here. Are they really a touchdown better? Because that's what Vegas is implying here with these odds. They're saying the Cowboys are 6.5 points better, but since it's in Las Vegas, we'll make this line 3.5. Now, the Cowboys are 1-4 against the spread as favorites this season, including 0-2 outright as road favorites. The Cowboys are 12-1 off a bye since 2012. So that's pretty dang good. But the Raiders are 0-3 against the spread in their last 3 games following a loss. I'm sorry, they're 3-0, and home underdogs of at least 3 points are 5-3-1 outright, 6-3 against the spread in prime time this season. All the trends are yelling at you to bet Raiders, but I couldn't do it because then you'd be rooting against the Cowboys as you're sitting there in that stadium.
Bobby this morning, live from Vegas, so confident in the Cowboys, he basically convinced Choppy and Sean to throw $1,000 on the Cowboys to cover the 3.5.
Covering the 3.5. Wow.
To cover the 3.5. Bobby is calling this like this is like playing the Jets.
Yeah.
Like surefire, no brainer. You're going to mop the floor with these guys.
Did Sean make the bet?
He allegedly did on underdog.
Shoot, I don't know, man. If Sean didn't make the bet, I would see it possibly going through, but Sean is a mush.
No,
he's a mush.
Yeah,
100%. I'm telling you right now, if he got to vote for it, if he has a bet on it, it's going to go opposite.
Oh,
I've seen it too many times. I've seen it too many times.
That's the real trend right
gosh.
there. Just
watch him.
Don't tell him. Tell him to go opposite. I mean, that would be
the Drake of radio.
That's. yeah. Dak over under 255.
I need a one dance.
Or Geno over under 235. Which one of those would you guys rather take? Dak's number's 255. Geno's at 235. Over under passing yards for this evening. If the Raiders go out there and throw for 300 yards and score 28 points on you, let's just go right on to the draft.
Yeah,
I don't need to watch the rest of the season.
It sucks because the last time we saw Geno against the Cowboys, I felt like he played the best game of his career with Seattle.
Yeah.
I mean, he's drifting. I mean, he made some throws in that game. It was like 45-35 shootout win. The Cowboys were able to hold off Seattle, but Geno was brilliant. So if that version of Geno shows up, which is very likely, unless the new faces on the Cowboys defense can change things so much. I mean, I'm just hoping Quinnen Williams and they can find a way to get some pressure with their new. And I know Solomon Thomas is going to be out. Maybe Perion Winfrey's a guy that's active tonight. But I'm hoping that middle of the Raiders front is so banged up and they've been so bad.
Their offensive line as a whole is bad.
Yeah, can they just rattle? I mean, I'd take the over because if the Cowboys can block it, I think Dak Prescott can absolutely pick apart the secondary of Vegas. Like Pickens and Lamb should have big days.
I would hope so. My thought is Max Crosby versus Terrence Steele is enough to put your quarterback under significant duress by himself. So I'm not taking anything for granted going into this game. I guess the line has moved up a full point in the last 24 hours. It's sitting at 50.5, so I think a lot of the public is there. But the Raiders' offense is this bad, and the Cowboys are averaging 25 points on the road, and this Raiders' defense is fairly solid. I think all the numbers scream for the under.
Well, it probably will go under. The biggest problem for the Raiders is they just don't throw the ball down the field. You know, they're one of the worst in the league. When you start to talk about explosive plays and downfield plays and shots and stuff, they just don't do it. I mean, late in the Commanders game, they hit on they were already well down in the game, and watching the tape, Geno just took a big shot. But that's like very rare for them to do that. They throw the ball underneath and hope for the best. Ton of crossing routes from this team.
That's crazy because you told us last week they're like number one in the NFL at yards of separation per air target.
They are. They're absolutely. They're one of the top teams in the league when it comes to open routes and separation of routes.
Geno's just under pressure. He can't see it.
Can't get it. Yep.
Trey Tucker, longest reception over under 20.5. He has logged a catch of at least 20 yards in 6 of the 9 games. This guy can fly.
He was the one guy that caught the bomb touchdown against the Commanders late in that game. Over the top.
Okay, yeah. So be on the lookout for him in a big play tonight. If he has one of those games that relatively unknown wide receivers have had multiple times here during the season, could you find yourself in the fourth quarter in a very close game? It maybe could turn into a track meet. I don't know what the hell to expect in this one. I do know we're going to Todd Archer. Piece today about DeMarvion Overshown's return. He joined us Friday, guys. Todd Archer did, and he gave us a little bit of a preview on this piece. Says tonight. He'll probably shed tears reflecting on everything he's done to get to this point. My overall big takeaway is just how much of a perfect 10 DeMarvion Overshown is as far as his intangibles, his character, his toughness. Like, he is the ideal football character dude to have on this team. At the time of his injury, Overshown was the Cowboys' second leading tackler to become the third Cowboy since '82 to record at least 5 sacks, a pick, which he did return for a touchdown, a fumble recovery, and a forced fumble in the same season, joining DeMarcus Ware and Greg Ellis. About a week before camp in July, Brown and Overshown visited the doctor, El Atrache, for a checkup. He was cleared. The knee was healthy, but there's a difference in the knee being sound and ready to play football. Overshown knew he needed time. He battled through some calf soreness in training camp, a cyst burst in his knee, but nothing rattled him. And then before the 21-day window opened on the 22nd, he visited the doctor once again, and all of the force plate testing numbers that measured rebound energy and velocity in his knee were better than before the injury.
Crazy, dude.
With a source saying his protoplasm is not like yours and mine.
Sure.
That's Britt Brown, I think, quoted in the story.
Yeah.
So I guess protoplasm is what helps players heal or explode. One of those two things. I'd never heard
I
the
thought
term.
this was stuff to kill Slimer.
right. Yeah. Quick, get the protoplasm.
Reload.
Have you guys seen this story, though?
Yeah, no, it's an incredible story. It's a great read. Just how Overshown draws from growing up with his mom taking care of him and his brothers, and how like he's talking about whatever he goes through won't be near as hard as what his mom had to go through throughout his entire childhood. And it's just like his personality, his positive mindset, all that kind of stuff is amazing. And then the physical attributes are just unheard of, dude. Yeah, like he's been hurt a handful of times.
Yeah,
in high school he had something. We know about the ACL his rookie year, and the fact that he's able to continue to come back and be such an explosive athlete is just. It's remarkable.
It's otherworldly.
Like he's a very unique individual.
He's the Dak of the offense, I would say. Different, personality traits, but similar in this sort of stoic approach to being mindful about your attitude and being in the right place with your energy and making sure you can get the most out of it, overcoming adversity. He's just oozing leadership, and you hope he can stay healthy. But there's a detail in here. October 30th, just 2 weeks ago, he dislocated his thumb. Was that the day he was taken off the practice field? DeMarvian says at first he thought, oh my, this is unreal. I'm so close to coming back from this knee, and maybe this thumb is going to prevent me from returning. But they were able to pop it back in, and shouldn't be too big of a deal for him. But he actually says in the article that he thought people were going to say, oh wow, he's too injury prone, and that's the thing, right? There's some Dak comparisons, but there's also some Sean Lee comparisons in here as well. And you just hope that he can have a couple of good years. At this point, I would take it. Like, give me a couple of good years, get him to his contract so he can achieve the generational wealth, and hopefully stay healthy for as long as possible. Because the Cowboys' injury luck at linebacker is just unbelievable. If you look at him and Leighton Vander Esch, and I guess to a lesser extent Jalen Smith, they kind of made that bet and were forced to lay in it. Tyler Smith has limited pass rushers to 4.5% pressure rate. This is from Brandon Laurie blogging the boys. 6th lowest at his position before week 11 per NFL Pro. Smith has allowed a 3.8% pressure rate when not receiving double team help. That kind of runs contrary to what the eyeballs are saying, right? Are these not giving up a lot of pressures, but I guess when they do, it's in big moments, and it looks particularly bad. He's definitely not the player that he was, but he's still pretty dang good right now.
Yeah, it's an amazing stat, because I don't think that he's looked quite right. Eric alluded to that earlier. I think absolutely. He's definitely put himself physically into positions where he's having to recover that I don't think Tyler Smith, prior to him having dealt with this injury that he's with now, was in. So, yeah, those numbers are surprising. And I guess this is the thing with linemen. What stands out to you is the 3 or 4 bad snaps a game, and now you have that image in your head, and you're like, he hasn't been playing well. But when you have 45 offensive snaps and the other 40 are good, that speaks to the reflection of those numbers. And that's why it's tough to assess offensive line play sometimes.
It is. ManningCast guest for tonight confirmed George W. Bush is going to be on with Eli and Peyton.
That's our guy, Broadus.
That's our guy.
Speaking of our guys,
Woo!
Guy Fieri is going to be their second guest, or Guy Fieri. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it's an
put the
R
sauce on it
with a D. And then Derek Carr is going to take care of the Raiders side there of the equation. And Post Malone named the Cowboys halftime entertainer for the Thanksgiving game. So that'll be fun.
That'll be awesome.
Rocking out with Post Malone there. I mean, yes. Congrats to him on his success. I can't believe I'm going to hate on the local rock star. And I hope he's doing well.
Oh no!
But when like a grungy rock star gets all leaned out and loses like 100 pounds, it's usually not because he picked up a running habit. You know what I'm saying? It's usually not a sign he went gluten free. But hey, he's a rock star, so to each their own. And congrats to all the Post Malone fans out there. Your Thanksgiving's going to feature a concert from him. Okay, we're coming back here with one more segment before we get to the pregame show. Little Krusty's Corner, Brian. What's in store for us?
Yeah, let's see if I can paint some more pictures for you of this game. We'll do that next.
Well, let me go ahead and paint a picture for the wonderful people of Fort Worth. Tolo's the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here. It's conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle, and I was in the car.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, look at me a little bit. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Go to greystoneroofing.com. Here he is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Greystone for being a part of this one as always. Nice to have them on board. Dawson, I know you were running through some things that we need to look at in this game.
Yeah.
I've got some other ones too. I know we've got 3 hours that me and Eric have to do. We've got the interviews and the Zebra report and all that stuff. We'll try and break this thing down, but just a couple other things to look at in this football game, if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. You mentioned Ashton Gente, and to him, what you have to think about is his ability to make people miss, and then his ability to run after contact. But here's a little note on Ashton Gente. He's averaged 5.4 yards per carry on runs outside the tackles this year. That's the 9th most among running backs. It is at least 40 such carries. His 47% rushing success on those plays ranks 7th highest in the same group. However, his production drops significantly on inside runs where he's averages 2.2 yards per carry. That's 28% success rate, both the lowest marks among the running backs with at least 40 inside carries. Here's your matchup that you have to think about for the Cowboys. Dallas defense has allowed 5.5 yards per carry to running backs on carries outside the tackle. That's the 6th most in the league. Something you need to be a little concerned about. I have a feeling they're going to test Dallas on the edge here a little bit, because you feel like that with Quinnen Williams and Clark playing inside, and with potentially with the new linebackers and stuff. Now, maybe if you get Overshown in there,
sure, and
you can run some of those plays down, but they are going to challenge. We'll see. We'll see with how, for example, with Clowney plays. He's been much better. Ezra Raku has played much better. Mm-hmm. If you see the Cowboys holding up on the edges against Ashton Gente, I think that's a really, really good sign.
Is that the most important thing, setting the edge with your ends?
I think the fact that they don't run it particularly well inside, so they're going to try and challenge you. But the one thing you have seen, and again that we haven't had Clowney here the whole entire season. But that's something that needs to be noted because they are going to try and run the ball. Their offensive line is just not good enough. But they've got a back that if he can get in space, that he could be a big problem here. Okay, the next thing you need to kind of understand about the Cowboys' pass defense. All right, this is something I picked up. The Cowboys' pass defense has forced a tight window throw under a yard of separation on just 10% of their opponent's pass attempts. That's the 4th lowest rate in the league. Subsequently, they have allowed a league-high 55% of the targets to open receivers. That's 3+ of separation. Dawson brought this up. Here's your matchup. Geno Smith has thrown to an open receiver on 52% of his targets this season. It's the 4th highest rate in the season, the 4th highest in the league. On such throws, he's thrown 9 touchdown passes on open throws, which is the most in the league. So here's your matchup problems. Dallas, their inability to force tight window throws, and the Raiders trying to take advantage of tight window throws.
Yeah, I think good Geno Smith wins this game tonight for Las Vegas if you get that guy. We saw plenty of games this year where against bad offensive lines, Chicago, New York come to mind, that the Cowboys just couldn't get to him enough, and your corners on the back end, the longer it goes, the more wide open guys get. And good Geno Smith can carve you up. Like what you're telling me right here, Brian, is just nightmare fuel for the Cowboys going up there and losing to who really is one of the worst teams in the league.
Their offense is really poor, but Dallas at times has been, as we all know, has been very poor.
But if you look at it like this, like the Raiders have a mid-pack defense and one of the worst offenses.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have one of the worst defenses and an offense that is trending closer to mid-pack.
Yeah.
Like this game, unfortunately, is a closer matchup on paper than I think the sports books believe it is.
I agree with that as well. Here's something else you need to think about the Dallas defense, and this might be something different than what we've seen in the past. And maybe with the new personnel, this is something that Matt Eberflus might think about going forward. The Cowboys defense has played zone coverage on 79% of their opposing dropbacks this season. That's the 8th highest rate in the league. However, in their last 3 games before their bye in Week 10, the Cowboys used zone on just 60% of the dropbacks, which would rank 4th lowest in the NFL across that span. Are we going to see something different tonight from Matt Eberflus when it comes to how he is going to play this coverage? Because we're going to talk about this in the pregame show, is how well the Raiders, their main avenue for pass attempts and stuff are crossing routes. And do you feel better if you're Dallas playing against crossing routes, zone coverage, or playing and just running with them and playing man? That's what he's got to kind of figure out here.
What's the general line of thinking on that?
I think you would be a little bit worried about them playing zone, because these guys, we've seen where they've had guys wide open running through zones. So I think I would chase them in this game. I would think, to me, they don't have the type of receiver, the big time receivers that we see. Now they have a big time tight end. They have actually 2 tight ends that can catch the football.
Oh, Michael Mayer.
I think that's going to be a bigger problem. But I'm also feel like, though, they probably do need to play more man coverage, especially if Dallas can create pressure, and especially if they can blitz. That's what I think they're going to need. Even though Geno Smith against the blitz has actually been pretty good, I just don't think you could rush forward. But we'll see. This offensive line, I've said it a bunch, this is the worst offensive line that you played against. So hopefully, if you're playing a lot of man coverage, you can rush the 4 and then find a way to kind of cover everything up that you need to. So I would be more willing to play more man coverage than I would play zone. I don't want these guys, if they're going to also, they already show you that they can get open. Yeah. It's just a matter if they get the protection, that's going to be the problem for the Cowboys.
Yeah, the off-zone coverage, I think, would give Geno the chance to get the ball out quickly.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with that. Those are the kind of things that could, end up getting them in rhythm. And then, if you make this Cowboys offense go one-dimensional, if the Raiders build any sort of a lead, I think that's doomsday for you. Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. The Cowboys pregame show coming up next for Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup. Just went too flawless like it was nothing. Wolchuk and Broadus and Chiafalo. I'm Gavin Dawson. Cowboys pregame show with Broadus and Chiafalo is coming up next. Till tomorrow at 2. You're going home with the nation at ease. I want to check.